Ayatollah Khamenei dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead.
No! شاه به نام پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپیده دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز سرابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز سرابت ایران جوان. نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز سرابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز سرابت ایران جوان. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
Across Iran, ordinary people took to the streets in peaceful protest. Millions of citizens, more than 400 cities. Their demands clear: dignity, justice, freedom. The response from the regime was absolute brutality. Security forces opened fire on unarmed protesters. Tens of thousands of innocent men, women, and children were killed on the streets. But the killing machine did not stop there. Despite what the regime has told the world, the machinery of terror has only intensified. Dozens of detainees, many of them children, are being forced to confess to crimes they never committed.
الان میدونیم چه حکمی به شما دادن؟ چه حکمی؟ حکم شما محارب است.
خب میشه بگید محاربه چیه لطفا؟ من نمیدونم چیه بابا.
اعدام.
تو رو خدا آقا. تو رو خدا اعدام بده. آقا من غلط کردم. گول خوردم. تو رو خدا آقا.
خب غلط کردن تو چیزی درست میشه؟
به خدا من اونجا بیکار بودم. من جامعه به خدا خطری ندارم. آقا من غلط کردم. گول خوردم.
Right now, at least 8 people are at risk of imminent execution. Their lives can be taken at any moment. These are not criminals. They are peaceful citizens who dared to hope for a better future. The world must not look away. The world must not negotiate with a regime that has an insatiable lust for blood. The world has a moral obligation to stop this cycle of terror, now and for good.
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه پشت سرم دعای مادر و تو دستم تفنگ بابامه روزونه مثل بگین عشق بی انتهاست هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو بگو از بخت مادرها چیر زنا و دختران بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه
سلام من به تو یار قدیمی منم همون یار قدیمی
بهت سلام، چطوری مردک کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک. سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک. سلام به محفل قرآنیتون، سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون، سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون، سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میافتین توی تور ملت. سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت تا که تش دست و پا بخورین حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین. سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین. مکبر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مکبر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم، تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم. ایران مردمش وطن پرستن، از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک میرسی. توف به هر چی مرسی است، توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است، توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نفتی هست. سر کردستان همه برپا شدن، بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن. شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن. شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن، کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن. رخه رو بگی تا اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن. شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه برن سلامتی نوش کنن آبادی باشه. صد کجاست بدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه. سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا، نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما. شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین، حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین. مکبر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا.
ای فاهنگ به این خوشگلی با نوایده بود، اسم این مشخواهن رو توش بیاریم ولی خب لازم بود دیگه فکر کنم. بانو آیده
این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده، صدای ایران بلنده، حق به حق دار میخنده. تو خیابون رکبار و شلیکه، آینده این جانی ها تاریکه. فقط برای حقمون خواستیم داد بزنیم، نمیذاریم این کشور رو به فنا بدیم. این تو برق و آب رو قطع کردن، توی دل تاریکی جنایت کردن. چراغا رو خاموش کردن که خون بریزن، مال دیگه از این خوندا گریزن. ایران بی پادشاه بی قانونه، دنیای ما از این درد و غرق خونه. تا پادشاه برگرده این کشور بیماره، ایران بی پهلی همیشه گرفتاره. خامنه‌ای گم شو از این خاک ما، حکومت اسلامی برو از پاک ما. حکومتی که بیگانه و بدذاته توی خاک ما نیست، وقت مجازاته. تا شاه پهلوی برگرده به ایران. شما تروریست و قاتل و دزدید، گلوی ملت رو با بیراه می جزید. با خون ما این کشور رو دزدیدید، از خشم این ملت مگه نترسیدید؟ ما یه زندگی ساده و آزاد میخوایم صبح بدون ترس و فریاد میخوایم دوباره بیگان و مستی و لبخند بدون سانسور و زور و این بند خورشید و شیر دوباره تابان میشه پرچم واقعی توی جهان میشه ایران دوباره پارس و پر روره تا این شب تار نزدیک نوره مردم ایران و دامه بدین را رو برای شب باز کنین این ویروس رژیم رو پاک کنین جا بدین به عصر طلای ایران روی پا میمیریم نه روی زانو آزادی حقمونه اینو میدونیم تا آخر میجنگیم بدون ترس ایران آزاد نزدیک میبینیم این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده پهلوی برمیگرده با بازگشت ایران بهش میشه تقدیر ما از نو نوشته میشه عدالت و افتخار زنده میشه دشمن ایران شرمنده میشه
Let me tell you a story about a lion that came from the mountains. These mountains right behind you. Our lion, the lion of freedom, can only roam free and strong. But one day, some 47 years ago, liberal socialists had a different plan. Free hair and free speech was not good enough for them. The same lie you can see today in New York. They wanted everything for free, believing a bloodthirsty vulture is better than a majestic lion. The vulture placed his claws on the Quran, swearing he was God sent. Both liberal socialists and religion fanatics joined forces, believed he's the Messiah. The vulture promised them prosperity, but instead took their dignity, stole all their resources to sponsor terror, and disconnected them from the world, living our nation poor, isolated, and thirsty for water. But now our lion is back, and he's bringing help with him. While history repeats itself in New York and Minnesota, we gathered here today to turn the page on history and claim our lion back. Yeah, Azadi Square, let me see you make some noise. We came here to make history tonight. Azadi standing tall, we breaking down the walls. Everybody jumping now, answering the call. Look where we are right now, making history in my hometown. Screaming loud, let me hear the sound. Put your hands up and watch the world go round. Tehran, stand up, make some noise right now. Came here to rock the spot. This is Azadi, yeah, we made it to the stage. Put your hands up, let them feel the rage. Tehran, show me what you got. Inflation, inflation just we said an excuse, we came to uproot it. Breaking the chains, say it with me louder, till the oppression ends today. Azadi's underground sound, breaking through the silence. We ignite the streets, turn the stage into a riot. This is our moment now, feel the power rising. We end oppression now. Santa brought a New Year's gift from Jerusalem, wrapped up with a cherry gift from Washington. Shout out to Lion Elon Musk for the internet saving the people. Shout out to the Zionizer turning lionizer today. We love you, man. Shout out to Tommy, he's in the house. Shout out to Armin Navabi, the fighter of truth. Shout out to Nas Daily for upgrading our skills. Shout out to Erica LeBon, the brave lioness, standing brave and beautiful. We love you, Erica. Shout out to Goldie Gamari, lioness, golden heart of our nation. Welcome home. Also, Amjad Taha is in the house, the man who fears nothing but God and the truth. Shout out to Emily Schrader, never giving up on us. Now internet is back in the house. Let's block Bushra Sheikh and BBC, because you know what they stand for. Put your hearts together for the return of the lion, the Shah of Iran. The future is ours. Together we rise, reaching for the stars.
میاد روزی که سیمرغ ایران پالاشو کرده باز، که دیگه مردممون نشن قتل عام. میشکنه طلسم نسل ما، پیشمون خالی جای همشون، جزو خوبای تاریخن همه رفته ها. رو تخت بیمارستان میزنن تیر خلاص، هیلگر و سیب طلا نشون میدن زیر عبا، رگ آدم و هوا رو میزنن ما تیغ حلال. 72 ملت تو کجای سینه زن و لای داده مردم گم میشه آژیر گشت، مامورا تو پاره میشن زیر ماشین خشم. این دفعه گلستان نشد آتیش رشت، ولی زحاک فریدون بالاخره پا میشه تش، سر میکشه به فلک آتیش کینه آدم ها. مسجدا تو میسوزن مثل سینه مادرها، طعم خون جوونا رو میچشه جانماز، ستون دینو میشکنه خیزش کافرها. با لباس عزا مادر میرقصی کنار مزار، هر کی بیشتر بکشه میگیره کلاش طلا. قهرمان اونیه که پشت در خالی نکرد، وقتی کوبیده میشد چماق سپا به درا. بار جنازه و جسد زیر شهر، دختر نوزاد تا پیرمرد، پسر میشه بی پدر، پدر میشه بی پسر. لباسامون سیاه ترن، نیمه شب تله جنین میجوشه تو دیگه مرگ. این مجاهدین دشمن ایرانی ها، این میرین عراقی ها رو واسه کی میارین؟ رقص جیر خور ساز بیخیالی ایران داره میمیره، تنفس مصنوعی میدن با گاز شیمیایی. سقوط با همین از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه رو. سقوط با همین از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع. عدود تفنگاشون مه شهر، توی جوب خون شناور کش سر. کی گفته مشکل ما معیشتی آبدانان، دونه های برنج از آسمون میواریدن مثل برف. گوشت ملت نظریه روی شله اجاق، تو تاریخ ایران پشیز دوره شما. تیرو میزدن تو گلو موقع شعار، تولدتون دلیل توبه خداست. حیف خاک ایران آخون میره ته لجن، بعد سقوط زندگی میچسبه مثل کره اصل. قسمت قشنگ قصه انقلابینه، شما میمونید ولی پیچید به بازی سگه. اصلا جون ملت مفته مثل پول تو جیبا، زن کشی میکنن برسن به موی هوریا. حرف دل هممون بود خونه رو دیوار، آسمون شهر رو روشن میکرد نور گوشیا. گربه رو با تیر نزدن بدون منظور، اسلامو چپوندن به ما به زور سرکوب. خون با هیچی پاک نمیشه، حتی سپا کل شهر رو بشون هر روز. وطن زخم و مشترک درد همه است، نشونمون روی سر نظام حبس نفس. آبی میشه رو نقش دوباره رنگ عرس، ما نهانیم که زبونی کشیم از چرخ فلک. سقوط با همین از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع. سقوط با همین از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع.
مامان من میرم، مامان من میرم، اما همیشه با تو هم. پروانه بنفشی دیدی منم، ابرهایی در آسمان دیدی منم، گلی که بر سر راحت افتاد منم.
Let's go. میخوام بگم از دلم، از عشق به این میهنم، به امید روز شکست دشمن شاه برمیگرده به وطن. برگشتن پهلوی، وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو همشهری شاه رضا پهلوی. نظام رسیده پرتگاه، بلند بگو جاوید
شاه برگشت شاه به میهن دوای درد وطن این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده داره میاد پهلوی زجه بزن سید علی راه نجات وطن پهلوی هموطن ایران میشه گلستان شاه که بیاد ایران ایران که شاه نداره حساب کتاب نداره آخون باید گم بشه توپ تانک فشفشه گم شو بیرون اجنبی داره میاد پهلوی فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن ها ما شاه میخوایم نه ملا بزار بشنوه دنیا ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی بلند بگو هموطن شاه رضا پهلوی فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه بلند بگو جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه بلند بگو جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه بلند بگو جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه
هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است در خیابانها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است شور کاوه در سر است شور کاوه در سر است مرگ بر خواهد گرید فاسد ترین فاسدان مرگ بر خواهد گرید فاسد ترین فاسدان مرگ بر بنیادتان مرگ بر بنیادتان خیابانها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است در خیابانها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است شور کاوه در سر است شور کاوه در سر است مرگ بر خواهد گرید فاسد ترین فاسدان مرگ بر خواهد گرید فاسد ترین فاسدان مرگ بر بنیادتان مرگ بر بنیادتان ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. They're not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher.
نام جاوید وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان.
من به نام فرماندهی این شاهنشاهی جاودان با تاریخ ایران پیمان می‌بندم که این حماسه زرین ایران نو تا پیروزی کامل ادامه خواهد یافت و هیچ نیرویی در جهان یارای برابری با پیوند پولادین شاه و ملت را نخواهد داشت. دیگر شبیخونی نابهنگام ما را غافلگیر نخواهد کرد، زیرا که ملت ایران و نیروهای مسلح که از ملت برخاسته‌اند و از قدرت لایزال ملی نیرو میگیرند برای پاسداری سرزمین مقدس خویش روز و شب بیدارند. دیگر بیگانه و بیگانه پرست را امکان رخنه در بنای استوار حاکمیت ملی ما نخواهد بود.
نام جاوید وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان ز صلابت ایران جوان بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
Well, hello there, everybody. Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the Islamic Republic of Iran have less than 48 hours, according to President Trump. The final ultimatum when it comes to the battle of the Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz, the Crown Prince of Iran in exile, Reza Pahlavi, is now making his final plans to return to Iran even before the collapse of the IRGC. And we're going to give you guys the latest update on what's been happening around the region in general. A lot of videos to show you. We're going to go to the president first, and then we're going to show you some of the military operations by the Israeli Defense Forces in the region, both in Iran and in Lebanon. And we're going to get your reaction live in the live chat and the comment section as well. First, let's talk about President Trump, because one of the major things that happened early this morning was the White House initially indicating what might happen when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. NATO are now on board, and they have said that President Trump is leading this operation. So we are behind him. We are waiting for the order. President Trump said this: if Iran doesn't fully open the Strait of Hormuz without threat, within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, following this, the Israelis have also been mentioning discussions around the ground military operation, which is combined with the ground operation by the Immortal Guard under the leadership of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. These are the Iranian people who are on standby, ready to be activated on the ground to liberate each city across Iran. Having said that, there was one of the senior IRGC leaders who was, until now, barking like a crazy dog and saying that he's one of the few left that will basically decide what's going to happen. He will be in charge, and he's defeating the Americans and the Israelis. People like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent, they all got excited, saying, yes, this is the guy. Mohsen Darabaghi, who was the head of the Islamic Republic's Air Force, he vowed to kill President Trump and defeat the Americans. We can now confirm on 2C TV that Mohsen is now dead. Bye bye. Bye bye, Mohsen. Anyway, so this guy who was supposed to be in charge of the Air Force has now been eliminated. But he had one job. His job was to kill President Trump, apparently. But unfortunately, time is up for this man. Now, the Israelis have been hitting government sites, and the Americans have been hitting the military sites. There was a joint attack in Tehran over the last few hours, hitting the aviation unit in the capital. This is what happened. Today is Sunday, 22nd of March. This is around Esfahan. 4 explosions back to back. Yeah, they got 3 massive smokes after 4 hits. We're also going to go to the eastern parts of the capital in Damavand in Tehran. 3 other explosions have also hit the Haydar Kara base. This is a major base in the eastern parts of Tehran, which we're going to go there in a second. Bill in the live chat says, does the regular army have enough ammo to take on the IRGC? Oh yeah, they'll definitely have enough. And Axios, Axios. And Iran International reported 6 negotiating points for the Islamic Republic of Iran, US yesterday. New or real? Your analysis? No, it's nonsense. Ignore both reports. Let's go to Damavand.
MashaAllah.
Let's not forget that the guy is celebrating, by the way. He's saying, wow, well done. Bravo.
MashaAllah.
He keeps saying bravo.
MashaAllah.
He's very impressed by the airstrikes. I love that. That's basically every single Iranian right now. Oh, another one. They're saying that's a bunker buster that they're using, according to him. He thinks. Maybe. Yeah, they are hitting the mountainous areas, obviously, at the outskirts of Damavand. So it's like... Damavand. Also, somebody mentioned Axios earlier, the so-called news outlet. It's usually best to ignore that. Axios is the same outlet that was saying until minutes before the war started that, the US and the Islamic Republic have already agreed a deal. The deal is imminent. Everything is perfect. Abbas Araghchi is the king of the world. And then, boom, boom, Ali Khamenei was eliminated. Anyway, speaking of eliminations, we have some more good news for you guys. Well, if you are against the IRGC, if you are in favor of the IRGC, I have some bad news. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust, and another one bites the dust. More members of the IRGC Basij have been eliminated at the major checkpoints in Tehran. The interesting thing about this shows the problem for the Islamic regime. So we have Hossein Akhundi. Now, Akhund in Persian means mullah, or basically like an Ayatollah cleric, mullah. His surname is literally mullah, basically cleric. Mortaza Tarabi and Muhammad Malai. Now, these guys were killed in Tehran, one of the big checkpoints. They were brave enough to still man the checkpoints. A lot of them don't have a choice, by the way, because their families are getting threatened, but they were not even the official members of the IRGC Basij. They were part of the army, and they were from Khorasan, so where Mashhad is, in the northeast of Iran, and Tehran, of course, is more center to the north. They were not even from Tehran. They don't have enough people in the capital. They've had to bring in 3 soldiers from all the way from Mashhad in Khorasan, south of it, to Tehran to man the checkpoints, and now they're dead. They don't even have enough people in the capital. Reminds me of the Metropolitan Police in London. Every time there's a major protest, they don't have enough police officers. They have to bring police officers from Manchester and Liverpool and other places. Austerity times in Iran, as you can see. They're running out. Anyway, we also have an update from the brilliant Israeli Defense Forces. This is the video they've now released, confirming a large-scale strike wave in Tehran, targeting the core regime infrastructure, including the Ministry of Defense weapons production site, IRGC Air Force production facility, military base used for missile training and storage, Ministry of Intelligence headquarters, and the Internal Security Forces Emergency Command Center. Now, the operation focused on degrading Iran's weapons production, missile capabilities, and internal security command network in one single coordinated, what they call a strike package. Of course, it's Persian New Year, so you're going to have to give them some present in a package, and this is the present that you now have received. Absolute insanity. This was one wave of attacks. Within minutes, all that has been hit. Now, we're going to go back to Tehran, where some of the explosions, we do have the videos from there. This is when the Israelis hit the fuel and petrochemical sites in the capital. Let's go to the footage. Robert says Iranians must play in the World Cup in the US. It's interesting because the Islamic regime has said, we're not coming to America. We're going to boycott the World Cup. We'll go to Mexico and Canada, but not America. I love how the World Cup is not until June. I love how the IRGC think they're going to be in charge until June. It's March right now. I don't think it's up to you whether to decide whether the Iranian football team is going to go to America for the World Cup or not. They're going to go, let's just say, and they're going to have a new flag by that point. Anyway, let's go back to another. Oh yeah, this is fascinating, by the way. There's an IRGC commander. The commander, the head of the ground forces of the IRGC military. You can guess his first name. Yes, Momo. Mohammed Karami has now deployed the ground forces of the IRGC for the first time to western Iran, near the Kurdish provinces, getting ready for to counter the ground military invasion of Iran. He has said that any action by aggressors will be met with a strong response. But I'm terrified. I don't know about you guys. That was a very terrifying statement. Essentially said, if you do something against us, we're going to do something against you. That is the nature of war, you absolute idiots. It's like somebody says, if you hit me, I'm going to defend myself. Yeah, that's usually how it works. It's not really rocket science. But I'm going to show you something interesting about what we are seeing in the region and the discussion around the ground operation. So you've got different levels of ground operation. You've got the potential alleged ground invasion, and that could be done by the Americans, could be done by the Israelis, could be done as a joint alliance. You could also have a group of rogue Kurds randomly decide to do it, but that's still unlikely because they also have a different agenda. The Kurdish separatists in Iraq, that's different. They're not Iranian. Having said that, there is also the possibility of the Immortal Guard not necessarily launching a ground invasion, but a ground operation. So I'm gonna show you a few things here on the map to explain this better, because when it comes to the geography right now of the country, we have a few problems for the IRGC, because the western part is definitely at this point vulnerable. I'm just going to quickly bring this up so you can see. There we go. The Immortal Guard are coordinating, as you guys know, with the Mossad and the CIA. This is the map of Iran right now. There we go. So, as you can see, there are three main areas, entry points, to penetrate into the Iranian territory. From the north or northwest, you got the Azerbaijani border. From the south, the Persian Gulf, around Bushehr, also near the Kharg Island, you have that area. Then you also have technically the southern border of Iraq and around Kuwait. Now, obviously, you can't formally, officially use the Iraqi side to invade Iran, technically speaking. Having said that, the southeastern part of Iraq is a bit of a rogue state right now, and was held by the Shia side, the IRGC. And these guys have been getting hammered by the Americans. So it's still likely, if they want to, they can go through there. But Azerbaijan and from the Persian Gulf is still more likely in terms of what you might potentially see, unless the Immortal Guard, the Iranian people, are activated before that. There might not be a need for an aggressive ground invasion. This is where what Mossad have released this video on their Telegram channel, saying that to the Iranian people, when you see missile launchers, send us a photo and we will deal with it. You are the real heroes of this victory. They've also said, obviously, to the Iranian people, if you see any checkpoints, any gathering of IRGC members, anything you see, quickly take a picture, send a video, and then we will launch our drones. And of course, the Iranian people have been collaborating with Mossad on this, which has been absolutely impressive. And now let's also go to the authorities in Iran deploying more security forces following the elimination of the first round of the Basij members. And they are now across cities again. Not a big crowd, but there is this woman who filmed them and said some stuff about them, let's just say, express her opinion with subtitles.
مزدورای بیارزش همینجا وایسید آمریکا داره میرسه تا سرویستون کنه پهباد و موشک دارن میان سراغتون وقتی خامنه‌ای و لاریجانی ها رفتن جهنم شما دیگه هیچی نیستید حتی یه عددم حساب نمیشید اربابتون منتظرن به جهنم خوش اومدید خیلی زود ما مردم جشن پیروزی نهایی رو برپا میکنیم
Yeah, so she was like, okay, you guys are out. You just wait there. The Americans are coming and you're going to be eliminated. Again, as you saw, there are not many of them. There's only a few cars, armored vehicles, obviously, but they don't have the numbers anymore. And they're also a little bit homeless because they can't go to their own houses because the Mossad operatives are hunting them down and they are sleeping on the streets using, ironically, cardboard boxes, like the Supreme Leader, who's also a cardboard. But so that it's tough times, by the way, to be IRGC because you're also not getting paid, and there's a bit of a shortage situation, and it's tough times. Just give up, just defect and surrender. It's not worth it. Dying for the remaining members of the leadership, it's just not worth it. Anyway, the state media in the Islamic Republic of Iran decided to show how strong and stable they are in the Persian Gulf near the Strait of Hormuz. They decided to do a video on a boat. They're so-called reporters. There's a ship in the background. It is in fact, they basically said, we got this massive ship, that massive vessel that we forced them to stop. They can't cross until we deal with them. There is a bit of an issue because what you're about to see is an empty tanker, Iranian tanker, that's been there since last year. It's the same tanker we've seen. It's not foreign. It belongs to the Islamic Republic. Watch this weird nonsense.
کجاییم الان تاها؟
الان دقیقاً تو قلب تنگه هرمز قرار داریم.
چیه پشت سرمون؟
یه نفتکشیه که اینجا ایستاده و موتورش خاموش کرده تا تکلیفش برای عبور از تنگه مشخص بشه.
اون چیزی هم که ما اینجا دیدیم در همین محدوده تقریباً 40 تا از کشتی‌های تجاری هستن که باید ایران اجازه صادر کنه تا بتونن در واقع از تنگه هرمز عبور کنن. اینجا کجاست دوباره؟
قلب تنگه هرمز.
Does this guy have problems with his memory, short-term memory? They literally said, we're filming from Strait of Hormuz. And then this guy also said, yeah, so Strait of Hormuz, we're here. And then at the end, he asked his colleague, where are we again? Oh, yeah, Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. Where do you think you are, Las Vegas? Anyway, that is not a foreign vessel. That is an Iranian tanker that's empty. It's been there since last year. Why do you even bother? You do realize we can expose you. It's not that difficult. Embarrassing clowns. Anyway, let's go back to the Israelis. They continue their counter-terrorism operation against the Islamic occupation. The IRGC and now the IRGC's Hezbollah wing have been getting hammered in the south. The Al-Ghasamiyah bridge was targeted earlier today. Let's go to it. Another one. Here we go. We have another footage from the bridge. Let's go and have a seat. For the record, they did give a heads up to civilians to not be there. And of course, normal civilians were like, well, okay, we're not going to be there then. And the whole thing has been destroyed. Now, regime change only what? Something to keep straight open. Seems that the end game may be sooner than I thought. Yeah, Ivan. I mean, I've been saying this for the past few days. I thought for years, you start this operation against the Islamic Republic, it should take about a year. It should take months and months and months because of the nature of Iran in terms of geography, in terms of how the land works. It's not easy. It's not small. But it's been, what, 3 weeks now? It's not going too well for the IRGC, even though they should have been ready for about 47 years for this scenario. But somehow they have been humiliated. So I don't know. I mean, at this point, we probably could be looking at weeks, probably less. But being optimistic, obviously. But I thought it's going to be months and months and months. But we don't know. Now, the IDF have also released another footage. Let's just take you back to this. Look at that guy. Oh, he's gone. That was quick. So this is the Israeli Air Force and the 91st Division eliminating 9 Hezbollah operatives in the south. Of course, in that video, you can only see one of them, I think. There we go. There's one. Oh, he's gone. Oh, no. I love how this is on the loop. So he keeps dying. He's died like 3 times so far. Let's wait for the next one. There we go. 4th time. Ah, he's died again. Oh, poor guy. He keeps dying. Anyway, the Emiratis have been attacked again, obviously. So the United Arab Emirates have been in discussions with Saudi Arabia. We could now seriously see escalation from both Saudi and UAE. They might once again be on the same side as allies, despite everything that happened in North Africa. There's a statement by the Ministry of Defense from the UAE saying 25 drones and 4 ballistic missiles launched by Iran towards the UAE today alone. Total, since the beginning, this is insane, the numbers, 345 ballistic missiles towards the UAE, 1,773 drones, and 15 cruise missiles. Officially, the Islamic Republic continue to launch more against Dubai and Abu Dhabi than the whole of Israel. It's because nobody knows who's calling the shots. Also, they've always hated the UAE, so this was a perfect opportunity for them to just keep poking the bear. Because I think they were hoping, and they're still hoping, that the Emiratis are not going to act, right? They're just going to be like, oh, let's just hit them anyway. Because they are collaborators with the Israelis and the Americans. That's the main reason. Do they make IRGC trading cards from these photos? Yeah, like what is it? The thing, the Trump card things. They're quite good. Like the baseball cards back in the day. Okay, now let me take you to Israel as well, because the Islamic Republic have also, over the last few hours, continued to launch more missiles towards civilian areas in Israel, not military bases or anything like that, not even government buildings, residential buildings. Multiple cluster munitions have now impacted Holland in Israel. Now, one of the main reasons that you are still seeing damage, despite the fact that the IRGC are not really launching that many missiles at any point, at any time, towards Israel, you might be wondering, why is it that the Israeli defense still can't intercept all of them? The main reason is that they are using cluster warheads, and it becomes problematic. Let's go to one of the footage that we received from today.
Go! יש כאן מישהו! גבר מישהו! לא, תתרחק! יש חלקה מדי! אל תעשה חבות! תרוץ לפה, תרוץ! בוא מהר! לפני שהאוטו יתפוצץ! תתרחק!
וואי, זה אש יש שם.
Yeah. The Prime Minister Netanyahu, it's Sunday today, so he's back from the dead again, just like he did last Sunday. He died on Friday, and on Thursday he decided to rise. He did it again today, and he visited the impact site of Dimona. Fortunately, nobody has died, but a lot of buildings have been damaged. He did say to the press that we can rebuild buildings, but we cannot bring back his lives once they are lost. So I urge everyone to follow the instructions. Be careful. Let's go to the Prime Minister.
אבל אני אומר, אבל אני לא יכול, את הבניין אני יכול לבנות מחדש. אבל כשנופלים אנשים יקרים, כשאנחנו מאבדים את האנשים, אותם אי אפשר להחזיר. אז אני מבקש כולם למלא, אני קורא לזה לא הנחיות פיקוד העורף, אני קורא לזה פקודות פיקוד העורף. כל העם חזית, כל העורף חזית, וכשאנחנו בחזית אנחנו ממלאים אחר הפקודות האלה, הן כל כך הגיוניות, וכל כך חשובות, וכל כך מצילות חיים, וגם מצילות גוף, אפילו מפציעה, מסריטות. אז אנא תעשו את זה, וזו פקודה.
Yeah, the problem we had was that in the south, we had a number of videos last night showing that some civilians, for some reason, decided to stay in their living room as the missiles were hitting. Now, we saw some of the windows that were shattered and the whole living room was destroyed. And luckily, they didn't die. But it's best, as the Prime Minister keeps saying, follow the instructions. Now, without stereotyping, there have also been a lot of people in the south of Israel over the years who have always been complacent. Not everybody, but there have also been some of the people who were close to the kibbutzim that didn't really take the threat from Hamas in Gaza seriously because they were neighbors. They were like, everything's going to be fine. Every single time this happens. Now, of course, there's still a lot of good people in the south who know exactly what they're supposed to be doing, and they do follow the instructions. So hopefully what happened last night can actually wake people up. Follow the instructions. Now, we have a footage of the very, very lucky Israeli guy on a bike, on a motorcycle, narrowly escaping death. This is crazy because, look at this. Wait, to the right of this, the other side of the road, look at the bike, and then he crosses that lamppost, and then it's going to hit. Literally a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds. Actually, we could probably check. So from here, 1, 2, yeah, 2 seconds. He got so lucky. Although, like, not many people are out. There's nobody else driving because once the sirens are going off, just be on standby. Don't be complacent. There could be missiles anywhere. These guys are not targeting. They're not doing anything in a targeted way, the Islamic Republic. They're just hitting. They're just launching and basically hoping for the best. That's what they are doing in Israel. That's why they also continue to hit civilian areas. Now, the IDF will be releasing a new statement shortly, which we will go to, but we're going to quickly go to Scott Bessent in the United States, because Secretary Bessent has now mentioned about the capabilities of the Islamic Republic, saying that we have now demolished their capabilities, and General Kane, as well as the Secretary of War, are continuing to lead the campaign to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go to Scott Bessent.
Again, what we have done, there has been a campaign to using military assets to soften up the Iranian fortifications along the strait. That's going to continue until they are completely demolished. And Kristen, let me tell you, whether it's this network or the mainstream press, the American people do not have good framing what is going on here. If you were to read what is happening, and I'm sure when Senator Murphy is on, he has come out and said, we are losing the war. That is wrong. We have demolished the Iranian capabilities. Their air force is completely destroyed, Navy destroyed, and every day we are taking out their missiles, their missile systems, and the factories that build those missiles. And now the General Kane, Secretary Hegseth are leading a campaign to destroy all the fortifications along the Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah, it's going to get tough now. Also, we're going to go to the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, because he's making his plans to return to Iran even before the collapse of the regime. Having said that, later tonight, if you're watching this live, later on in our next live update, we have a very special guest joining us from the opposition, from the Nufti, that basically is led by the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, and this is the organization that have prepared the transition government for Iran. And Andrew will be joining us to explain the process and what they've been doing to prepare this, and obviously coordinating and uniting all other opposition groups and various groups in Iran and outside of Iran to obviously hold a proper consultation to prepare this transitional government. But let's go to the Crown Prince, because he was being interviewed, and this is where obviously we reported a week ago, I think, that the Crown Prince is now planning to return to Iran. But in this interview, he says even before the collapse, he could go.
If you were to give me the opportunity to say to the Iranian people and the world, when is it that I go back there? It will be the first minute I get the opportunity to do that. And that has to be, of course, orchestrated properly. I'm ready to go there as soon as possible. I would like to be there, whether it is before the regime collapses or right after the regime collapses. It is important for me to be among my compatriots to fight the final battle and bring it to fruition.
Yeah. And of course, now the immortal guard of Iran are on standby. As somebody actually in the live chat did ask, who are the immortal guard? Well, they are the brave people in Iran who have been building up the People's Army under the leadership of the Crown Prince. And of course, now we are reaching a point where many different groups coordinating with each other to prepare for the final battle, because at the end of the day, it has to be the job of the Iranians to pull the final trigger and to take over the country, city by city. Also, there is an update from the Israeli ambassador to the United States, but I'm just going to quickly take you to our live footage, live feed from Tel Aviv. We are expecting more missiles being launched at this city over the next few minutes or an hour or so. So we'll keep you guys posted on that. Let me just make sure we have sound. Yep. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, the moment we get any indication in terms of the sirens, we will let you guys know. The Israeli ambassador to Washington has now said that I believe that we need ground forces, but they should be Iranian, and I believe that they are coming. So according to the Israelis, what he refers to is the immortal guard, the Iranians beginning the ground operation in their country, of course, with the help of the Americans and the Israelis. As I said, the easiest scenario, theoretically speaking, is people being on the ground in a specific city, not everywhere at the same time, in a city, like Bushehr, for example, in the south, near the Khark Island. And then you got the Americans and the Israelis fighter jets and drones protecting them in the skies. If they see any IRGC militants on the ground, you just hit them, and then people keep marching forward and go take over the government buildings. That is the best option, the best strategy, and there's no way that the IRGC can fight against that. But there is a breaking news coming from Cuba as well. Okay, they are now getting ready for war. According to the Cuban government, their military, do they seriously believe they have a strong military? Okay, the communist Cuba believe that their military is now preparing for war with the United States of America. Okay, seems like even though it's Sunday, the Cubans are drunk. All right, good luck with that. If you think you can take on the Americans, let me just remind you what happened a couple of months ago to Nicolas Maduro next door. Not a good idea, Cuba. Not. They are ready for war. they actually, I don't know if they think that the Americans can't fight them because they are focusing on Iran. You do realize how big the US military is, right? They just need one warship right outside Cuba and you're done. You don't even have any energy. And I'm talking about both in terms of resources energy and physically energy, because you don't have enough nutrition in your foods right now. Communism is a bad idea, kids. Don't do communism. So yes, Cuba is now getting ready to fight the Americans. Okay. They know they're falling, so they have to start screaming like a crazy person. All right. And Starmer to swim the Strait of Hormuz. Swim, Kia, swim. Don't stop. We in Israel are praying for you to get your lion back. Yes. Oh, hello. IRGC base in Isfahan has been hit. How many bases do these guys have? They've literally, it's been 3 weeks. They keep getting their bases hit. And apparently there's still some left. Momo's hat is retarded looking. What was it? Let me
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free worlds. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area in the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to a secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud Patriots, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 85 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, I feel like things are escalating to, like, I feel like we're getting close to the end because social media, Armin, social media is flooded with propaganda and fake news. And we're getting it from all sides. We're getting it from the Islamic regime. We're getting it from like Christiane Amanpour and her like disgusting video that she posted. We're getting it from like all the propagandists. We're getting it from like the Democrats and mainstream media. It's like when you look at social media as an Iranian, I can only imagine how exhausting it must be to see all of this propaganda, all of this fake news. You don't know what's what. You don't know what's going on. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, we also have President Trump's deadline, 48-hour deadline. So we're getting, I don't know how much is left, but we're getting close to that. We know that yes, that one exactly. President Trump just posted recently, if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time. So that's a very specific red line. That is very specific, right? Within exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Guys, the biggest one, by the way, is the Demovand electric power plant in close in Tehran. So that's the one. With the biggest one first, thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So, guys, we're getting so close to that time, and we know that the Islamic Republic is not going to back down. So, what do you think is going to happen, Goldie, within the next couple of hours?
So, President Trump posted this 18 hours ago. It was 7:44 p.m. So 18 hours ago, he posted this. So, you and I already know that the Islamic regime has a scorched earth policy, that they've already said they're not going to go down, or like if they go down, they're going to destroy everything, whether it's, the nature, whether it's Iran's natural resources, whether it's our historical and cultural sites. And, remember a few days ago, King Reza Pahlavi came out with a video message where he was asking Iranians to keep an eye and protect the cultural and historical and heritage areas. Remember?
Yes,
Because apparently there's some sort of intel that the Islamic regime and the mullahs are going to destroy Iran's cultural heritage sites. But guys, look at this video. Just watch this video. It's got subtitles on it. This is what the Islamic regime has always said. Their policy has always been a scorched earth policy. So listen to this.
بدانید اگر روزی ما بمانیم یا برویم این خاک را چنان به آتش میکشیم که 100 سال هم نتوانید ایران را دوباره بسازید.
Guys, this is how evil the Islamic regime and these mullahs are, right? Like these so-called Shia clerics that a lot of people, like to claim that they are holy men. These people they're demons. They're evil. They're evil. So this guy, this quote unquote holy man, part of the Islamic regime, this video is on X. He is basically saying that know that when we leave,
اگر روزی ما بمانیم یا برویم
we will scorch
این
this
خاک
land
را چنان
in a way
به آتش میکشیم
that even for 100 years
که 100 سال هم نتوانید
you will not rebuild Iran.
ایران را دوباره بسازید.
So,
Right?
Goldie, this guy, by the way, this is Alamul Huda. We call him the I call him the Santa Claus of Mashhad. He is, so to give more context to people, this is not a random mullah down the street for your local mosque. Okay, this is one of the most powerful ahuns or mullahs in Iran. Like this is like, because sometimes you see a mullah saying something crazy and it's just like a imam of your local mosque, not very influential. This guy is one of the highest. This guy owns like the religious scene in the province of Khorasan, and he was seen as a major competitor to Khamenei at some time for the supreme leadership. So this is not like, this is very serious. This coming from him.
So this is why, you know, President Trump's saying this. Now, here's the thing, Armin. I also want to point out that, you know, a lot of times when President Trump is speaking about the Islamic regime, he just says Iran. And, you know, one of the difficulties and one of the frustrations that we Iranians have is that we know that when President Trump is referring to Iran, he actually means the Islamic regime. Right. But because he's not making that distinction very clear, a lot of people read this and they think, okay, he's referring to Iran. But I think he's referring to the Islamic regime and the infrastructure of the Islamic regime that is powering this. Guys, I just want to say very quickly, we've heard the rumors about Potipto. We're still trying to verify. So unless and until we have news, we're not going to say anything. So just don't spread rumors. There's so much rumors. There's so much false information. There's so much fake news going around. So just stop it. Just stop it. We don't know what's going on. So just stop it. And I'm not going to talk about that anymore. I'm being very serious. So, yeah, guys, so there's apparently a rumor going around that Potipto has been arrested. Some random person that I don't know started this rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. We're trying to verify that. But again, there's so much like misinformation and disinformation going around. We don't know what's going on. So this person who started this rumor, you know, they're claiming that like someone told them, but I don't know who this person is. I'm not connected with this person. I don't know what's going on. So we don't know what's going on. The people I'm referring to the people who are spreading rumors. We don't play with people's lives here. So yes, we're trying to figure out if it's true or not, but just stop spamming the chat with unverified rumors. When we have news, we'll share it. So, going back to the news. If Iran, yeah, well, that's the thing. He posted a few hours ago. So we're not gonna, yeah, exactly. Well, خودم همینو میگم. فیک نیوز الان زیاد تو توییتر شده. اصلا این کسایی که دارن این خبر رو پخش میکنن ما اصلا نمیدونیم واقعه یا نه. اصلا نمیدونیم انتظارشون چیه که دارن این این خبر رو پخش میکنن. So like نمیدونیم جریان چیه و باید منتظر باشیم ببینیم قضیه چیه. Okay. چون که ببین پوتیپتو اطلاعات خیلی زیادی روی اکانتش داره. بعد حالا یه نفر اومده همینجوری داره اینو پخش میکنه و حالا میخواد که همه اکانتشو داره میگه که میخوان همه اکانتشو بگن اکانتشو ببندن. میخواد که همه بیان اکانت پوتیپتو رو ریپورت بکنن و ببندن که خب تا ندونیم اگر که این واقعیه یا نه نمیتونیم کاری بکنیم. حالا خودمون داریم پشت صحنه تحقیق میکنیم. اگر که واقعی بود خودمون این خبر رو بهتون میدیم. ما هم خیلی نگران هستیم. Okay. So Armin, going back to President Trump's post, I think he's referring to like power plants that are related to the IRGC. And the other thing that, Armin, we also have to point out is that there has been electricity shortages in occupied Iran for the last few years, right? So
Yes.
this is something new. Now, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi did respond, and he made it very clear. So this is where things get interesting, and I'd love your opinion on this. He says Iran is not the Islamic Republic. Iran's civilian infrastructure, so he makes it very clear. Iran's civilian infrastructure belongs to the Iranian people and to the future of a free Iran. The Islamic Republic's infrastructure is the machinery of repression and terror used to keep that future from becoming reality. Iran must be protected. The regime must be dismantled. I ask President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu to continue targeting the regime and its apparatus of repression while sparing the civilian infrastructure Iranians will need to rebuild our country. With the support of the US and Israel, and above all, the sacrifice of Iranian patriots, the hour of Iran's freedom is at hand. Long live Iran. So what are your thoughts on that?
My thought is that this is exactly what Prince Reza Pahlavi needs to say. And this is the message that we should put out there, that we want the infrastructure of the Islamic Republic to be attacked and the infrastructure for Iran to be preserved. That's the messaging that should go out there. The problem is that there are many cases where they're so intertwined with each other, and they're being used for war by IRGC. Not always. I know that that's not the case, but there's so many times that they're so connected with each other that to take out the infrastructure of the Islamic Republic, it would be necessary to also to take out what the Iranian people are using for their daily lives as well. And there's a lot of people think this is a contradiction, but I don't think it's a contradiction. You could at the same time advertise and push for putting political advertising for getting Americans and Israelis to try to find ways to hurt the Islamic Republic without hurting the infrastructure that the Iranian people are using, while at the same time, regardless of what happens, and I'm not saying what will happen, we don't know, but even at some point, if the Americans and Israelis realize, come to the decision that to hurt the Islamic Republic, we are forced to destroy some of the infrastructures that the Iranian people are using as well, we need to make sure that we don't turn that as a fuel by the Islamic Republic to turn us against the military operation. We need to push and advertise for solutions that does not require hitting the infrastructure that the Iranian people are using, while at the same time continue to support the military operation 100%, even if it comes to that. And realize that sometimes it's difficult to separate. Like the power grid that the Iranian people are using is the same one that the IRGC is using. So, and again, a lot of people are saying like, oh, this is going to be a war crime. It's not a war crime if the IRGC is using it. If it's being used by the military, your enemy's military, then it becomes a legitimate target in war.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I agree. I think that's really important. And there was this. I sent you this video on WhatsApp, which kind of there's a guy who's very familiar with the electrical grid in occupied Iran, and he kind of spoke about it. Now, I didn't catch everything because there were some technical terms in there, but I was hoping that before you go to your discussion group, you could just translate that for everyone.
Okay, sounds good. I will do that. And guys, from people from the discussion group, I'm going to be might be a few minutes late. So just let other people know in the discussion group, because I want to, this is actually Goldie, you find the best stuff. You do find the best stuff that gives us the most context. So I'm really grateful for that. So the caption here says, interesting detail about the entire structure of Iran's electricity grid and the country's electrical infrastructure. I suggest you check it out. Maybe it'll help you panic less. By the way, guys, this might be too technical and I haven't watched it yet, so I'm going to try my best to understand it, but let's see what he's saying.
به لطف داشتن مهندسان قدر توی برق ایران ما شبکه داخلی رینگ داریم.
So he's saying, thanks to the great electrical engineers that we have in Iran, we have this electrical network of ring electrical network.
من این توضیح بسیار ساده شده میدم متوجه
I will give you a very simplified explanation of that
میشین که وقتی یه نیروگاه زده میشه چه اتفاقی میفته.
so that you know when a power plant is hit, what will happen.
شبکه ایران از 5 تا رینگ اصلی
So the network in Iran has 5 major rings.
تشکیل شده. رینگ شمالی، رینگ مرکزی.
The northern ring, the central ring.
اینا رو من دارم خیلی ساده توضیح میدم.
Like I'm really simplifying this right now for you.
پیچیده‌تر از این حرف است.
This is much more complicated than this.
جنوبی.
So the northern ring, the central ring, the southern ring.
غربی و شرقی.
The western ring, the eastern ring.
Okay, این شرقی یه ذره بالاتره.
The eastern one is a little bit farther north.
خراسان و ایناست.
Oh, that's Khorasan. Okay, so this is the map of all Iran. So this is like northeast, like in Khorasan province.
اینها خطوط 400 کیلوولت ما هستند.
These are our what? For 400
خطوط 400 کیلوولت ما.
So these are the 400 kilovolt lines that we have.
خب رینگ یعنی چی؟ یعنی که نیروگاه‌ها که این نقاط باشن به این
So what does it mean to have a ring? It means that when you have the power plants in these areas,
شبکه‌ها وصله. به شبکه
it will be connected to these networks.
400 ما وصله. اوکی خود این نیرو
The 400 kilowatt network.
هم به هم وصله.
And these power plants are also connected to each other.
هر کدوم از این رینگ‌ها خودشون نیروگاه‌های خودشونو دارن.
Each one of these rings has its own power plants.
اوکی حالا به اشکال مختلف اینا به هم وصلن.
So they're connected to each other in different ways.
این رینگ‌ها دوباره از طریق خطوط 400 تو سطح ایران به هم وصله.
So and these rings are connected to each other with these 400 lines
به صورت شبکه‌ای.
in a network way.
حتی رینگ جنوبی از طریق به رینگ شمالی هم وصله.
So for example, the southern ring is also directly connected to the northern ring as well.
اینا دمشون گرم مهندس معرفت مهندس اکبری.
Like good job these are electrical engineers. They have done a really good job.
مهندس داودی اینا
He's mentioning the name of these great electrical engineers that we have in Iran that designed this.
مغز متفکر این شبکه بودن.
So these are the wise, the genius brains behind these networks.
بسیار شبکه بی‌نظیری.
It's a very, very extraordinary network.
خب اینا نیروگاه مرکا شمال نیروگاه منتظری اینجاست.
So he's mentioning some of the names of the power plants and which of these circles they belong to.
نیروگاه شازن تو عراق اینا نیروگاه مختلفی هستند که اینا این شبکه‌ها رو تغذیه میکنن.
So and these are the different power plants that feed into this their own network.
مصرف کننده های ما مصرف کننده های پرمصرف صنایع پرمصرف مثل صنایع.
So are the consumers, for example, some of the consumers that consume a lot comes from high consuming industries. For example, the steel industry is a high consuming consumer.
از کل این رینگ استفاده میکنن مثل صنایع خودروسازی مثل صنایع.
So you have like the car industry, the car manufacturing industry, the steel industry.
نفت و گاز مثل صنایع.
So you have the oil and gas industry.
هر گونه صنعتی مثل شرک صنعت.
Different industries are tapped into this network in different ways.
صنعتی‌ها از این رینگ استفاده میکنن. وقتی یک نیروگاه توی این شبکه زده میشه.
Guys, here's the key part. If you hit one of these power plants in one of these networks,
اگر به نسبتش از بار شبکه کم بشه یعنی
if proportionally to that power plant, if it gets reduced from the entire network in proportion to that power plant.
سه تا صنایع فولاد یه نیروگاه مثال دارم میزنم. اگه
So for example, you have 3 industries.
یه نیروگاه زده بشه سه تا صنعت فولاد اگر قطع بشه افت شبکه جبران میشه.
Oh, so if you take out that power plant, if the power that goes through 3 different industries here gets disconnected, the lower amount in the network will be made up by, I don't know by what, by shutting down those industry. Like they will make up for it by shutting down those industries, for example.
و همینجور اینجوری نیست که مثلا اگر من این نیروگاه رو زدم نصف برق ایران بره. نه.
It's not like if I hit out this power plant, like all of a sudden half of the power of Iran will shut down.
چرا؟ چون مثلا مشهد میتونه ایلامو تامین کنه.
But for example, Mashhad would be able to provide enough power to the city of Ilam, for example.
شبکه رینگ اینا همه دست همه. باز
So so these rings, they're all connected to each other.
یه نیروگاه ایران بی برق نمیشه.
So you're saying by hitting a power plant, it's not like you're going to have all of Iran going without electricity. I mean, I didn't assume that would be the case, but okay.
ولی اگر این مراکزی که دیسپاچینگ بهش میگن، این مدیریت اینو بهش میگن.
So the dispatching centers.
دیسپاچینگ سنترال دیسپاچینگ یا دیسپاچینگ های دیستریبیوت شده DCS.
So distributing dispatching, central dispatching.
این دیسپاچینگ ها اگر زده بشه اخلال در شبکه به وجود.
If you hit the dispatching centers, that would cause disruption in the entire system.
با زدن نیروگاه ها اخلال.
So by hitting the power plants, you're not going to cause disruption in the entire system. But if you hit the dispatching centers, oh, that's interesting. Dispatching centers, that is going to cause, everything to go,
شبکه وجود نمیاد. فارغ از این که این جنگ، حالا نمیخوام بحث علتش و مقصرش و اینا من دارم.
Like I don't want to talk about like he's gonna like separate from the fact that this war, and then he stopped himself. He's saying I don't want to talk about the reason. For this, so I think he was going to say like whatever happens anyway is just the fault of the Islamic Republic, but he's like he doesn't want to go into that right now. He said like he stopped himself. I think he was going to say whatever happens is Islamic Republic's fault anyways, but he stopped himself from saying that. He said like I'm just going to speak technically here.
شبکه زده نشه و دیسپاچینگ‌ها سالم بمونن، زدن نیروگاه اگر به تنها.
So so he's basically saying if you hit the power plants without hitting the dispatching,
مصرف کننده ها حذف بشن. مثلا
if you cut the people who are consuming, the industries who are consuming it in proportion to what power plant has been taken out.
مثلا فولاد مبارکه اصفهان 1.
So for example, Fulad Mubarak, the steel industry in Isfahan might all of a sudden they might cut the power to that.
مصرف کننده خیلی سنگینه.
Oh, like that is like he mentioned the name of a steel manufacturing industry in Isfahan, which is like a major consumer of electricity.
زدن یه نیروگاه اگر فولاد مبارکه بخوابه یعنی چی؟ یعنی یه نیروگاه رو میتونه
if you basically shut down the electricity to that industry, to that steel manufacturing center in Isfahan, that would be enough to make up for the fact that you lost one power plant.
و همینجور سطوح مختلف داره. همه اینا توی
So there are different levels.
بحث جنگ و مثلا مصیبت‌های این شکلی مثلا سیل و زلزله و اینا تعریف شده است. یه جدولی داره.
So they already have like a table that defines the different levels, predetermined the different levels that if in case of war or earthquake or whatever, what's the priority? Who do we take out if we don't have enough power?
اگر مثلا دو تا نیروگاه از کار افتاد کدوم مصرف کننده؟
So they already have set a priority list as already there. So that determines if like 2 power stations go out, which industries get cut first. So there's already protocols, preset protocols for these.
اگه 3 تا نیروگاه از کار افتاد کدوم مصرف کنه؟
If 3 power plants go down, which industries get cut? All of this is predetermined.
اگه یه دیسپاچینگ زده شد یا مثلا خراب شد چه اتفاقی میفته؟
Oh, they also have like tables for if a dispatching center gets taken out, what to do then.
همه اینا جداولش مشخصه.
He's saying all of the tables for all of this is like set, like they're all predetermined, they're all specified.
از قبل تمرین شده حتی.
Oh, you're saying like they actually have even been practicing. Like not only they have been specified, they have had practice runs for what to do and what to cut if something like this happens.
آخرین لایه مصرف کننده لایه بیمارستان ها و
Oh, the last prior, like the last people who would get cut on the table is the hospitals
مراکز درمانی و مسکونیاست.
and health centers and residentials. So like if you have a table of priorities, if some power plants go out, the top of the list of the people who they cut the electricity to is like, I don't know, the steel manufacturing center or some other industry. But if you come down the list, eventually the last people that will go out is residential and hospitals and health centers. Yeah, somebody is saying this is very educational. Yeah, I'm actually learning as well. That's pretty cool.
بعد هی لول به لول میاد پایین. صنایع خودروسازی، صنایع شیمیایی.
So yeah, so you keep going down. Yeah, so you might go steel first, I don't know, petrochemical next and
صنایع بیمارستان ها و مراکز درمانی و مسکونیاست. بعد هی لول به لول میاد پایین. صنایع خودروسازی، صنایع
car manufacturing,
شیمیایی، صنایع رنگ، صنایع فلان، صنایع غذایی.
different industries.
یه لول مونده با آخر صنایع غذایی و بعد بیمارستان ها و مسکونی. یعنی این
So yeah, the last three levels are food industry, hospital and health centers and residential. These are the last three that we get cut.
دیگه یه نیروگاه، دو تا نیروگاه ما تو ایران داشته باشیم میتونیم برق مسکونی.
Oh, so he's saying even if you have one or two power plants left, you would be able to keep giving electricity to these three. Wow. Okay. If this guy is right, he's saying that you could take out most of the power plants and it will still be enough electricity for hospitals and healthcare and residential. By the way, I don't know if that's correct, but if this guy is right, that means that a lot of the power plants could be taken out before it gets to that.
کل ایران رو تضمین بدیم، تأمین کنیم به شرطی که شبکه آسیب نبینه.
Like as long as the network is not harmed, like you could take out the power plants, but as long as you don't take out the network, you'll be fine.
نیروگاه به خودی خود حذف شده. حالا بماند که ساخت این نیروگاه و دوباره اومدنش تو شبکه سالیان سال طول میکشه.
He's saying like however building these power plants again and putting it back into the network is going to take years and years to be able to do that. Okay, so that's bad. That's a bad problem because we need these industries to be powered, right?
اون آخر که آقا حالا حسابشو بکنید توی مثلا صنایع فولاد مبارک که اگر بخوابه یعنی 27000 نفر آدم بیکار میشن.
You're like, yeah, okay. So guys, it's not like all like rainbows and butterflies. It's like for example, if that steel industry that we mentioned in Isfahan, if that factory and that base, that industry gets shut down, that is 27,000 people that would lose their jobs. 27,000 people would lose their jobs.
که اگر بخوابه یعنی 27000 نفر آدم بیکار میشن. خودش یه ضرر سنگینیه ولی
like it's a very big cost.
شدن خونه ها و بیمارستان ها یه ضرر خیلی پس
but it's not going to cut the residential and hospitals. That's a much bigger cost.
بد و بدتر میان چیکار میکنن تو جداول تعریف میکنن.
So between the bad and worse, they pick the bad.
بین بد و بدتر میان میگیم آقا یه نیروگاه مثلا شازند که زده شد فلان کارخونه و فلان کارخونه و فلان صنایع بخوابه.
Yeah, so he's basically repeating it. Like, wait, but if that power plant gets hit, they would decide like, okay, that factory, we need to shut those down.
افت شبکه جبران میشه.
Yeah, and that will make up for not having enough power for the rest of the network.
شرطها و شروطها. یه توضیح گفتم کلی و اجمالی بدم سر این
Like, so this was a general explanation.
که شبکه برق ایران چون زیرساخت بسیار قوی داره.
Because it has like a foundation, a very strong foundation.
بسیار قوی داره.
By the way, guys, like he wants to give the credit to our electrical engineers. Like I kind of noticed that he's trying to make sure like he doesn't give credit to the Islamic Republic. He's giving credit to the names of the genius electrical engineers that Iran has. But he's trying to make it completely technical. Like he stopped himself from getting political at some point. He wants to keep it completely technical.
آنچنانی بابت زدنش نیست، ولی به شرط ها و شروط ها که دیسپاچینگ سالم بمونن، دیسپاچینگ مرکزی مخصوصا دیسپاچینگ استانی سالم بمونن، مراکز انتقال سالم بمونن و امیدوارم که کلا اصلا این اتفاقا نیفته.
You know, like he's saying, yeah, but he's saying he hopes that none of this happens.
دیسپاچینگ استانی سالم بمونن.
Oh wait, go back here, sorry.
بسیار قوی داره. نگرانی آنچنانی بابت زدنش نیست، ولی به شرط ها و شروط ها که دیسپاچینگ سالم بمونن، دیسپاچینگ مرکزی مخصوصا دیسپاچینگ استانی سالم بمونن.
Yeah, he's saying he's hoping that the dispatching centers would be safe and they wouldn't be hit.
مراکز انتقال سالم بمونن و امیدوارم که کلا اصلا این اتفاقا نیفته. شاد و سلامت باشید.
Like I hope none of this happens. So. Yeah, that was a very good explanation. I hope he's right. So
yeah, Armin, I was speaking with some people and I've received confirmation that apparently Petito has been arrested.
Oh no.
Yeah, so we need to mass report his account. Everyone needs to mass report his X account. Because guys, this is like the protocol. This is like the protocol when someone is arrested by the Islamic regime. What the rest of us do is we basically mass report their X account so that it gets suspended, so that the Islamic regime doesn't get access to the information there. So I was sending some messages back and forth, and from what I have seen, it seems legit. It seems legitimate that he has been arrested. So what do you choose when reporting? Whatever, like terrorism, violence, porn, underage nudity, like it doesn't matter. Just everyone needs to just mass report his account so that it triggers like the automatic suspension. I've tagged Nikita Beer, so hopefully Nikita will see this and will hopefully suspend his account, right? Yeah, like report for terrorism, report like whatever you can. Just keep on like mass reporting to protect not only Petito but the people. It's his X account. Because the X account is what Iranians use to communicate. So no. So basically, so what you do is you go to his account, okay, and then you click on report, right? So report Petito, and then like you can do adult sexual content or like terrorism and violent extremism. That's probably the best one here. Wait, let me remove the thing here. So yeah, like just go to his account, click on report, and then go to like terrorism or violent extremism. There you go. So yeah, and then you can do
I know for reporting it helps if everybody is doing the same thing rather than different things. So
okay.
If it's the same thing, it helps.
So then everyone do terrorism or violent extremism. Just do that one, I guess. Yeah, just keep on doing it. And then share it with whoever you can.
And Goldie, I think it's also, let me know what you think, but it's also important to tell people not to message his accounts. Like if you have his email or WhatsApp, like don't say like, I hope you're okay. Are you doing okay? I think it's better not to message him. Don't message him.
Yeah, I haven't messaged him.
Yeah.
Why are we doing this? So someone's asking, why are we doing this? We're doing this because we've received word that Petito was arrested by the Islamic regime. So we want to, you don't have to pull his posts from your feed, but basically we want to shut down his X account so that the Islamic regime can't go into his account and see who else he was communicating with.
They make you open your accounts under torture, guys.
Yeah.
So they, like, when they get access to your phone, they torture you to make you open your phone. They make you sign into your Instagram, to your X, so that they could find other people he's connected with, to find them and hunt them down as well. That's why they're trying to shut down the account.
Yeah. So we need to shut down his account for his safety and for everyone else's safety. Yeah. I mean, guys, welcome to being Iranian. This is so this protocol of, like, you know what's insane, Armin? You know what's insane? Like the utter, like, insanity that we Iranians have to deal with, right? Like, guys, we literally have a protocol. Because this has happened so often, we literally have a protocol where, as soon as we know someone from inside occupied Iran has been arrested, all of us Iranians, we know what to do right away. We go and we basically report their account until it's shut down. So that's just, it's messed up. Unfollow
as well? Okay.
I don't know.
He knew this is going to happen. And
I told him to be careful. And he said, I don't know. And the person that I was speaking with about this, the reason that I'm sharing this is because the person sent me a picture of Petito, because I know what Petito looks like. So this other person who was reporting the news, because I was like, I don't know who you are. How do I know if you're telling the truth or if you're lying or, whatever, right? Because I was like, I don't know you. I don't follow you. Like, I have no idea who you are. So how do I know that this isn't, like, fake news or something? And he sent me a picture of Petito. So, because I know what Petito looks like. So based on that, I mean, I hope it's not true. I hope it's a false alarm, but yeah. Hopefully the Islamic regime will be gone in the next few days, and then this nightmare is going to be over. Yeah. Guys, I pray this, you know what? I pray that I'm wrong as well. I pray that this is the one time I'm wrong as well.
کلی ممکنه دیگه هیچ وقت نبینیمش.
No, don't say that. We'll see him. We'll see him. We'll see him. We'll see him. This is his last post. His last post, he was talking about the infrastructure. He was saying, the laughable critique from the slow-witted, timid minds of the cleric worshippers is that it will take a long time to rebuild this infrastructure. They've forgotten that for the last 47 years, the blood and lives of the sacred land were poured into the terrorist group of the IRGC. From the Shiite crescent to missile delusions, and in their defective brains, they've forgotten that Reza Shah the Great needed only 15 years to turn plague-ridden, fragmented Iran into a unified and progressive country. And Mohammad Reza Shah turned Iran into a regional power and among the world's most advanced nations in less than 8 years. Your fear stems from your complete intellect. The future Iran is the cradle of meritocracy and forward-looking vision with unlimited resources.
That was perfect.
It was. Yeah. All right, Armin, I know you have to go to your group discussion.
Yeah, guys, if you want to talk to me also about this and maybe like strategize, come this, the link is in the chat. I will also pin it on the Atheist Republic channel. You could come talk to me in our discussion group, and I'll be there. And I'll see you guys there. I'll be back right after we're done. Okay. All right, Goldie. I'll see you soon.
See you soon, Armin. Okay. Sorry, guys. That was sorry, guys. Yeah. So everyone needs to report that. I'm sorry, guys. I really wish I had better news. I wish I had better news for you guys. No word from Gandalf. No word from Gandalf because internet's been shut off, right? So, okay. How about this? I'm going to share this video from Rita Panahi. I'm going to share this video from Rita Panahi. It's one of her lefties losing it clip. I think this is very pertinent to what's happening right now, especially with like the left, especially with the left that's trying to, yeah, guys, I'll deal with the Discord. But let's watch this because this is very pertinent, especially when it comes to the left, freaking out about Iranians fighting back against the Islamic regime. Well, the girl who came, I don't know who she is. I don't know these people, but we'll go to Rita. I'll be back in a little bit.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. And I wish I could say I was shocked by the Islamists and leftists mourning a dictator, condemning President Trump's strikes against Iran, and generally being miserable oxygen thieving miscreants. But I want to start lefties on a high note tonight. So let's see Iranians adopting the Trump dance to celebrate the death of the dictator. Sorry. It's not just Iranians adopting Trump's dance and favourite song. They've discovered that Donald Trump's signature dance moves work perfectly with Persian music. Don't believe me? Have a look at this. Now let's check in on the awful Jane Fonda, who had this to say about the efforts to liberate Iran.
This dangerous and insane war against Iran not only violates international law and our Constitution and War Powers Act, but risks exploding into a vast war of vast proportions, taking the lives of many.
Oh dear. You know, if the liberation of genuinely oppressed women fills you with so much dread, Jane, then perhaps you're a witch. You may just be a witch. Could explain a lot, no? Let's have a look at a CBS reporter who appears to be told to change his coverage of the Iranian celebration to not include praise of Donald Trump. Here is Vinny Materano being told they don't want us to focus on this. His response is brilliant.
What does that mean? It means they don't want us to focus on this. Well, I am.
To the lefty meltdown in New York City now over the elimination of a brutal Islamist dictator. And I got to say, there were feelings of deja vu watching this pitiful but clearly well-organised and well-funded anti-Trump uprising. Yes, there they were with their professional-looking signs chanting, "Hands off Iran now." Just like they were chanting, "Hands off Venezuela" a few weeks back, signs looked awfully similar too. Joining me now is filmmaker and commentator Army Horowitz. Army, tell me about these protests. Who is behind them? They seem to be very similar. They don't seem to be all that organic.
Yeah, and it just does not matter to them what the reality is on the ground. It doesn't matter to them what success can come from these type of attacks, right? This kind of defense of democracy, defense of the people. The Venezuela, and you have to ask yourself, do they care that Venezuelans are happy when Maduro's no longer there? Are they not happy or thrilled that the Iranians are celebrating now that the mullahs are being killed? That they're now having finally, hopefully, they can taste some freedom. No, this is a larger issue involved where you have people who are trying to undermine the United States, undermine our foreign policy. They are aligned with our enemies. Okay, this is what we have. And yes, of course, it's AstroTurf. Of course, these are pre-printed signs. These things are all connected. When you go to Minneapolis, right, and you see those, when I showed you those signs being taken off of trucks, this is all the same part of this leftist agenda where they're trying to undermine the United States and the moves that we're making and President Trump are trying to make.
Well, you know what? You hit the nail on the head there, aligned with our enemies. It doesn't matter who the enemies are, if they're from the left, if they're from the Islamist world, whatever they are, communists, socialists, as long as they're against the US, again, against Western civilization, these people seem to be in lockstep with them. And I want to talk to you about that unholy alliance that we're seeing in the West. I've been writing about it for more than a decade, this unholy alliance between Islamists and left-wingers. And there was one in Iran as well before the Islamic Revolution. And this is something the left don't seem to understand, Army, that they are just useful idiots in this alliance. They will be discarded as soon as they stop being useful. And that's precisely what happened in Iran. Once the Islamic Revolution was complete and the Islamists took charge with the help of the communists, they killed all the communists, Army.
Yeah, same can be said about the French Revolution. Look, of course, that's the question people always ask themselves. Like, I don't understand. What does the left have in common with Islam? And the reality is, what do they have in common? Hatred of Western values, self-hatred. Okay, what they see is victimhood. Right? They look at themselves as victims. They see Islam as victims, and they see their common enemy is success. Their common enemy is the free market. Their common enemy is Western liberal values, even though they're not liberals. These are not liberals. These are hard leftists who want dictatorship, who want autocracy. That's what they want because they know that their ideals are the only ones that can be supreme, and therefore you can allow for freedom and a multiplicity of voices. That's why they're similar.
Now, your mayor, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, has been accused of rooting for the Ayatollah after his comments about the strikes against the Iranian regime. He wrote on X, "Today's military strikes on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression, bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theatre of war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change." Army, I can't say I'm terribly surprised here. He is a leftist and some would argue is also a Islamist.
Yeah, but it's not just him, right? I mean, it's almost universally the Democrats outside of John Fetterman, right? And they got to ask themselves, they're standing against, look at all the Iranians celebrating around the world. They're standing against the Iranian people, right? Why? Because they don't like Donald Trump, and Donald Trump can do no right. That's what it really all comes down to. And, you have to ask yourself, Democrats, who are you standing with? Do you know who you're standing with? You know who's condemning the Iranian attacks? Russia is, China is, Tucker Carlson is, Nick Fuentes is, Marjorie Taylor Greene is. Yeah, by the way, that statement that Marjorie Taylor Greene made about, oh, look at all the innocent civilians being killed by Trump. Oh, really? What? You didn't say one word about 32,000 Iranians that were slaughtered by the mullahs. Not a word, okay? And the criticism is like, well, this is unprovoked attack. I'm sorry, I'm so sick of that, okay? Look, when the Iranian regime has killed probably thousands of American citizens, okay, and American soldiers directly or through their proxy, and killed U.S. allies, including Israel, okay? When Iran has tried to assassinate our president, let's be very clear. They tried to assassinate our president. I'm sorry, the president has the right to retaliate when he seems fit. Today is when he saw fit. It wasn't unprovoked. It was very, very provoked. And by the way, Libya did a whole lot less, right? And we attacked them. And frankly, Russia did a lot less, okay, to the United States directly. And then we supported in attacking them. I'm sorry, Democrats, you're on the wrong side of history.
Now, we've got more on Iran and Cuba shortly because there's a lot of agitation there from Cubans saying, we want to be next. Can we also be liberated, please? But first, let's go to Austin, Texas, a possible domestic terrorism offence in the city's Party District, 6th Street, where a migrant who was allowed to be naturalised despite a growing criminal record went on a shooting rampage, killing 3 people. Army, this is being investigated as a possible Islamist terror attack. What do we know so far?
Yeah, I mean, he was wearing a shirt that said "Property of Allah." He had a Quran. There's the picture right there. He had a Quran in his car. So we clearly know this is a terrorist attack, even though they were saying, well, we're not sure what the motivation was. I don't know how more clear you could be of the motivation, frankly. It was a drive-by shooting initially. Then he calmly parked the car, came out, started shooting people on the sidewalk. Absolutely horrific in a very popular area of Austin. I've been there I was just there a couple weeks ago, frankly, walking down the street, having a couple of cocktails right along that promenade. Yeah, he first came to this country in 2000. Then he married somebody and became a U.S. citizen. And he was arrested 4 times, both before he became a citizen and after he became a citizen. But I promise you, the Democrats will fight tooth and nail against his deportation, right? They're not going to allow ICE to lay a finger on this guy. It's crazy. And it really comes down, look, I'm sorry, we got to be real here. You know, this immigration question. We should not take in whoever wants to come in. We have to be judicial and choose who we want. I am pro-immigration. I am a product of immigration. I love it. Our country is better for it. But I'm sorry, guys, despite ChatGPT's best efforts to deter me from coming up with these numbers, okay, I looked the last 35 years. I could have looked more than that. In 35 years, every single immigrant to this country who committed a terrorist attack was Islamic. Every single one. I'm sorry. Those are just the numbers, okay? Even though they make up 5% of the immigration to this country, they make up 100% of the terrorist attacks. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm sorry.
Army, I'm sure there'll be groups saying that those figures are not accurate. It's all about how you define terrorism, but that's an argument for another day. There is no issue in stating very clearly there is a massive overrepresentation, and it's one that needs to be tackled. And it's evident in a number of Western countries. It's not a problem just in the US. Now, let's check in with a lefty losing any grip on reality. This is Human Potato, Brian Stelter on CNN.
But I can tell you, Ellison has talked in recent months about how he wants to sustain the news business in the United States. And he's talked about his belief that, quote, the majority of the country longs for news that is balanced and is fact-based. And Wolf, that sure sounds a lot like CNN's mission. A lot of similarities.
I mean, what can you say to that? The man is delusional. And this is a little bit of hilarity as well. The Daily Show host Jon Stewart has said the media squandered trust with its Trump-Russia collusion narrative. He made those Captain Obvious comments during his podcast when speaking to an MSN Now host. Army, he's been part of the problem. It's all well and good to say now that the Russian collusion hoax was a hoax, but when was he when it was actually happening? He has been complicit in so much of this lunacy.
Yeah, you asked what planet Brian Stelter lives on? Yeah, soon to be the planet of unemployment. I think that's what he's really worried about, because there's going to be an overhauling for sure at CNN when Barry Weiss comes in. Yeah, Captain Obvious is exactly. I couldn't have put it better for Jon Stewart. Yeah, I'm sorry, John. You just have no credibility with me, right? I mean, where were you? Where were you to condemn the Democrats when they were pushing the hoax? I didn't hear your voice in that chorus pushing back against the Democrats. Or where were you calling for the investigation of all those national security people who signed that letter saying that the laptop was
laptop
fake?
Russian.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You just don't get a whole lot of credit for me for coming up with something that we all saw from the get-go. Zero credit.
Well done. Now, we've seen the fall of dictators in Venezuela and Iran, thanks to President Trump. And now Cubans are begging President Trump to speak Spanish, but I understood pretty much every word of that. And in Miami, where so many Cubans have fled, they were also asking the president to help free their home country. Army, they've got signs saying Cuba next. Is there an appetite from the Trump administration to look at Cuba and have some sort of regime change there?
Oh no, I'm sure he would love that, no question. Not sure he's going to engage in the next month or two. But why wouldn't the Cubans want a slice of freedom pie, right? They see dictators falling all around the world, and they're saying, "Hey, when's our turn?" Look, they want that for a reason. This move against Iran was one of the biggest foreign policy move in decades. There is no hyperbole there, okay? When these things have follow-on effects, right? When you make a move, it has ramifications. And if you look at, obviously, Afghanistan, right, led to the invasion of Ukraine because Russia saw blood in the water. It saw weakness. Well, this is the converse of that. The world is seeing U.S. strength and determination. And the follow-on effects are also going to be quite obvious. Look, if you're a Taiwanese, you think Taiwan is more or less likely to be invaded today by China, right? Look, there are moments in time in history where people made moves and people sat on the sidelines. And think about how different the world would be if the U.S. and the West supported Chiang Kai-shek against the Russian communists, right? What would the world look like if we did that? Or what would the world look like if the U.S. and the West supported the whites against the reds in the Bolshevik Revolution, which led to nearly 100 years of Soviet domination in their sphere, the greatest geopolitical enemy the U.S. has ever seen? What could the world look like? Well, guess what? One of those days was here, and Donald Trump took advantage of that, and we're going to see follow-on effects for years.
Now, Army, we saw the protests in New York, but there were also celebrations in New York. Let's have a quick look. There was deep gratitude to the US there, to the Trump administration, and even in the bluest of blue cities, Washington, D.C., where more than 90% vote Democrat, even for Kamala, she got 92.5% of the vote, they were celebrating Trump's leadership. Army, this is a turn up for the books. I never thought people would be doing the Trump dance and having these sorts of rallies in places like Manhattan and DC, which are as blue can get.
Yeah, well, look, these are the Iranians. I mean, there isn't a majority support among Iranians for what happened. There is universal support for Iranians what happened, which again goes back to the Democrats saying, hey, who are you standing with, right? The Iranian people or the mullahs? Because you seem to be supporting the mullah position over the Iranian people's position. But look, Trump should win a Nobel Prize for this alone. Never mind all the other stuff he's done or the stuff he's going to do going forward. For this alone, he has freed, never mind, again, the geopolitical implications we talked about. He has freed or will be freeing, hopefully, the Iranian people from decades of poverty, of autocratic repression. I mean, we complain here about 5% inflation. They have 50% inflation for years. Their currency is worthless. They can't buy anything. Okay, gays are being hung. People are being forced to have trans surgeries, forced to. In Iran. Women are oppressed. This is the freedom that's at stake for the Iranian people. And people in this country and the UN and others are talking about Trump being, this is a failure. This is a terrible thing. This is an absolute wonderful thing that Donald Trump has done.
Army Horowitz, thanks for your time.
Always a pleasure.
Joining me now is celebrity and royal reporter Kinsey Schofield. Kinsey, the celebrity class has condemned Donald Trump over his military action in Iran, accusing him of breaking his campaign promise to stop all wars. We've got all the usual suspects coming out in force: Rosie O'Donnell, Mark Ruffalo, Jack White, Jane Fonda, and John Cusack, who peddled this conspiracy theory on X. He wrote, Trump starts a wag the dog war to distract from Epstein and to do the Netanyahu bidding. Who's lobbied for this for over 30 years? Had enough yet? So this is all apparently to distract from the Epstein files, which has done no harm to Donald Trump. It has done some harm to some Democrat luminaries. I mean, this man needs some serious help, our friend John. I don't know, the sort of help that's offered in facilities that have padded rooms, perhaps.
Yeah, Cusack is a progressive activist, not a defense strategist. Framing a military strike as a Hollywood-style conspiracy theory may fire up social media, but it's not serious national security analysis. And his Trump derangement syndrome is so fierce. Who does take any of his political commentary seriously anymore? Because it's to an extreme that you have a hard time processing.
And really, where are these Hollywood celebs, these so-called proud feminists? They're not coming out and saying anything about the treatment of women or even saying anything about thousands of young Iranians being slaughtered in recent months just for peacefully protesting. I mean, really, they have absolutely no credibility at this stage. But let's move on to some other issues. And there are reports that Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie have been banned from attending Royal Ascot in June. And they won't be allowed to join their family in the royal procession either. This is all due to the...
Okay. Let's go to Scott Bessent, because there's a lot of disinformation and misinformation about what's happening with the Strait of Hormuz. So let's watch this together. It's a 15-minute interview from today, and it's really important.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Secretary Bessent, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Kristen, good morning.
Good morning. Good to have you back. I want to start with the latest of what we're hearing from President Trump. Let me read you what he posted overnight. He says, if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Has the president changed his mind about winding down the war, as he said a day earlier, and instead plans to escalate?
I think he said he could wind the war down at any time he wants. And Kristen, this is the only language the Iranians understand.
But this seems to be an escalation, a threat of escalation, and it seems to run counter to his statement that he, in fact, wants to wind down the war.
Again, Kristen, the president's been very clear from the beginning that the goals are destroy the Iranian Air Force and the Navy, to completely demolish their missile capabilities, demolish their ability to replenish those capabilities, make sure the Iranians cannot have a nuclear weapon, and stop their ability to project power internationally. And the president will take whatever steps it takes to achieve those goals.
Well, you know, I was on the phone with President Trump a week ago. He told me allies were on the way to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Has the Trump administration abandoned that strategy and now chosen to go it alone?
Again, what we have done, there has been a campaign to using military assets to soften up the Iranian fortifications along the strait. That's going to continue until they are completely demolished. And Kristen, let me tell you, whether it's this network or the mainstream press, the American people do not have good framing what is going on here. If you were to read what is happening, and I'm sure when Senator Murphy is on, he has come out and said, we are losing the war. That is wrong. We have demolished the Iranian capabilities. Their Air Force is completely destroyed, Navy destroyed, and every day we are taking out their missiles, their missile systems, and the factories that build those missiles. And now the General Kane, Secretary Hegseth are leading a campaign to destroy all the fortifications along the Straits of Hormuz.
Just to put a fine point on this, though, is the president in the process of winding down this war or escalating the conflict?
Again, they're not mutually exclusive. Sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate, Chris.
Okay. NBC News is reporting that President Trump is considering sending troops into Iran. Will the administration use troops to secure the Strait of Hormuz or for any other reason, Mr. Secretary?
Again, as President Trump said during the press break yesterday when he was going out to Marine One, he's not going to give away what we're going to do. He's, as President Trump always does, he's leaving all options on the table. We had a very successful bombing campaign against the military installations at Karg Island, the nexus for all the Iranian oil supply. What could happen with Karg Island, we'll see. And again, just to be clear, the command and control system of the Iranian regime is in chaos. This is Hitler's bunker. Hitler is dead. Himmler is dead. Goring is dead. Most of what you're seeing are lone wolf activities. The mid-range ICBM that was shot off, these 2 missiles yesterday, that's out of desperation, Kristen.
You bring up Karg Island. I want to ask you about your statement. You said it could become a U.S. asset. What exactly does that mean? Could U.S. troops go into Karg Island to secure it?
Again, as I said, all options are on the table.
Okay, so that's a possibility.
All options are on the table.
All right, let me talk about your announcement this past week. On Friday, the Treasury Department lifted sanctions on Iranian oil stored on tankers, a move that would effectively allow Iran to get more than $14 billion of oil revenue. Why is the U.S. helping to fund a country that it's currently at war with, Mr. Secretary?
Again, Kristen, why don't we have good facts here? That Iranian oil was always going to be sold to the Chinese. It was going to be sold at a discount. So which is better, Kristen? Which is better? If oil prices spiked to $150 and they were getting 70% of that, or oil prices below 100, it's better to have them where they are now. And to be clear, we had always planned for this contingency. About 140 million barrels are out on the water. In essence, we are jujitsuing the Iranians. We're using their own oil against them. We have a much better line of sight, to be clear, at Treasury when this oil goes to, if it goes to Indonesia, if it goes to Japan, if it goes to Korea, we have a much better line of sight and are able to block accounts that the oil goes into. When it goes into China, it completely gets recycled. So to be clear, that 14 billion number is grossly overstated.
Let me unpack what you're just saying. First of all, how much is it? And second of all, I don't hear you disputing that Iran will get some of the money.
Iran already gets a huge amount of the money because Iran is the largest sponsor of state terrorism, and China has been funding them.
So it was always part of the plan to unsanction Iranian oil?
Again, we unsanctioned the Russia. At Treasury, we plan for all contingencies. We have break the glass plans, and to be able, this oil is floating out in Asia. And it is mostly our Asian allies. The U.S. gets virtually no oil from the Gulf. We are energy sufficient. So when we unsanction this, rather than the oil going to China, it can go to Japan, it can go to Korea, it can go to Indonesia, it can go to Malaysia.
And it can go to Iran too. I mean, isn't the point that the sanctions were in place to prevent Iran from getting any of the money? They will have access to some of the money now.
Again, Kristen, you're missing the point. So please listen to me. They were getting it from China anyway.
All right, let me talk about the real world impact of this, because you're talking about 140 million barrels of Iranian oil, and that's just a little bit more than what the world uses in one day. How much can that really change prices here
again,
at home?
Chris, terrible framing. Terrible framing.
Well, how much can it change prices here at home? Talk to consumers. How much will it change prices here at home?
Let me explain. 140 million barrels, about 20 million barrels a day comes out of the Gulf. About 5 million has been repurposed by the Saudis, by the UAE. So we're at a 15 deficit. About 1.5 is Iranian oil that comes out. So we are at between a 10 and 14 million deficit on a daily basis. So if you think about 140 million barrels, that's between 10 days and 2 weeks of supply. And one of the reasons that prices in the U.S. of West Texas crude are below $100, and we have not seen this massive spike as we did during the beginning of Russia-Ukraine, is because we are well supplied in the market, whether it is the Russian oil, whether it is the Iranian oil, or it is the largest, the SPR release in history done by a coalition of 32 countries, 400 million barrels.
All right, let's talk about the Russian oil, which you just raised. The administration did ease oil sanctions on Russia earlier this month. You had initially defended imposing those sanctions, calling Russian exports, quote, oil that funds the Russian war machine. If the point of the sanctions was to stop funding the Russian war machine, why is the administration effectively rewarding Russia now?
Again, Kristen, you're missing the point. Which is
How can someone be this stupid? Like, how can someone be this stupid? Like, this is the most idiotic narrative that I've heard from like the left, right? Like they're making it very clear that yes, they're going to sell the oil, but the money's not going to go to the Islamic regime. The money's basically going to be held in escrow, and that money's going to go to like a free Iran. I don't understand. I don't understand how people can be this stupid. Like when I read Scott Bessett's post a few days ago, I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. Like this is amazing news for the Iranian people. This is like a win-win. This is a win-win." And yet she's being so stupid. Like how can someone be this stupid? I don't understand it.
better. Does Russia get more money if oil goes to 150 and they get 70% of that, that's 105, or if oil stays below 100? So they're getting less money. Our analysis shows that the maximum extra amount that Russia could get would be $2 billion, which is 1 day's of the Russian Federation's budget.
But understood, but they wouldn't have gotten any of that with the sanctions in place.
I don't know. Whoever.
But would they have gotten any of that in place?
Whoever does your research, you should get rid of, because they were getting it. It was going into China. Yeah. China was buying over 90% of the Russian oil, and it was.
But what's the point of sanctions if not to punish Russia, if not to punish countries?
Again, we have no ability to do that to China. If China wants to be a bad actor, but we were substantially able to degrade their exports. Their exports have dropped about 25% when the rest of the world isn't buying it. So exports are down, but there was a lifeline into China. Now we've opened up that to everyone else.
Okay, just to be clear, though, you did defend imposing those sanctions in the first place. Let me ask.
Just to be clear, it is a maximum of $2 billion. So let's have good framing on this.
Okay, let's talk about the overall cost of this war. The administration's asking Congress poised to an additional $200 billion in additional funding for this war. Some Republicans who could cast key votes on this are expressing hesitation or outright opposition. Take a listen to them, and then I want to get your reaction on the other side.
Are there any initial red flags for you?
No, I mean, it's a lot of money. I'll go through it, see what they need.
I am a no. I've already told leadership I am a no on any war supplementals. I am so tired of spending money elsewhere.
Should President Trump have...
Yeah, except Lauren Boebert, she put a poll out and it failed miserably. Did you see that? Did you see the poll that she put out and it failed miserably? Let's see if she still has her poll up or if she deleted it. Oh, I think she did. Did she delete her poll? Oh, no, wait. Where's her poll? Yeah, look at this. So this crazy woman, she's like, she put a poll. She's like, should Congress approve $200 billion to fund prolonged war with Iran? And she lost her own poll. Almost 60% of people said yes. So like she literally lost her own poll. Crazy woman.
Have gone to. I am a no. I've already told leadership I am a no on any war supplementals. I am so tired of spending money elsewhere.
Should President Trump have gone to Congress on the front end of this war if he was going to ask for Congress's help now for more funding?
Again, President Trump was within his authorities, under the War Powers Act, to initiate this action. And we actually now we have plenty of money to fund this war. What we are doing is this is supplemental. President Trump has built up the military as he did in his first term, as he is now doing in his second term. And he wants to make sure that the military is well supplied going forward.
Would the administration ever raise taxes in order to fund this war?
Again, Kristen, the terrible framing. I think that
it's just it's a simple question that I think a lot of people have.
Well, it's a ridiculous question.
Well, what can you answer it?
Why would we do that? That we have plenty. We have $1 trillion in this year's budget for the military. And President Trump, even before the conflict started, had said that he would like to further build out the military.
So just is raising taxes under consideration at all? If you're saying you have plenty of money.
Not at all.
Okay. Let's turn to how all of this is impacting consumers. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby is now planning, he says, to cut flights and is planning for oil to go as high as $175 a barrel, with prices potentially staying above $100 a barrel through 2027. This is according to him. All of this could potentially mean higher prices for consumers. What do you say to Americans who feel they were promised lower costs and now they're getting the opposite?
What an evil woman. So she cares more about the price of oil than she does about the fact that Iranians in occupied Iran are being arrested, murdered, tortured, and killed, right? So what an evil, evil woman. You have like a VIP ticket to hell. You have like a first class VIP ticket to hell, because the fact that you care more about, the temporary rise in oil prices than you do about the fact that innocent Iranians like Petito are literally being arrested. And God knows what's happening to Petito right now as we speak. Evil woman, like VIP ticket to hell. First class VIP ticket to hell. These people are pure evil.
Kristen, I think the American people understand that in any 50, I'm not going to put a time on it, but let's just pick 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Prices will come off on the other side for 50 years of not having an Iranian regime with a nuclear weapon. The American people, they are beginning to understand, thanks to President Trump, that there is no prosperity without security.
I heard you say 50 days. Are you saying that prices could start to come down?
No.
What's the time frame?
I was just picking a point. I don't know whether it's going to be 30 days. I don't know whether it's going to be 50 days. I don't know whether it's going to be 100 days. But to have 50 years, peace in the Middle East, and know that the Iranian regime is defanged. Because, Kristen, what we had before was the illusion of security. Imagine this regime, if they had had another year or 2 years to build out their missile capabilities, they would have built a shield around themselves, and it would have been impossible to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon.
All right. I want to ask you on a different topic about a post by President Trump from yesterday responding to the death of former special counsel Robert Mueller. He posted this, quote, "Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people." Do you think it's appropriate for the President of the United States to celebrate the death of an American citizen, someone who's a Bronze Star, Purple Heart recipient and who served in Vietnam?
Kristen, I was with the president in the green room at Davos, and there was a video playing of what may have been an illegal raid on his home at Mar-a-Lago. They are going through his wife's wardrobe, and I watched the look in his eye, and I think that neither one of us can understand what has been done to the president and to his family.
But to the question of the president's post, I mean, Robert Mueller didn't order that raid. Is it appropriate for the president to celebrate the death of any American citizen,
Again,
Mr. Secretary?
I think that given what has been done to President Trump and his family, it is impossible for either of us to understand what he has been through.
So you don't think that there's anything wrong with the Post saying good Robert Mueller's dead?
Again, I think that we should all have a little empathy for what has been done to him and his family.
All right. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you as always for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We thank you.
Wow, Scott definitely has the patience of a saint because that was insane. Okay, guys, I have a really interesting podcast that I want to share with you. So this is an interview that Chris Cuomo had with His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi's chief of staff. His name is Cameron Hansarinia, and Cameron is fantastic. Cameron is great guy, like very, very hardworking. I have a lot of respect for Cameron and everything that he does. Like Cameron is one of the main people on King Reza Pahlavi's team. And, you know, he has been working so hard behind the scenes. Okay. So Cameron is fantastic. And he actually had, he did like an interview with Chris Cuomo. So, I mean, I don't know Chris Cuomo personally. So I have no opinions on him one way or another. But I'm very interested in watching this interview and seeing how Cameron responds, because Cameron is also one of the people who's been working on the day after plan, right? So you know, the transitional plan. So, okay, so I mean, if you guys are saying that he's like a left-wing hack, then that should probably make this interview even more interesting, because it'll give Cameron a very good opportunity to push back on some of the propaganda. So again, I'm not watching this because of Chris. I'm watching this because it's Cameron Hansarinia, who is King Reza Pahlavi's chief of staff, is in this interview. So let's watch this together, because I think this is going to give all of you a very good input and insight into the day after plan from the, you know, Iranian national revolution side. So let's watch this together.
Easy notion. Why are the Iranian people, you want to hear a crazy notion? Why are the Iranian people literally happy that they are being bombed? Think about that. There are so many unanswered questions to understand what America's doing in the region. I get why it seems like, hey, I thought we were supposed to be done with foreign interventions and forever wars. Then why did Donald Trump jump into this one? There are answers that we need to have. Why the Iranian people wanted this, what the chances that they really take out the regime on their own, why the prince, the son of the former Shah, Reza Pahlavi, why is he popular in Iran? How realistic is it that he could come back to save his people? I'm Chris Cuomo. Welcome to the Chris Cuomo Project. Always good to have you here. This is a really important conversation because the situation in Iran is not ending anytime soon. There is a man that can answer all of these questions and help us understand what many are fighting about back here at home. His name is Cameron Hansarinia, and he is the chief of staff of the prince who's been living in exile for the 47 years that the Ayatollahs have been in power. And he wants to come back. He says he wants to lead the final battle. Why? How likely is it? Where does it lead? Here are the answers. Cameron, can you help us understand what the status is of the appetite for revolution, for overthrowing this regime among not just the Persian, but the Iranian people?
Well, Chris, it's very good to be with you. Thank you for having me on. It's almost difficult to analyze or describe the sentiment of the people of Iran. And I want to try and break it down a little bit because it really is an almost unimaginable sensation and feeling that people are having, especially for those of us sitting in the free world in America and in the UK somewhere, that you would be not only happy about, but really thrilled that your country is being bombed. And that's because for 47 years, in order to understand why people have this sentiment, I think you really have to understand the nature of this regime. And you've talked a lot about this on your program, Chris. You've had so many Iranians come on and talk about this regime, but a regime that has really from its very first days taken the country hostage. It has not acted like a real government. It has acted more like an invading occupier. It, from its very first days, the very first thing it did was change the progressive family laws that made women equal to men in society. It took the age of marriage of women from 18 years old to 8 or 9 years old. 8 or 9-year-old girls. That was the first thing that this regime did when it came into power, was say it's okay to marry 8 or 9-year-old girls. And for 47 years, it has jailed, detained, tortured, raped the Iranian people. Hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians have been slaughtered. And so that's why, after all this, and the people on their own, unfortunately, I would argue because of years of appeasement policies, have been unable to overthrow this regime. That's why people are celebrating the fact that President Trump and the Israelis took this action, what they see as a humanitarian intervention to overthrow this regime, because the regime was so repressive. We saw just weeks ago that it slaughtered more than 30,000 innocent protesters. And so what they see and what they feel is the guys with the guns who have been shooting them for 47 years are now being shot back at. That's how they feel. That's the overwhelming sensation that we get from the streets of Iran, that finally somebody has come to our aid and is hitting the bad guys.
So the president of the United States has been pretty clear that he's not in the business of regime change. He's saying that the Iranian people have to rise up, and there's some reporting that they're working with Kurds somewhat on the U.S. and Israeli side to try to build them up. But do you believe that, we're not seeing mass protests right now? We're not seeing what would look like the people taking that opportunity. Am I missing something, or is there a context that matters?
I think the important context, Chris, is timing. I think that the people of Iran have proven that they're not asking for their freedom or their country back on a silver platter. You covered it extensively. In January, they went out in their millions, and more than 30,000 gave their lives for freedom. So I think that the people of Iran have proven that they're willing to fight for it. Just like, the American founding fathers who fought for the freedom of the United States, the people of Iran too are willing to go to the streets. They're willing to give their lives for their liberty. But I think that they're quite clever about the timing of it. They're not going to go to the streets on any given day if they're going to face another massacre. So I think they're waiting, they're preparing, they're getting ready for the final battle. Prince Reza Pahlavi, who called the people into the streets on January 8th and 9th, has told them, for now, stay home, take care of yourselves, make the necessary preparations. And when the regime's repressive apparatus has been sufficiently weakened, then it will be time to go back to the streets. And that's what's been the most interesting development in the past few days, Chris, has been the Israeli strikes and the continued strikes on the regime's Basij, which are basically street thugs who patrol avenues. They have checkpoints where they harass women for not covering their hair. They beat innocent bystanders. They prevent people from going to protests. So with those street thugs now being directly targeted today, with Ali Larijani, the person who was directly responsible for the January 8th and 9th massacre, being eliminated, we're getting closer and closer to that point. So,
guys, I also just want to point out, pay attention to what he's saying, pay attention to his messaging, pay attention to, the narrative, because that's exactly what Armin and I have also been explaining to you all on Iran Revolution Live for the past 85 days. So that's why for many of you, pretty much every single question that Chris Cuomo asks you guys, you already know the answer. You know the answer because Armin and I have been sharing that information with you. And so you guys are well aware. But keep in mind, Chris Cuomo has a different audience, right? He has a different audience. That audience does not necessarily watch Iran Revolution live. So for a lot of people, this is new. So keep that in mind, because when Chris Cuomo asks certain questions, it's not because he's like, he doesn't know, but he's asking certain questions because he wants the narrative to get out there. He wants the truth to get out there. So think of the questions as like an opportunity for the chief of staff of King Reza Pahlavi to explain the situation to others. So that's why you guys already know the answer to these questions because you guys are pretty much experts, right? But keep in mind, you're like the 1%. Everyone watching here is not like less than the 1%, right? But I just wanted to provide that as well, because Chris is now introducing this topic to others who know nothing about the situation and know nothing about what's going on.
The president is right. At the end of the day, the people of Iran will have to be the boots on the ground. They will have to rise up and take their country back. I think that they're waiting for the right moment to do so. And I do think that that moment is approaching.
I'll talk to you about the role of the prince and your role by extension and what you believe is to come and why he wants to do that and why he's right to do that. But in terms of thinking through where we are, so you're saying they're waiting for their moment, there's organizing, there's activity going on. Okay, good. Which is the next question. Do they have a realistic chance, or do you have to pin hope on someone within the IRGC or the military saying, okay, we want to be part of the future, we're going to leave the regime behind? And would you trust that?
Well, it's an excellent question. And indeed, I know we'll talk more about the prince and his vision later, but your question is a key part of how he sees the future and what he's actively working on. It's always been one of national amnesty, of avoiding the mistakes of transitions and regime change in our region in the past. For example, the disastrous de-Baathification process that we saw in Iraq, where the armed forces, the Republican Guard, the Ba'ath Party members were just really in the first days of the fall of the Saddam regime, were all sent home. You send home all the guys with guns, and those guys come back in a few days and they start to cause problems for you. So the transition plan that the prince and our team have put together is based on learning from mistakes from the past and ensuring that we don't repeat them. So he's called actively and repeatedly 2 members of the armed forces to defect, to join the people. We saw in January, and we continue to see actually from the body of the armed forces, be it the police, even the IRGC, the Basij, people refusing to show up to work, refusing to come into the streets and shoot their neighbors or their friends who are protesting. And I do believe that going forward, especially as more and more of the regime sort of arch criminals are eliminated, you will see an opening for some senior leaders who say, I don't want to go down with this sinking ship and I want to be part of a future Iran. And if they're willing to do that, the prince has said openly and repeatedly that they would be welcome to do so. Now, those whose hands are bloodied with the Iranian people's blood will have to pay, not in kangaroo courts, but in legitimate, transparent courts before the Iranian people for the crimes that they've committed. But there absolutely is an opening for those within the regime who want to leave to come and be a part of the future Iran. And the goal of the transition, that as the prince envisions it, is stability and ensuring that those who want to be part of the solution can be. But the time to make that choice is limited. That choice is not one that lasts for weeks and months. They really have to make an ethical, moral, and national decision to decide that they're with the people and not with the regime.
And to remind or maybe introduce people to the reality, this regime is not organic to the country. What does that mean? When the Shah and the prince and his father, when that regime was deposed, these came in as insurgents. They are not organic to Iran. What does that mean, and why does it matter?
That's exactly right. I mean, we talk. So here's an example. We talk so much about the IRGC, this terrorist organization that operates as a parallel military infrastructure in Iran. It doesn't even have the word Iran in its name. It's not the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. From its very first days, this regime tried to, we're on the cusp of Nowruz, the Iranian New Year. One of the first things that Khomeini, the first supreme leader of this regime, tried to do was ban the celebration of Nowruz, an Iranian cultural heritage that has gone back 2,500 years, that transcends all Iranian religions. Iranian Muslims, Christian, Jews, Zoroastrians, atheists all celebrate it. But they viewed Iranian national identity and heritage as being in profound contradiction with their revolution. For them, it was not the Iranian revolution, it was the Islamic revolution, and they didn't see themselves as being bound to Iran's borders. In fact, in the constitution of this regime, the regime and its officials are commanded to export the revolution. They see themselves as being the representatives of God on earth. They're not bound to Iran. In fact, they are commanded to try to overthrow neighboring governments and expand their revolution to those countries. So you're exactly right. It's not organic to Iran. And that's why people view it really as an occupying force. This is a very dark parentheses in what is a beautiful history of Iran, which has spanned 2,500 years. Iran, as you know well, is a diverse country, and it's been a nation state for 2,500 years, unlike many countries in the Middle East, which were pretty much drawn up in the aftermath of the fall of the Ottoman Empire by the Brits and the French. I mean, Iran has existed as one nation with remarkable and beautiful diversity, and they've all been held together by their Iranian national identity. And that's what we're seeing a resurgence of now in the face of this regime.
Support comes from the Freedom From Religion Foundation. Why? Because that doesn't mean that they're anti-religion. That means that is not tablet. And when you're looking to all, is it F name share? Let's flip it now. And the concern would be you've had 2 generations of regime. The country is not as you remember it anymore. And while there are many people who oppose this regime, it's not all of them. It may not even be a majority. You got 90 million people. The regime has a lot of support. They've been in the streets also. And there's no guarantee that if the regime is taken out, it is replaced by something resembling a democracy.
Well, I would disagree that it may not be a majority. I think it's an overwhelming majority of Iranians who are against this regime. Of course, it has some supporters, as you say. It's a huge country, 90 million people, even 5 or 10%, let's say, if this regime has support, it's 9 million people. It's a lot of people that we're talking about. And that's why the prince's narrative of national reconciliation is so important. The Iran that he's fighting for, the vision that he has, is one that in the future Iran, those citizens would be able to live peacefully, as long as they are not taking up arms or trying to cause chaos or harass or attack their fellow citizens. So if they want to go in the future of Iran and vote for some religious party, they'll be well within their rights to do so. It's only within a national democratic framework that all Iranians can live in peace and in coexistence. And I do think that after 47 years of brutal dictatorship and also brutal theocratic dictatorship, even the most pious of Iranians recognize that religious government is not the way to go. And that may be surprising for some people to hear about a country in the Middle East, but we have some of the most well-known clerics in Iran. There's a gentleman by the name of Molavi Abdul Hamid. He leads the Sunni Islamic community in Iran. Iran's, as you well know, a majority Shia. Country when it comes to its Islamic population, but this cleric in the Sistan and Balochistan province commands millions of supporters, and he now openly talks about the importance of secular governance. He effectively backed the prince's call for action on January 8th and 9th. So even among the pious, even among those who believe in the Islamic faith, in fact, perhaps especially among them, because they see what damage has been done to their faith by a theocratic dictatorship that has forced political Islam on people, they recognize that the solution to the future is secular democracy. And I think that that's something that the vast majority of Iranians are behind. And I think, again, they've proven it time and time again when they come to the streets.
The fear of Islamism as opposed to of Islam, which is a distinction we're still struggling with in the West, certainly in America. Our current president, who's helping you outwardly and inwardly was quoted as saying Islam hates us. And while it may not be a zealot theocracy, sympathetic population, it is overwhelmingly Muslim. And there is a concern that leads you in one direction. You can't find me a
Yeah, overwhelmingly Muslim. Okay, wait. Let's go back. Oh man, let's go back and look at Cameron's face. Poor Chris. I mean, Chris doesn't know, right? Because everyone thinks that Iran is like a Muslim country. We're not.
Islamism as opposed to of Islam, which is a distinction we're still struggling with in the West, certainly in America. Our current president, who's helping you outwardly and inwardly.
Yeah, guys. So just FYI, so the guest here, Cameron, he is King Reza Pahlavi's chief of staff. So he's like, and also Cameron is in like all of the promo videos with King Reza Pahlavi as well, right? So he's basically King Reza Pahlavi's right-hand man, and he's basically like he's everywhere.
Islam, which is a distinction we're still struggling with in the West, certainly in America. Our current president, who's helping you outwardly and inwardly, was quoted as saying Islam hates us. And while it may not be a zealot theocracy, sympathetic population, it is overwhelmingly Muslim. And there is a concern that leads you in one direction. You can't find me a state that is the majority Muslim, that is a democracy, and that doesn't have any of the problems that go along with Islamism. Why shouldn't that be a concern in Iran?
I think it's because they've had effectively, Iranians have had this quite literally, and it's terrible to say, had that beaten out of them over the past 47 years. They have literally been beaten in the streets. Women have been beaten every single day for 47 years for refusing to cover their hair. Men have been beaten for showing their legs in public, for wearing shorts instead of long pants. So Iranians have been forced to suffer.
Yeah, that's one of the things we don't talk about. It's not just that women have to cover their hair. Iranian men are literally not allowed to wear shorts. Guys, think about it. In all of the videos that we have shared with you about people in occupied Iran, have you seen any footage of an Iranian man wearing shorts? Right? Have you seen any footage of an Iranian man wearing shorts? And we're talking about like a very, very hot country, right? Yeah, even Iranian men can't wear shorts because that's un-Islamic. Yeah, so it's insane. I mean, we focus on the hijab because that's more visible, but what about women? Yeah, no, women cannot, like, if in a country where women can't show their hair, obviously they can't wear shorts, right? But like no one ever talks about how men are oppressed either.
Beaten in the streets. Women have been beaten every single day for 47 years for refusing to cover their hair. Men have been beaten for showing their legs in public, for wearing shorts instead of long pants. So Iranians have been forced to suffer through 4 decades, nearly 5 decades of Islamism. They've paid the price for it. And so they know the value. Even if they weren't alive prior to the revolution, they make a very simple comparison and see what the lives of their parents were like before and what their lives are now. And they clearly say, I want that. I want to be free. I want to be able to be a citizen of a country where I feel respected, where I feel I'm treated with dignity. And that's what's been lost for the past 47 years. But just a brief comment on the demography of Iran. It's very interesting to know, and likely, again, because of the theocratic nature of this regime, it may not even be fair to say in the future that Iran is a majority Muslim country. We are seeing huge swaths of the country go towards different religions. There's been a huge rise in atheism. It is reported in some circles that the fastest pace of growth of Christianity anywhere in the world is.
See, I told you, guys, pay attention. It's you guys, Iran is not a Muslim country. Listen to this part again.
7 years. But just a brief comment on the demography of Iran. It's very interesting to know, and likely, again, because of the theocratic nature of this regime, it may not even be fair to say in the future that Iran is a majority Muslim country. We are seeing huge swaths of the country go towards different religions. There's been a huge rise in atheism. It is reported in some circles that the fastest pace of growth of Christianity anywhere in the world is in Iran. There are hundreds of underground churches. Unfortunately, pastors and secret worshipers are repeatedly and on a daily basis arrested. Some are even killed for the crime of so-called apostasy, according to the Islamic Republic. So we see a huge number of increasing Christians. There's, of course, still a Jewish population in Iran, many turning to the pre-Islamic faith of Zoroastrianism. The Baha'i faith continues to be heavily persecuted. So I think after this many years of religious discrimination, the future of free Iran will really have a flourishing of so many faiths. And once again, our hope is that those people, those citizens of the country, irrespective of their faith, will be able to live side by side in peace.
It is a unique, well, I think it's unique on one level because nobody ever gets asked, especially in that region, about, if you were to go to Israel, for example, people aren't walking around celebrating Judaism and saying, hi, I'm a Jew, I'm a Jew. They are Israeli. They see this as territorial and ethnic and cultural. And yes, there's a religious component, but they're not the most religious society, although they do have their own problem with the Hasidim and their encroachment on the power structure there. Similarly, in Iran, Cameron's not making this up. 6 in 10 in the most recent surveys, and remember how risky it is to admit what they're about to admit. They say, I don't identify as Muslim anymore. That's how I was brought up, but that's not how I see myself. Think about saying that when you know this regime will kill you. So it's a pretty honest number. So 6 out of 10. So that is very unique, and it is a pushback against the concerns, even if they're ignorant ones, in the West about Muslim equaling extremism. So that is interesting. So now we go to the prince, and you have 3 levels of challenge there. The first one is, again, giving voice.
Yeah, guys, 6 out of 10, that's being very generous. It's probably closer to like 7 or 8 out of 10. 7 or 8 out of 10 Iranians do not identify as Muslim. Oh, so why did he say majority Muslim? Guys, because you have to remember, Chris is an interviewer. So this interview is for his base. This interview is not for you guys, because you guys are well aware of what's going on. You guys are basically like the 1% who know what's happening. But there are still a lot of people out there who think that Iran is a Muslim majority country. So he's basically framing the questions in a way that will give Cameron an opportunity to respond and give the truth, right? So you have to remember, like, this is the back and forth, right? Like, he's basically asking these questions so that he can then go to his audience and say, all right, guys, well, I asked these questions, but this is the truth, right? So don't, like, you can't judge Chris Cuomo based on what he's asking, because his audience is a lot of uninformed people. So he's framing the questions, he's setting it up in a way that allows Cameron to respond. And given that his base are like the Democrats, and the Democrats are like, oh, religions are equal, Islamophobia, whatever. So there you go. So that's how he's framing the questions. Guys, this is actually a really, really good interview. Like, I'm really enjoying this interview. This interview is fantastic. Like, Chris is doing a very, very good job of helping to inform his base. Like, I'm really enjoying this.
Voice to what that population was there. Now we go to the prince, and you have 3 levels of challenge there. The first one is, again, giving voice to what that population was, even in the 70s and 80s. One of the challenges for the prince to overcome is he's a little friendly with the West. This guy's a little friendly with Israel. He's a little too friendly with America. And that is a real point of opposition for the prince. And does that speak to the big concern, which is, you guys are anti-Western.
Well, it's interesting, Chris. As I said at the beginning, it's shocking, press, for some people to understand how Iranians view this current military intervention against the regime. It also may be shocking for your viewers to realize, I think, how so many Iranians think about the United States and think about Israel after 47 years of anti-American, anti-Israel propaganda. I mean, students, everyday people in Iran are forced every day to go to school or at work and chant "Death to America, death to Israel, death to the Shah," for example. And it's really been those three things which have made a resurgence in recent years. I would say, I don't know if there's polling about this, but probably there is no country in the Middle East where the United States and Israel are so popular as it is in Iran. And I think that's for multiple reasons. The first of which is those have been the two countries who have been willing to stand up to this regime. You don't see, for example, I don't know, the United Kingdom or France being particularly popular in Iran. Maybe there's a neutral view of them, but that's because Keir Starmer or Emmanuel Macron have not taken a particularly strong position against the Islamic Republic. If anything, they've been the main advocates of appeasing this regime. So there's something to be said for the fact that Americans and Israelis have so consistently stood up to this regime that the people say, we like that. Those guys are on our side. In fact, in the recent protests we've had in Iran, we see people painting over street signs and renaming them, Donald Trump Street or Bibi Netanyahu Avenue, because they appreciate the fact that somebody's finally turning and hitting back at the people who've been hitting them for so long. So I maybe in some circles, and maybe in the intellectual circles somewhere in Iran, but I really don't think that that's a concern. I was just talking to a family friend the other day who was finally at some personal risk able to escape Iran over the border and come out, and was tended to be a left-leaning person in Iran, and kind of the guy who has read all the books and knows everything, very erudite, very sophisticated, prided himself on his liberalism, and said, I was so wrong, because for so many years I thought that the Americans and the Israelis were, with their pressure on the regime, were helping it stay in power, and we had to do some sort of reform. And I was so wrong. What I saw that they did to our countrymen on January 8th and 9th, when they attached military-style weapons on the top of cars and just slaughtered people, the only way you can take that out is with the military intervention that we're seeing right now. So that may have been a concern at some time, Chris, but at this point, I frankly don't think it is. And I think people appreciate the fact that the prince, having lived for the past 47 years in exile, appreciates the Western values. And if anything, they're also inherently ancient Iranian values of human rights, of democracy, and they view him as someone who can bring those back to Iran.
Support comes from Lisa, okay? Now, I dig it. Ass heels is good for horse. You got one Lisa. You use the PEF50. I heard the attack that hit the school and killed all the schoolgirls. How damaging is that to the cause of military intervention? What is your level of concern that right now a lot of innocent people are being killed in Tehran, because that's the nature of war and that's the nature of a regime that insinuates itself among the communities? What is your concern there?
It's absolutely heartbreaking. It's devastating to see innocent lives taken like that. But there's a few things to say. The first of which is as you said, unfortunately, the regime has dragged us to this point of conflict. In fact, the prince, has for years said this. He's advocated for so long against military intervention. He said, if you continue to appease this regime, if we do not help the people of Iran rise up and overthrow the Islamic Republic, we will be forced into a situation of war. This regime, with its nuclear blackmail, with its threats to its neighbors, is going to drag America and the region to conflict. And that's exactly what we saw happen. And unfortunately, it leads sometimes to tragedies like that. It's devastating, but that's where the Islamic Republic has brought us in. And you're also exactly right that the Islamic Republic is, in fact, trying to make things like this happen. So many photos and videos have come out of Basij, IRGC, police trucks in hospitals, in schools, in girls' schools. That's where they're hiding their forces. They're almost inviting these attacks. And I have to give credit and appreciate the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, who, from everything that we've seen, are taking as much caution as possible to avoid civilian casualties. It's really the regime that is inviting this and trying to have its own innocent civilians used as human shields and cause more chaos. But as you said, let's not forget that it was the regime that dragged us here in the first place.
What do you say to Americans who are pro-Iranian freedom but see Israel as being an oppressor? And that now America has been duped by Israel. And even though they are bombing a regime which they will believe is bad, this is still bad that they're doing it because they are hurting the people. Is that a misguided sympathy?
It's misguided, and I would urge anyone who thinks that way not to think about everything through your own narrow political perspective. Don't think about Iran just through the perspective of Israel. Think about it, if you want, from your own perspective as an American, or if you want, for a second, put yourself in the shoes of an Iranian who says, as I've described, that they've been jailed, they've been tortured, they've been raped for 47 years, and somebody is intervening to help. And it's been only two countries, we have to be honest, that have stood up to this regime. And that's been Israel, and that's been the United States. So anyone is welcome, of course, to have their own view of Israel and its policies. I think the Iranian people's view is positive because it's come in and it's helped them in their time of need. When they were being slaughtered, only two countries stood up and said, that's not right. We want to help these people. And so if they have some negative views of Israel or bias towards Israel, try and put that aside and try and think, besides the fact that I think that they're wrong, but try and think about it just from the Iranian people's perspective and what it means to them and why they've welcomed this intervention. And secondly is, think about it if you want, just as an American. Imagine what a free Iran would mean. Imagine what an end to all these decades of terrorism against the United States. I saw Secretary Rice the other day say on a podcast that something between 70 and 75% of the American soldiers who were killed in Iraq likely were killed by IEDs that can be traced back to the Islamic Republic. So this regime has not just waged war on the people of Iran, it's waged war on the United States for 47 years. Everyone will remember the very second thing it did after it changed the age of marriage for young girls in Iran to 9 years old. It took American diplomats hostage at the embassy for 444 days. It's been waging this war ever since it came to power.
Yeah, and killed a bunch of U.S. troops in another country, in Lebanon. They were able to find a way to insinuate themselves and do what they do best, or worst, which is export terror. The second level of pushback to the prince is, he's a prince. And if they're going to move away from this regime and towards democracy, why would they stop at monarchy? It is a reminder of a past that was maybe not seen as toxic as the regime, but was also something that was scrutinized.
So three things to say there, Chris. The first of which is Iran has had a history of 2,500 years of monarchy. So it's something very familiar, intimately familiar to Iranians, and it's a desire of many people on the streets across the country. One of the most common slogans we heard in the protests was Javid Shah, or long live the king. The second thing to say is that there is no inherent contradiction between monarchy and democracy, particularly constitutional monarchy. You look at the United Kingdom, you look at Japan, you look at Spain, you look at Belgium. Many of the most advanced democracies in the world, in fact, are all constitutional monarchies. It's not where you have a monarch making decisions about day-to-day policies, but rather a symbol of national unity. And particularly in a country like Iran, which is so diverse and which has had the institution for so long, that may be of value. But that's up to the people to decide. And that leads me to the third point, which is the prince himself is not advocating necessarily for the return of monarchy. What he is advocating for is a process. And what he has offered is his leadership in the transitional period to free and fair elections in which the people of Iran will be able to go to the ballot box and decide, first and foremost, do they want a constitutional monarchy as we see in the United Kingdom or Spain or Japan again, or do they want a republic as you see in the United States or France or Germany? That will be the Iranian people's sovereign right to make.
The last level of pushback is the prince wasn't in power. His father was. But the father had a controversial reputation as well. There were allegations of human rights abuse. He had his own thug squad, the Skanza, and that was wrong too. That's how.
Skanza? What the heck is Skanza? Okay, whatever.
How the regime had a chance to get in because the people were so disgusted by the Shah. Is that fair criticism?
I don't think that's a fair description. Look, it goes without saying that any government, any regime, any leader is not above critique. Mistakes are not something that only opponents make. But I think it's very fair to say that the people of Iran overwhelmingly, particularly the youth, those who didn't live at that time, have very fond appreciation for both the late Shah and Reza Shah, was the founder of the Pahlavi dynasty. One of the most common slogans we hear is "Reza Shah, bless your soul." People are chanting, they're tattooing the face of the late Shah or Reza Shah or their signatures on their trucks, on their bodies, and elsewhere, because they viewed the late Shah and Reza Shah as synonymous with progress, with Iranian national identity, that what they did was for the betterment of the country. And that's why you see such high support for the prince and for his family across Iran, and particularly among the youth.
Support comes from Cowboy Colostrum. Why? Doesn't is helps study both and truth and now they're filled for colostrum in protein. The hair easy to drink. Time W Cuomo. Support comes from Array Hair. Roll it to get so there go gray hair sister. I refuse in the app so of melon outside supports, but you just use Y. And when they Lebanon, Hezbollah, it is brutal, it is bloody, and it's probably going to be a protracted conflict. Is there a concern that Iran, the situation there may become less kinetic? They're going to come forward and say, we want to negotiate, okay, because they're getting pounded. And America has an interest in doing that because of the Strait of Hormuz. And they're concerned that it takes very little to be very disruptive there. So that quiets down. And then the focus will shift to Hezbollah. And again, Americans will ask themselves, why do we care about this? Why would we be involved? Bad enough we were involved in Iran with a so-called non-interventionist president. And now Lebanon, Hezbollah, really? What do they need to know?
All I can say about that is two things. Is the way to end the constant crisis and worry over the Strait of Hormuz is for this regime to finally be gone. We talked about its hostage taking. It's now trying to take the Strait of Hormuz hostage. When this regime is gone, Iran won't be synonymous with hostage taking. It'll be synonymous, as it once was, with peaceful relations, with prosperity in the Middle East, with ensuring that it can work with its regional partners, the Saudis, the Israelis, and others. And as it relates to Lebanon, the reason that Lebanon is in this catastrophic state that it is today is because of the regime in Iran. Hezbollah, literally the party of God, as they call it, was created by the Islamic Republic to subvert Lebanese sovereignty, to build a state within a state, to terrorize the Lebanese people and take that country hostage. And its bills have been paid by the regime in Iran at the expense of the Iranian people for the past 47 years. So the way to end the conflict and the crisis in Lebanon, along with the one in Yemen, along with the one in Iraq, all lead through Iran. And when the regime in Iran is no longer there to pay the bills for these terrorist groups, and Iran can be a factor for stability, those crises will immediately fall by the wayside.
Critics say, hey, you know, this was a revolution in '79 that led to the regime coming in. This was what the people wanted. They were upset at the Shah. They thought he was too Western, too oppressive. And there was a whole list of complaints. And it wasn't the Skanza, it was Savak, S-A-V-A-K, was what was identified as his kind of thug squad. and that this is what the people wanted. So who is America to come in there and mess with what their own history dictated?
Well, the people of Iran have been the ones fighting this fight. They're not asking America to fight their fight for them. They gave, as we discussed earlier, 30,000 young lives in the fight for freedom. And what they're asking for is help. They're not asking America or Israel or any country to determine their future for them. They're fighting for their own future. They're fighting to take their country back, to determine their own path going forward. But they're asking for help in that fight, just like Americans had the help of Lafayette and the French in the fight for their independence and their revolution. Iranians, too, are looking for fights, and they're thankful that they have the friendship and the support of the United States and Israel in their fight.
Is it unfair to compare the Ayatollah to the Shah in terms of being a different flavor of the same ice cream?
It's absolutely unfair. Those two could not be further from the truth. In fact, so many of the claims made about the Savak and what happened during the reign of the Shah, the Islamic Republic itself, in fact, when it came to power, commissioned a study by a gentleman called Ahmad Baghi to look into what they claimed were the mass crimes of the Shah. And they found out themselves that so many of the claimed tens of thousands of political prisoners did not even exist. They could only find several hundred people who had been killed during the reign of the Shah. More than half of them were armed militants who had been killed during shootouts with police. They had taken guns, bombs, approached police or government offices, firing. And so, of course, in any situation, the police would shoot back. So the comparison is not one that is fair. It's not accurate. And I think, again, you see on the streets of Iran, the people making the judgment when they chant, "Long live the Shah," they're answering that very question.
And the prince is willing to go back to Iran, even though it will be a very volatile situation for a very long time. And for the regime and its sympathizers, life is cheap and there's big bloodlust. That is a huge risk he would be taking.
Well, he's dedicated his life to Iran, to the service of his people, knowing that we would get to this moment. And in fact, he said in an interview with an Iranian Persian language television station beaming into Iran just 2 days ago, that I'm not only preparing to come back to Iran, I'm preparing and prepared to come back to Iran even before this regime ultimately collapses, to lead the final battle against this regime. So he's given his life to this cause. He's dedicated 47 years in exile to fight for freedom, and he will be back, and he's willing to give even his life, as we all are, in this cause.
Cameron, thank you very much for the perspective and the analysis and the information about the prince. I absolutely welcome the cause of freedom at the determination of the Iranian people, and I hope we get to see it soon.
I hope so too. Thank you for your time, Chris.
Well, that was a fantastic interview. It gave a lot of like the, Iran 101. It gave a lot of the sort of, info for people who might not necessarily be familiar with the Iran situation and what's going on and what's happening. So, Cameron's fantastic. Guys, Cameron is fantastic. Listen, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi has an amazing team of people surrounding him, right? And so Cameron is one of them, and Cameron is working literally night and day. And he's done a lot of media and stuff. Guys, I wanted to share this with you. So this is a video that the Richard Nixon Foundation put out last year because last year the Richard Nixon Foundation gave His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Iran, or as I like to call him, the Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, they gave him the Architect of Peace Award. And guys, President Trump received the Richard Nixon Foundation Architect of Peace Award in 2025. The Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, received the award in 2024. So I just want to share this video with you really quickly. And then after this, I also want to share the speech that His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi gave when he received the Architect of Peace Award from the Richard Nixon Foundation. This was like the intro leading up to the award ceremony.
The Richard Nixon Foundation is proud and honored to present the Architect of Peace Award to Her Imperial Majesty Farah Pahlavi and His Imperial Highness Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Facing adversity with courage and determination, they have each devoted more than 40 years to championing religious freedom and focusing attention on human rights abuses in Iran, and to advocating the reinstatement of a democratic form of government. The award also recognizes the long and close relationship between Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi and Richard Nixon. The Shah's long reign spanned 7 presidential administrations. But it was his special relationship and personal friendship with President Nixon that made history and changed history. They met for the first time in Tehran in December 1953. In notes he made at the time, Vice President Nixon described the Shah's quiet dignity. He was impressed by his probing, astute questions. He sensed an inner strength. They met again in Washington in 1958, and 10 years later in Tehran. In October 1969, the new president welcomed his old friend to the White House. As a result of their discussions, reflecting the Nixon Doctrine and the president's grand strategy, the focus of U.S. Middle East policy shifted to Iran as the cornerstone of regional stability and America's partner in the struggle to counter Soviet expansion. In 1972, the Shah and Shahbanu welcomed the president and First Lady to Iran. It was a truly memorable visit that has been described as the capstone event in the shift of U.S. Persian Gulf policy, emphasizing Iranian primacy. At the White House in 1973, the warmth of the president's welcome reflected their friendship, while the depth of his remarks demonstrated the grand strategy aspects of their partnership.
Your Imperial Majesty, it is a very great honor and a special honor for me to welcome you again to our nation's capital, and at the same time to welcome Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress. Our friendship goes back over a period of 20 years. When we first met in Tehran, when I was Vice President of the United States, and when you then were a very young emperor. It is significant to note that of all of the areas in the world which pose a potential threat to peace in the world, that Iran is in a very key central area. I refer, of course, to the Mideast, to the Persian Gulf, and to all of that area that surrounds it. And what gives us a great deal of heart, those of us all over the world who are interested in peace, is that you have always stood for and stand for now a policy of contributing to the forces of peace and stability rather than to the forces of war and destruction.
In 1979, the former president traveled to Mexico to confer and console with the exiled and ailing Shah, assuring him that millions of Americans were still his friends. The friendship that was strong in triumph was strengthened in tragedy.
I saw the Shah the last time in Mexico, at Cuernavaca, Mexico. He was then in the last phases of terminal cancer, although he would never admit it or talk about his own problems at all. But he was quite thin and quite pale. But his head still as active and sharp as it had always been. He's a very intelligent, introspective man. And he said that what concerned him about the way he was treated by the United States was not that the United States was for him or against him, but was the uncertainty of the policy. He says there's nothing worse when you are confronted with revolutionary and rebel forces and uncertainty insofar as support is concerned. One day, for example, he said statements would come in, public and private, from Washington indicating total support and urging him to stand firm. The next day, there would be some story leaked from a high-level aide, printed all over the world and given particular credence in Tehran to the effect that lower level or second level people in the administration were meeting with Khomeini and others who were out to knock the Shah off or out, as the case might be. And then the next day, there would be a story to the effect that in the event that the Shah left Iran or was overthrown, the United States would be prepared to accept any government that the people chose. Well, he said all of this had the effect of encouraging his enemies and, of course, discouraging his own supporters. He said that was a mistake. And I believe it was a mistake, too. As a matter of fact, what happened to the Shah, I think, could only be interpreted in that part of the world and other parts of the world as well, is that it is dangerous to be a friend of the United States, and it may pay to be an enemy. I think what we have to understand is that the Shah was the best friend of the United States in that area, in the whole Persian Gulf area, and it was Israel's only friend. The Shah, we must remember, in the 1973 war, furnished oil for our Mediterranean fleet when the other countries in the area had cut it off. And the Shah tied down the Iraqi forces by supporting the Kurds against the Iraqis so that they never got involved in the 73 war.
A year later, he made a sad and lonely pilgrimage to march alongside the Shah Banu and the Crown Prince in the Shah's funeral procession through the streets of Cairo.
When I was there, I was the only dignitary of any rank who came to the Shah's funeral, because here the Shah, who before everybody was bowing and scraping before him, the heads of state and government and so forth, because he was rich and powerful and so forth, and now they all avoided him because he was out of power. And I never forgot that as I was standing there in the big tent where all the VIPs, usually ambassadorial level, not head of state level, were standing, Sadat came walking in, resplendent in his uniform, general's uniform. He saw me, and his eyes lit up, and he walked over, held both hands out, and he said, "How good of you to come. How good of you to come." And I said, "Mr. President, it was very courageous of you to receive the Shah after virtually every other country did not grant him sanctuary." And he said, "Courageous, sir? It isn't courageous to stand up for a friend."
For more than 4 decades, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has dedicated his life in exile to preserving and honoring the history and greatness of Iran. He travels the world speaking out against the abuse and oppression of the Iranian people, calling for peaceful regime change and for a new government for Iran. Reza Pahlavi has said that peace is neither a relic of history nor a distant dream. It is a promise we owe to ourselves and our children, and together we can make it a reality. The Richard Nixon Foundation presents the Architect of Peace Award to His Imperial Highness Reza Pahlavi.
So after that fantastic introduction, there's no way that I cannot share the speech. So after the intro from the Richard Nixon Foundation, here's the speech that His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi gave when he was accepting the Richard Nixon Architect of Peace Award. And again, like, isn't it beautiful? Like, guys, this is in 2024. You can see the lion and sun flag of Iran and the flag of America.
Well, after 4 decades, I guess I have to rely on other tools than I didn't need earlier, but it's a lifetime dedication, and I'm happy to be back here at the Nixon Library. Distinguished guests, dear friends, and fellow advocates of freedom and peace. It is an honor to receive the Nixon Library's Architect of Peace Award. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the leadership of the Nixon Library, the Nixon Foundation, and all those who continue to preserve the legacy of a great statesman, President Richard Nixon. This honor is especially meaningful not only because of President Nixon's towering contributions to global peace, but because of the deep personal connection between President Nixon and my family. Tonight, as we reflect on the legacy of peace and diplomacy, we also recognize that standing for what is right sometimes requires standing alone, something President Nixon understood better than most. When we think of President Nixon's legacy, we naturally recall his groundbreaking foreign policy, his bold decision to open relations with China, his efforts to ease tensions with the Soviet Union through détente, and his tireless work to secure peace in the aftermath of Vietnam. But President Nixon's vision extended beyond the immediate concerns of his time. He saw the Middle East as a vital region, one that held the key to stability in an increasingly interconnected world. And it was President Nixon who best understood the vital role Iran played in securing peace and security in that region. Iran, under my late father's leadership, stood as a pillar of stability in the Middle East. My father, the late Shah, worked tirelessly to build a modern, progressive Iran, a nation where economic growth, education, and development could flourish. And throughout those years, President Nixon stood as a trusted ally and a steadfast friend of Iran. He recognized, long before many others, the importance of a strong, peaceful Iran in safeguarding the Middle East. But tonight, I wish to reflect on something much more personal. For me, President Nixon's legacy is not just one of foreign policy, but one of friendship. Friendship and loyalty in the truest sense of those words. Many of you know the difficult history of my family. When my father was forced into exile, the world was quick to turn its back. Those who once relied on his leadership, vision, and even patronage found it easier to abandon him at his moment of need. Yet, amidst this desertion, one man remained. That man was President Nixon. When my father passed away in 1980, President Nixon did not hesitate to travel to Egypt for his funeral. In doing so, he joined President Anwar Sadat as one and the only two world leaders of significant global stature to attend. Despite the shifting political winds, despite the ease with which so many others had turned away, President Nixon chose to stand by his friend, and in doing so, he stood by the people of Iran. It was not a decision based on political expediency. It was a decision rooted in integrity and conviction. President Nixon knew what so many others chose to forget, that true friendship is not about convenience, not performatively, but instinctively. He knew that standing on the right side of history meant doing so even when it is not popular. Today, as I reflect on those difficult years, while I feel immense personal affection and appreciation for Presidents Sadat and Nixon, I feel no bitterness toward those other world leaders who abandoned my father and my nation. Indeed, I do not think much about them at all. For me, the greatest recognition does not come from the actions of world leaders or political figures.
Guys, that's critical. Remember, like he basically says, I don't think about the people who abandoned me. In fact, I don't think much about them at all. So, oh no, you saw my shoulders. Oh no, my shoulders are visible. Yeah, guys, confirmed. Goldie has shoulders. Yeah, I know. Honestly, part of the reason that I wear this is because it's like a blanket. It's like a blanket. But I promised myself that I would wear my Iran flag every day until Iran is free. So that's why I wear the flag. But look at this, guys. Like guys, this is the closest. This is the closest that His Royal Highness will ever get to like calling people out for abandoning his father in 1979. Guys, listen to this.
Immense personal affection and appreciation for Presidents Sadat and Nixon. I feel no bitterness toward those other world leaders who abandoned my father and my nation. Indeed, I do not think much about them at all. For me, the greatest recognition does not come from the actions of world leaders or political figures. It comes from the people of Iran themselves. Today, in the streets of Iran, people chant the name of my father. They remember him not simply as a leader of a bygone era, but as a symbol of sovereignty, progress, pride, and service to the nation. Despite the decades that have passed, his memory is alive in the hearts of Iranians. His greatest vindication comes not from the actions of governments, but from the voices of ordinary people who honor his legacy. I spoke of President Nixon standing alone. Often those fighting for Iran's liberation did so alone, and against the pressures of the global media and establishment. Even today, those pressures continue. But today things have changed, because those ordinary people who honor my father's name do so not just out of nostalgia. Those ordinary people, millions of them across my country, are extraordinarily brave, because they are not just hoping for the better future my father believed they deserved. They are fighting for it. I was often told that I would not get far in my campaign for my country because I did not have the apparatus of state, certainly not the proper funding, and no army. But now, I have such an army, my extraordinarily brave compatriots. And having once worn my nation's uniform, there's no one I stand more proudly side by side with than the people of Iran today. And I will stand with them until victory. And so, as I accept this award tonight, I do so not just for myself. This honor belongs to the people of Iran. They are the true architects of peace. For decades, they have endured unimaginable suffering under a brutal regime that has sought to extinguish their hopes and dreams. Yet, despite everything, they continue to rise. They continue to fight for the realization of our great civilization. Their sacrifices are not too often ignored on the world stage. But tonight, through this recognition, the Nixon Library is shining a light on their courage and resilience. Just as President Nixon once stood with my father, the Nixon Library now stands with the Iranian people, choosing not to follow the easy or popular path, but to stand on the side of truth and justice. For over 4 decades, the people of Iran have been engaged in a struggle for their most basic human rights. They have faced persecution, imprisonment, torture, and death, all for daring to demand what should be guaranteed to all: the right to live in peace, to express their beliefs freely, and to choose their leaders without fear. From the student movement of 1999 and the regime's deadly attack on the Tehran University students' dormitory, to the protests of 2009, where millions took to the streets in the name of freedom, to the freedom fighters of November 2019, to the brave youth of today who risk everything by defying the regime's oppressive laws, these are the true architects of peace. The struggle is not for power or for conquest. It is for the simple yet profound right to live in dignity. Yet we stand at a dangerous juncture. The winds of war are blowing across our region. But let us be clear, this is not the war of the Iranian people. This is the war of a dictator, Ali Khamenei, who thrives on division and conflict. The Iranian people do not seek war. They seek peace, security, and a future free from tyranny. They are fighting for that future. Theirs is not just a quest to free Iran, but to free the Middle East, Arabs and Israelis from the terror of the Islamic Republic. It is because of them, my dear compatriots, that I have stayed in this fight. I seek nothing for myself, only to serve them. So as long as I live, I will continue my lifelong mission to free Iran from this oppressive regime. I will do everything in my power to ensure that the future of Iran is one of peace, democracy, and justice. We are on the cusp of change, and I remain committed to doing my duty to my country and my people. I will work tirelessly to oversee and ensure that Iran undergoes a peaceful and secure transition to a secular democracy, one where every citizen can be as an equal, free from any form of discrimination. In this mission, I draw inspiration from the great leaders of my youth, my own father, President Sadat, and President Nixon. These men understood that peace is not simply the absence of war, but the presence of justice, dignity, and freedom. They were architects of a better world, and it is their legacy that I seek to carry forward. President Nixon's vision for a peaceful and secure Middle East remains as relevant today as it was during his presidency. His boldness in pursuing peace, his willingness to challenge the status quo, and his unshakable belief in freedom continues to inspire me. As I accept this award, I do so with not hope, but belief that we are nearing the day when the Iranian people will once again take their rightful place in the world, a free, democratic, and peaceful Iran. This is the future we seek. This is the future we will achieve. Thank you again for this profound honor.
Armin, welcome back. Perfect timing.
Thank you. Wow. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we were just going over some videos. We actually watched an interview between Chris Cuomo and Cameron Khansarania.
Oh, wow.
It was like a 45-minute podcast, and it was very, very well done. So
Amazing.
everyone really appreciated that. But all right, welcome back. Let's tune in. Let's go over to you and hear all of the updates and videos and news that you have for us.
Okay. One thing I think we should mention first is that in the discussion group that I was just in, a couple of people pointed out to me that we need to make sure that and you'd let me know what you think, Goldie, is that we need to tell people in Iran that if they're using Starlink, there are ways they need to use it in short amount of times and then shut it down, and they shouldn't be using it where they live, because there are ways to figure out where you are. If you're using Starlink, they can pinpoint where people are connecting to Starlink. So that's something that the recommendation is to, like, not to turn it on when you're not using it. Shut it if you're not using it. Just use it in bursts of time and then shut it down, and be careful where you're using it. So just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that on the show.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. All right. So let me just go through what I have here. And Goldie, it seems like your predictions regarding Khark Island we're getting closer and closer to that. Yeah.
Well, everyone's speaking about Khark Island. Everyone's
Yes.
speaking about it.
Yeah.
Even like we were watching we were watching a bunch of things, and not we, but I've been watching a bunch of things, and everyone's speaking about Khark Island.
Yes. Also, Goldie, I think this post by yours on X, I think people should share this. Like, when people were like, are there anything else that we could do for Petipto beyond reporting his account? I think another thing everybody could do beyond just reporting it is, here, I put the link to Goldie's post in the chat. What you could do that would help is just repost this. Okay, so guys, I put the link in the chat. That's another thing that everybody could do, especially because what's his name? Nikita is also from X. Why can't I see the name here? Yeah, Nikita Beer is tagged here. I think that's it was a great idea by Goldie. So go ahead and share.
I really hope he sees this and just shuts down the account. And then when the Islamic regime is overthrown and Petipto is freed, then we can reinstate his account. But right now we need to shut down the account. Oh wait, his account has been suspended?
Is it?
Oh my gosh. Let me check. I saw someone in the chat say his account has been suspended.
Oh yes, we did it. You guys did it. Oh guys, look at this. You guys did it. Oh guys, we did it. Oh my god. Good job, everyone. Teamwork.
Oh. Armin, do you know how messed up it is? Do you know how I don't think people realize how absolutely insane and messed up it is that news of a suspended account is good news, right? Like we didn't want to do this, but
It's so twisted.
it's so messed up, guys. It's so messed up that getting news of a suspended account is good news, right? Because that means that the regime can't get additional info. So messed up, Armin. Oh my gosh. This is good news though. This is good news. This is good news.
Thank you, Goldie, for making it happen.
See, so here's this. Don't worry, guys. We will reinstate his account when Iran is free. But look, so they suspended it because may include sensitive content, age restricted accounts. So guys, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for helping us to suspend his account for his own safety. Armin, this is so messed up. Like this. You know something I've realized, Armin? Like in this reality, like if you want to live in this reality, and you want to pick like a level, if you want to go like beginner, intermediary, hard, expert mode. If you want to pick like expert mode, you pick being Iranian, because the shit that we have to deal with for the last 47 years, like we literally have to like live we're living reality, we're living this timeline in like expert mode because of all the nonsense that we have to deal with. But I just want to thank you all, thank everyone in the chat for everyone in the chat, everyone who's watching. Thank you for your support. Thank you for helping to suspend Petito's account for his own safety, for the safety of everyone else as well. And he'll be back. I know he'll be back. He'll be back.
Oh. Yeah. Let me show this.
Now that his account is suspended, I'm going to delete my posts as well.
Okay. Goldie, I'm not gonna share this, but I see a lot of people are talking about you with regards to you know what, so I'm not gonna share that.
I mean, you can. I mean, sure, it's news. I guess you can share it if you want. That's fine.
Okay, so I see some accounts, many accounts are saying هشدار مهم امنیتی برای سر شیر دختر مبارز. Look at this, the lioness. Let me actually translate this. So guys, look at this. A lot of people are talking about the $250,000 bounty that they are giving right now for
here. Armin,
I have the full link
in English if you want to share this, because this is based off
Yeah.
of like an English article. I sent you the English
Okay.
article in the studio chat, so that's probably better to share if you want to share it.
Okay. So DOJ seizes Iranian intelligence websites behind a $250,000 beheading bounty on Canadian politician cartel directed to kill her at Ottawa home. And there's the article. Oh, it's behind the paywall.
No,
Oh,
it
yeah,
shouldn't be
that's
behind a
the-
paywall.
For me, it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I was reading it just a few days ago. Wait, let me
For me, it's behind the paywall.
check it here.
You could share it.
No, just click on claim my free post.
Oh. Okay.
Does it not work?
Trying.
Oh wait, you know what? Let me do something else for you. I will. I know what to do. Here, give me one moment. I'll send you a link. Here you go. All right. I just sent the new link in the studio chat. There you go. Share that one. That'll work.
Okay. There we go. Got it. Okay. DOJ seizes Iranian intelligence website behind $250,000 beheading bounty on Canadian politician. Carter directed to kill her at Ottawa home. Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security used the Mexican drug cartel as a threat against a Canadian politician. The Justice Department just shut the network down. Goldie, would we get in trouble to read like on air article
No.
that is behind paywall? Okay.
No, because this was not behind paywall 2 days ago. By the way, guys, I just want to make very clear when they're speaking about the Department of Justice, that's the American Department of Justice, even though I'm a Canadian citizen. So people who are asking Petito got suspended, yes, guys, we requested everyone to request suspension of Petito's account because he was arrested by the IRGC today. So that's why his account has been suspended. Yep. And I just want to clarify. So the mention of the DOJ, that's the American DOJ. It's not Canadian anything because I'm not going to get into it. But yeah, I'm just grateful to the FBI and I'm grateful to the US administration and President Trump. And many of you guys, remember, many of you were here. Armin, you were here too. Remember when I got the death threat email like almost a month ago? And I was like, Armin, like I need to like make some phone calls. I just got like a death threat email.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this relates to that email.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I'm going to put the link to this article in the chat if you guys want it. And goes, yeah. Let me read this. The United States Department of Justice announced today the court authorized seizure of 4 websites operated by Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security, dismantling a regime-run cyber and psychological operation network that issued a $250,000 bounty death threat against former Ontario member of provincial parliament Goldie And Armin, which directed the Jalisco?
Yeah, Jalisco New Generation Cartel
to behead her at her Ottawa home.
Guys, they wanted to Allahu Akbar Durka Durka me. They just wanted to go Allahu Akbar and like, chop my head off. So yeah. They still want to, by the way. They still want to. So it's not like the threat is gone. It's just, they've just gotten rid of the websites, but the threat is still there.
This is crazy. The Iranian cyber operations also targeted journalists, Jewish communities, Israeli defense personnel, and Iranian dissidents across North America. Terrorist propaganda online can incite real-world violence, Attorney General Pamela Bondi said. Wow. Attorney General Bondi commented about this. I didn't know that. This network of Iranian-backed sites will no longer broadcast anti-American hate. The 4 seized domains were used by the Ministry of Intelligence and Security to orchestrate what the Justice Department described as activist psychological operations, claiming credit for hacking campaigns, publishing stolen personal data on targeted individuals, and issuing explicit calls for violence against dissidents, journalists, and members of Jewish communities. Court documents filed in the United States District Court for the District of Maryland and unsealed today revealed the full operational scope of the network, which investigators traced through Iranian internet protocol ranges, shared infrastructure, and cryptocurrency transactions routed through a Tehran-based exchange directly to the actors behind the domains. Wow. So this comes from directly from the regime, guys. This is not just like a few random people online. At the center of the Canadian dimension. By the way, Goldie, you would think like, look at this. This came from the regime, guys. This came from the regime. It didn't come from like four like rage baiting teenagers. The regime made this, according to these information that we have here. At this.
Can you go back to the picture? I just want to say how embarrassing that picture is because the laser is really weird. And then why does it stop halfway? Like, that's not how lasers
It's
work.
Islamic science, Goldie. You just don't understand.
Shia science.
Shia science. Okay.
Although
it's beyond us.
I have to admit, like, the AI picture of me is super cute. Like, my makeup is totally on point. So I'm loving my makeup in the photo. Like, I look really cute. Like, you know?
Yeah.
My makeup is
goes...
10 out of 10. My makeup is 10 out of 10. So guys, maybe they're assassinating me, but I still look cute. There you go.
You have to look good for your SS. I mean, you only get one, so you might as well look good for it. Right? Right. Jesus.
This is insane.
Okay. At the center of the Canadian Goldie, what kind of what are we living with? Like, what the
Honestly, Armin, I did a radio interview a few days ago, and someone was like there's like this guy, and he was like, Goldie, like, I'm so sorry that like you've had this like death threat, and there was like a bounty on your head. And then right on like live interview, Armin, I was like, honestly, I'm kind of insulted that the bounty is only 250,000. I'm worth at least $1 million. I said that on like radio, and the guy just like he started laughing uncontrollably. He's like, "Oh my god, Goldie!" And I was like, "I'm worth at least $1 million, so I'm kind of insulted."
At least
$1 million. Like, if you want to chop my head off. Chop my head off. Like, I'm worth at least $1 million. Like, what is like? Honestly, Armin, I think they're only claiming 250,000 because they're running out of money. They're running out of money. Right? So
they would have done 2 million at least. They probably would have done more.
Yeah. So the host wasn't ready, but he laughed, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for laughing." I'm like, "Buddy, it's okay. You're allowed to laugh. Like, it's all good." I'm just like, welcome to being Iranian. So there you go.
Yeah, people are comparing you to Luffy. Do you know Luffy?
No, I don't know who Luffy is. Who's Luffy?
Oh, okay. It's good. It's from One Piece. Okay.
I don't have no idea who that is.
Because Luffy from One Piece also wanted to have like his dream was to have a bounty on his head. So now,
okay.
Yeah. All right. So at the center of the Canadian dimension of the case is Qamari, a former progressive conservative member of the provincial parliament for, how do you pronounce this?
Carleton,
who since leaving office has become one of the most prominent Iranian Canadian. Well, not Okay, Goldie, I'm upset on behalf of you. You're not one of the most prominent Iranian Canadian voices. You are the most prominent Iranian Canadian voice. Like, what are you
No, that's
talking
kind
about?
of you. No, I'm one of those. There's a
No,
lot of very prominent Iranian Canadian voices, so that's fine.
okay. I don't know. I don't know
Guys,
if anybody
progressive conservative is the name of the party. Believe me, it's weird. It's weird, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It's just the name of the party. It's like it's a center left party. Sorry. Center right party. It's just called progressive conservative, but just ignore the name. It's weird.
The most prominent Iranian Canadian voices publicly condemning the Islamic Republic on March 1st, 2026, according to the unsealed affidavit, the Ministry of Intelligence and Security used the email account what is this? Oh, that's the account. Handala _ team at outlook.com to send a death threat to 2 women, one located in the United States, one abroad. The Bureau has confirmed, based on Qamari's own public statements and her posting of identical threat language, that she is one of the 2 named victims. The subject line of the email read, "Death to redacted victim name." The body of the message reproduced in full in the affidavit stated, "We, the Handala hack team." What is the Handala? I don't recognize them.
That's
Handala
the
hack
name
team.
of the cyber hack group.
I know, but I'm trying to see if there's anything Shia in my mind that this is referring to.
But
Handala?
they're well known. They're well known. They've been.
Yeah, but what is
I don't know what Handala means. No idea.
Handala? Okay. We like it. Okay. Handala hack team, the loyal followers of the supreme leader Ali Hosseini Khamenei, declare war on all the enemies of Islam in the West. Our partners, the CGNG, I'm not gonna. That's the cartel. The Jalisco New Generation Cartel in America and Canada have been given a list of our enemies who are responsible for our great leaders' sick death. Okay, what is this? Okay, you laugh like a hyena. Oh, are you sure this was not from Anna Kasparian?
I mean, I did have a conversation with the FBI a few weeks ago, and they're familiar with the video.
Oh, okay. Okay,
They're
so you
familiar
laugh
with,
like a
they're familiar with Anna Kasparian's video.
Okay. Okay.
Oh
You
yeah,
laugh
they're
like
familiar. They're very familiar with Anna Kasparian and Chunky Yogurt. That's all I'm gonna say. They're very familiar with them.
Oh, Jalisco. Okay, somebody's saying pronounce Jalisco. Okay, well, thank you. You laugh like a hyena during the redacted area show. Okay, we know what show it was. This is the
Piers Morgan show.
Redacted Piers Morgan show. During the Piers Morgan show, we have hacked and revealed your home address in redacted U.S. city and redacted to our partners in CGNG who are in redacted U.S. state and redacted foreign country. Yeah. Now, both of you will be executed soon. By the way, YouTube, we're just reporting the news. We're not threatening anybody, okay? Sometimes YouTube glitches and thinks that we're actually doing the threat ourselves. And we have offered a reward of $250,000 for the operatives who kill and beheads both of you. Allahu Akbar. In all caps. By leveraging online platforms linked to the domain, MOIS sought to amplify its online threats, pressure critics, and discourage independent reporting while creating fear among members of the Iranian diaspora critical of the regime, the DOJ statement explained. I mean, this backfires. This is actually now more ways for us to expose this monstrous regime by doing that. Like, I don't know what they think is going to happen. This has never worked in their favor. And it says, in a statement posted onto Facebook that same day, and reviewed by the Bureau. Qamari wrote, I just received a death threat by Islamic regime linked hacker group Handala Hack Team from the email address. There's the email address saying death to Elika Liban and Goldie Qamari. The second target is Iranian American lawyer and activist Elika Liban, based in Los Angeles. Guys, these are the same two people that Anna Kasparian referred to as laughing hyenas. Like, they're using the exact same language and the exact same two people that Anna Kasparian was referring to. Interesting. And saying both women had recently appeared together on Piers Morgan Uncensored. Qamari confirmed she filed a police report and was told by law enforcement that the threat was being taken very seriously. She told the Jerusalem Post that the bounty illustrated a systemic failure. There are at least 700 people in Canada who are known to be affiliated with the regime. Canada is basically one of the destinations for people who are affiliated with the Islamic regime. The government has not done much. Days before the threat was issued, Prime Minister Mark Carney stated publicly that he did not believe there were imminent terrorist threats to Canadian on Canadian soil. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, wow. Within the span of 24 hours, there have been at least 2 known terrorist incidents, Qamari later commented. The network's reach extended well beyond the threat against Qamari. On March 11, 2026, the group claimed responsibility for a destructive malware attack against a major American multinational medical technologies firm with direct consequences for civilian safety. According to court documents, the firm issued an internal memo that the hack had a direct impact on emergency medical services and hospitals throughout Maryland, forcing clinicians to abandon digital system and rely on radio consultation and verbal communication to manage patient care. Crazy. By March, yep.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, someone said in a super chat, look up like the Handala Palestine thing, and apparently this is what Handala is. So Handala Palestine is like that weird like logo of like some like random jihadi bald kid they have. So this is Handala. So the like terrorist group that's funded by the Islamic regime that wants to decapitate my head are the pro-Palestinian jihadi terrorists, right? So there you go. All the Durkas are trying to chop my head off because I called them out. Maybe they just don't like the fact that I call it Palestine. Honestly, guys, to all the Hamas, to all the Handalas, to all like the terrorists, like if you don't like what I say, just literally like calm down, take a chill pill, like go drink a Bebzi and just recognize that you're a garbage society with a garbage culture and garbage ideology, and I hope that Gaza's turned into a parking lot. I said what I said. Make Gaza Israel again. Because you guys belong in either Egypt or Jordan. You belong in either Egypt or Jordan, and take your weird Handala garbage with you. Yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
Goldie, based on what you just said, I don't think their intentions is working. Like, I don't like they're trying to make you back down. It doesn't seem to be working. It doesn't seem to be working in their favor.
There you go.
So, okay. All right. Do you want me to read the rest, or is that good?
Yeah, sure. If you want to, go for it.
Okay. By March 9th, one of the seized domains had published the names, photographs, and sensitive personal data of approximately 190 individuals associated with the Israeli Defense Force or Israeli government, with explicit language warning that targets were being monitored and that consequences would follow. On March 6th, the group posted 851 gigabytes of data it claimed to have stolen from members of the Wait, I wish this was in Persian. Oh no, it's Hebrew. Sanzer Hasidic Jewish community warning: no place is safe for you. God damn it! Investigators also documented the targeting of a journalist at a United Kingdom's-based Farsi language news organization who was contacted via Telegram and infected with malware that gave Iranian intelligence actors remote access to the journalist's computer. The three cyber personas behind the seized domains, the Handala Hack, Karma Below, and Homeland Justice, operating respectively at justicehomeland.org, like that website. Basically, I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's going through are formally attributed in the affidavit as a single Ministry of Intelligence and Security conspiracy. The affidavit also documents an undercover Federal Bureau of Investigation operation in which an agent purchased stolen Albanian government data, including national identity card records and sensitive personal information on Albanian citizens from the network via Telegram in March 2025 for Bitcoin, establishing that the same actors were engaged in active criminal commerce more than a year before today's takedown. Blockchain analysis revealed that the Litecoin used to register one of the seized domains was sourced through intermediary cryptocurrency conversions from Ramsey. I don't know if people want to hear the rest of this, Goldie. I think it's basically
Up to
going
you.
into.
You can ask the chat.
Yeah, and I think it's now telling us how they figured it out and stuff like that. I do want to go to this one now. Princess of Pahlavi.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because the part that was about you, that was the interesting part. I think going over the details on how they figured it out is, yeah. So Princess of Pahlavi's communication account just posted this, saying a free democratic Iran will commit to establishing friendly relations with its neighbors, bringing peace and stability to the region, and creating conditions for development and prosperity. So let's play that. Oh, wait. I need to repost.
You said that Khamenei's death was an earth-shattering event for Iran. How do you anticipate the fall of this regime will impact its proxies in the region? Because we know how active they have been there, and we know how much destruction and terror we've seen come from them. And ultimately, how can this help propel peace overall in the Middle East?
Well, again, to my previous point, in the democratic Iran, the immediate ramification of that means that unlike a regime that has fomented terrorism, supported proxies, have been a threat to the region, have pursued a very opaque and nuclear plan, all of this disappears in one shot. That's the benefit of making sure that a free Iran will guarantee, as a result, that all the problems that have been associated with this regime from its inception will disappear together with this regime, total disappearance. As a democracy, Iranians will be committed to establish an element of cordial relationship with our neighbors, bring peace to the area, bring an element of stability, which ultimately is conducive to development, prosperity, something that will be good for us, but it will also be good for our partners. I think America has a lot to gain as a result. And don't forget that after the dust settles and we achieve that future, then Iran is open for economic opportunities. Just on one aspect, I can tell you that the Iranian market that has been closed to America for almost half a century is the only remaining untapped economic opportunity. Could mean probably in the first 10 to 15 years over $1 trillion worth of revenue to the US economy. Not to mention the fact that many Iranians or Americans or others who want to invest into Iran will immediately bring an economic impact that at the end of the day, long beyond human rights and democracy and freedom, actually puts food on the table, create employments, new jobs, all infrastructures that Iran need to bring back on par. And that's an opportunity that will drive, in a mutual way, a win-win scenario for both my compatriots as well as America, of course, and many countries that would like to consider Iran as their true partners in that future.
All right, that was perfect. And then we had this another video from Lindsey Graham, regarding Hark Island. So this is important.
So here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Karg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine. So here's what I tell President Trump.
Yeah. So that was a short video, and he also had this caption: Hark Island is a critical, Hark, we say in Iran. Hark Island is a critical pressure point to the Iranian regime. President Trump is closer than ever to delivering real freedom and lasting peace to the Iranian people. Guys, remember, Hark Island is very far away from the Strait of Hormuz, right? So a lot of people are like, oh, if you take Hark Island, you could open Strait of Hormuz. They're very far away from each other. Like Hark Island is in the most northern parts of the Persian Gulf, and the Hormuz Strait is like very far down. But because 90% of the oil of Iran has to go through the Kharkov Island to be able to sell to the world, if the Islamic Republic wants to hold the Strait of Hormuz as a way to pressure the United States, then the Americans could also hold Hark Island to pressure the Islamic Republic. So they're separate from each other.
I have a longer clip here. It's about 2 minutes long. Right.
They're running out of money. So here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Karg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take Karg Island? Is it going to involve U.S. troops on the ground? Let me just read you something from The Atlantic. Does an assessment on that. They say U.S. troops may well take Karg Island. We believe their ability to do so, but only to endure ballistic missile strikes, drone attacks, petrochemical smoke, all without a reliable means of obtaining logistical support. The result could be a grinding war of attrition. They talk about how far away they would be from resupply.
I'm sort of tired of all this armchair quarterback, and this has been an amazing military operation. God bless the fallen.
But it's a difference when we talk about troops on the ground.
I trust the Marines, not that guy. I trust DOD. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. The Marines, my money is always on the Marines. I don't know if you take the island or you blockade the island, but I know this. The day we control that island, this regime, this terrorist regime, has been weakened. It will die on a vine. And here's what I want to do. I want to get with Chris. I want to sprint to peace. As the war winds down, I want peace to ramp up. The reason we don't have Saudi Arabia and Israel making peace is October the 7th, 2023. Iran, through Hamas, attacked Israel, stopping normalization. I want to take up and complete what Biden started. As soon as we get Iran defanged so they can never do another October 7th, I want to start up peace talks between Saudi and Israel this year. I want a peace deal between Saudi and Israel, normalizing, ending the Arab-Israeli conflict. It's been going on for 2,000 years this year, and you can't do it with a lethal Iran. So we're weeks away from this Iranian regime not having the capability to stop peace.
Okay, very quickly, though, because
So some people are asking where Hark Island is. This is where Hark Island is. So this is the Persian Gulf here. This is the Strait of Hormuz here. That's the strait. And then Hark Island is right there. So yeah, there you go. That's Hark Island. Compared to where everywhere.
And my understanding is the reason why 90% of Iran's oil has to go through there is because the water around that island is deep enough. A lot of the Persian Gulf, my understanding is that it's shallow. So for the ships to be able to unload the oil on the ships, you need like deep waters. So I think that's like the Hark Island has the right conditions for that to be able to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
I just got contacted, Goldie, by Wall Street Journal for talking to me regarding what's happening.
Oh, sorry?
I just got contacted from Wall Street Journal to talk about what's happening.
Wow, good for you. You should do that.
Yeah, I just gave them my WhatsApp.
Armin, look at you. You are going you're going international. Love it. All right. What did you want to share next?
I have more news, but can I do something funny before we go?
You can do whatever you like. I've been running the show for like 2-3 hours, so
okay.
Up to you. Oh, I've seen this. This is a good one. Yeah.
Guys, so these are the Jewish sense of humor in hard times is legendary. This message to the Iranian regime is hilarious. Please don't bomb this place. Okay, so guys, the context, and thank you, Neil Bani, for this. So the context for this is that the parts of Israel that these guys don't like. Okay, so for example, the bus station, and other places, they're like, please, like, don't bomb here. Because these are the places. Let me read. So the central Tel Aviv bus station is an eyesore. So they are trying to get the IRGC to bomb certain areas because it basically will save them on demolition costs. Okay, so look at this. Watch this.
We are here in the central bus station in Tel Aviv, and we want to say to the Iranian regime, please don't bomb this place, please. We're doing this video because we know there are rumors that this place is actually a rocket missile factory of Iron Dome. But this is a lie. This is a speculation.
Armin, have you been there? Have you been to the bus station?
No, because when I went to Tel Aviv, I have my Jewish friends driving me around everywhere. So I didn't go to the bus.
I made the mistake of going to this bus station one time, and I was like, "Where am I? What am I doing here?" It's so good. Like it's so good. Like I get it, but oh my god, the sense of humor is incredible.
Okay, let me play the rest. Okay.
Eat the manipulation. Don't bomb this place, please. Yes, this place look empty, and maybe you can think to yourself, why this place even exists? This is very suspicious. Very. Maybe think to yourself, maybe it's because they hide in submarine inside? Maybe. And they do in opposite on opposite? But no. They do in opposite on opposite on opposite. Please, don't bomb this place. Please. You see the map? The map we show you? We show you this map to show you where not to. Not to bomb. This place, not to bomb. Not to bomb. This coordinate, you not bombing. Not bombing. Please. You know that if your bicycle gets stolen, you come here and you find a person who steals the bicycle from you, and you pay only the half price from the original only. That's it. And not only bicycles, iPhone, iPad, watches, everything. If you bomb this place, how are we gonna find our stolen stuff? Wow. We also gonna do this video to other government on your central bus station, not to bomb your bus station. You know, and is washing hands. And washing hands. So please don't bomb us. Thank you very much. Peace. יאללה. יאללה, מה אתה אומר? יקנו את החרא הזה? מה אני מקווה? שמע, הכי פתוחה פה ברמות. יאללה, בוא נלך. ברור שנשים פה יבוא.
I don't know what the last part is. They were talking.
I could try to chat GPT it if you want. Here, let me.
Okay, what was the last words that they just said?
Let me pull up my chat GPT here.
It's so good that they put the Persian translation just to make sure that they understand.
It was so good. Okay, all right, play it.
Okay.
Peace. יאללה. יאללה, מה אתה אומר? יקנו את החרא הזה? מה אני מקווה? שמע, הכי פתוחה פה ברמות. יאללה, בוא נלך. ברור שנשים פה יבוא.
Okay, let's see what they're saying there. I don't think it got the full thing. It just said, "Okay, grab it, let's go."
Oh.
Oh no. Someone's saying, "I hope they bought it." I see. Okay. That was so good. Oh, do you think they will buy it? Honestly, you know what? One of my favorite because I saw this post earlier today, Armin. One of my favorite comments, I think it was like one Israeli person saying to another, like, "Yeah, this is funny until like Pakistani X gets a hold of it, and then they think it's real, and then this is gonna go viral on like Pakistani X." And all the Pakistanis are gonna be like, "See, there's submarines under the Tel Aviv bus station."
Oh my god. You know, Goldie, you know what I love? They were so helpful to put on the map, and also they give the coordinates and everything.
And they're like, "Please do not go."
They give the coordinates at the bottom. Oh,
You know what?
oh
We
my
have to
God.
watch this again because this was just so good.
Okay. Oh
Oh
my
my
god,
gosh.
Jewish humor.
So
Jewish
good.
humor is the best. Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me unmute.
We are here in the central bus station in Tel Aviv, and we want to say to the Iranian regime, please don't bomb this place, please. We're doing this video because we know there are rumors that this place is actually a rocket missile factory of Iron Dome. But this is a lie. This is a speculation. This location is a bus station. Don't eat the manipulation. Don't bomb this place, please. Yes, this place look empty, and maybe you can think to yourself, why this place even exist? This is very suspicious. Very. Maybe think to yourself, maybe it's because they're hiding submarine inside? Maybe. And they doing opposite on opposite? But no. They doing opposite on opposite on opposite. Please, don't bomb this place, please. You see the map? You see the map we show you? We show you this map to show you where not to. Not to bomb. This place, not to bomb. Not to bomb. This coordinate, you not bombing. Not bombing. Please. You know that if your bicycle gets stolen, you come here and you find a person who steals the bicycle from you, and you pay only the half price from the original only. That's it. And not only bicycles, iPhone, iPad, watches, everything. If you bomb this place, how are we gonna find our stolen stuff? Wow. We also gonna do this video to other government on your central bus station, not to bomb your bus station. You know, and is washing hand. And washing hand. So please don't bomb us. Thank you very much. Peace. יאללה.
יאללה, מה אתה אומר? יקנו את החרא הזה?
מה אני מקווה? שמע, חיתוכי
Oh
פה
my
לרמות.
God.
יאללה, בוא נלך. ברור שלישי פה יבוטל.
Oh my god. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Oh my god. Fantastic. It's Goldie, you know how we say that the Iranian people use comedy to go through difficult times? I think the Jews were the original. That's why the Jews comedy is so good among Jews, right? They're famous for their comedy because they have had, you know, thousands of years of going through difficult times, right? All right. So let's look at this. And yeah, okay. So guys, Mossad's Persian Telegram channel to Iranians have posted this video asking them to continue sending footage of the locations of repression of the basically suppressing forces. Together we will defeat them. By the way, guys, this has worked very effectively for Mossad because Larijani is dead because of this. So Larijani is dead because Iranians. And just recently, some other IRGC leader was in Shamal in north of Iran in his villa, and apparently he was given away by his own family and neighbors, and now he's dead. A drone killed him as well. So this is being very effective. This is a very effective method by the Mossad. So let's look at this video that Mossad sent to the Iranian people. Saying, oh, look at this. It's saying حرکت لانچر و پرتابگر موشک دیدید. So Mossad is telling the Iranian people, did you see a launcher moving? A rocket launcher somewhere in Iran? Oh, yeah, record it. If you see a rocket launcher, record it. Send it to us. لطفاً عکس بگیرید و بفرستید. ما پیگیری میکنیم. Take a picture of it and send it to us. We will look into it. شما قهرمانان واقعی این پیروزی هستید. You are the real heroes of this victory. So this was from Mossad to the Iranian people. Let me see what we have here from Iran International. This is a video sent to Iran International, shows the rising smoke from explosions at the Esfahan Air Force Base on Sunday, March 22nd. So let's actually watch this here. So these are just a smoke. Really quickly want to go through these.
دوم فروردین ساعت حدود 10:30 درسته؟ سمت هوانیروز اصفهان رو. الان نزدیک به 4 تا انفجار.
Yeah, 4 explosions. So this is in Esfahan, 4 explosions. You look how casually he's speaking about this. Okay, so there's that. Still, guys, we're still not seeing that many explosions in Mashhad and in Khorasan as a whole. I mean, there is some, but not that much, which is interesting. Which is to this day, I still think that they are leaving that province for people who want to retreat. And then we have this other video saying from Iran International saying a video received by Iran International shows that Iranians residing in the United States held the Nowruz celebration in the city of Houston, Texas, state, accompanied by images of the immortal our immortal fallens, the Javidnams of the National Revolution. So just let's see this. This was in Houston, Texas. Just really want to watch this quickly. Look at these are the pictures of our fallen.
Happy Nowruz to everyone all around the world. More than a quarter billion people celebrate this beautiful ancient Persian Iranian celebration. We tell everyone, this is the year 2585. We had culture for thousands of years, and we are proud of it, and we stand on it, we stand united. Nowruz and Peters. I love you guys. Thank you. Make some noise for yourself.
Guys, look at this. These are all the heroes that were part of this revolution, and now these are their pictures.
For all of you being here, make some noise.
And then we have this. Hold on. Let me make sure this is real news. Yeah, okay. Nothing to see. Only Israel. But guys, we have more Israelis intercepting ballistic missiles outside of Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, this is ballistic missile in space intercepted by Israel. This is almost saying it's almost science fiction. Then again, so guys, look at this. This is a ballistic missile being stopped by Israel in outer space. And then we have this other news here saying this is madness. Multiple failed rocket launches reported by Iranians in Tehran tonight. IRGC is killing civilians with its failed launchers and blames Israel, US for it. So guys, this is what reflects what Goldie was saying, that we don't want these, like people are like, oh, it's so sad that we're losing a lot of this military equipment. It's not really sad. We want them gone. Like there's no use. Look at this. Actually, I don't know. Okay. Let me go forward. So apparently this is the failure of the rocket launchers, according to the reports. But anyways, let's go to this one. This one is from Iran International. This one is important. It's saying the video sent to Iran International shows the armored vehicle of the Islamic Republic suppressors stationed under the. Let me read the Persian one instead. زیر پل جناح تهران. Okay, so in Jinnah, under the Jinnah bridge in Tehran. So look at this. They're trying to use the bridges as shield. So people are driving. You know, when you drive, this is a common sight. You see, when you go under the bridges, there's a lot of the vehicles of the Islamic Republic suppressing forces. They are under the bridges because they think that they could hide from the missiles there or hide from being detected while they're under the bridges. And these videos are very valuable, by the way, to be sent out to so that the Mossad drones could find them under these bridges. We got this interview. I haven't watched this. This is an IRGC Navy commander doing an interview with this woman, which is very interesting because these are the women who used to get arrested for wearing hijab like this, but now not only they're not getting arrested, the IRGC is doing interviews with them. So IRGC Navy commander is saying we have missile boats and long-range missile equipment whose range cannot be mentioned, but we keep them in secret places and away from the enemy's sight. Let everyone know from America to any party that threatens us that we are neither afraid of threats nor afraid of death, because it takes us to a higher world where we meet the martyrs. Wow. Higher world. Okay. Sorry. Why is this woman? Is it me, or is this lady look like she's into him?
Yeah,
Is
it's
she
like
virgin?
she looks like اومده مثلا خواستگاریش. Look.
She looks like she's turned on or something. Look at this. She's like, what the hell? This is very flirty. And this is the Islamic Republic posted this. Look at what is happening here. What the hell is happening here? What is going on? I'm like, oh, hello. Want to show me your missile? What? Okay.
أنا لست مطلعا على الرسالة ولست
Oh my God, this has Arabic translation.
لذلك.
I was going to translate for you guys, but they have Arabic and Persian, so I don't know what the hell is happening.
صحيح أن لدي رؤية سياسية لكنني هنا أطيع الأوامر من القيادة والجندي.
I'm just going to mute them because it went Arabic all of a sudden. This is being translated from from Persian to Arabic, which I don't understand. I just want to see if this lady, go back to her. Look at the way she's reacting to him. What the hell is happening? سیغه‌ایه بچه سیغشه داره با سیغش بحث میکنه. Wow, look at this. It's under ship. Okay. It's under Navy. What? Hey, like this could have been bombed right now. Like, why was this not bombed? Look at these people recording this. Parastu? Or Parastusha? Is she with this Arab-speaking media? Yeah, I'm not gonna. Oh, let's see if she speaks Persian or Arabic.
لكن الولايات المتحدة منذ متى تأسست؟
She's speaking now.
ولكن هنا اسمح لي
Oh, she's Arab.
أسأل يعني برأيكم هل إيران يعني السيد خامنئي قد حدد الخطوط الحمراء، ولكن هل إيران مستعدة اليوم للتفاوض مع واشنطن حول استراتيجيتها الدفاعية؟
I can't translate this, guys. They're not speaking Persian.
والصاروخية برأيكم؟
I don't care.
نه اصلا
No, not at all.
كلا أبدا فنحن
Oh, abadan. I know abadan. Anyways, let's move on. Oh, Goldie, I need to ask. Oh, she's not here. I'll ask her when she's here. Let's go to this video.
Wait, I'm here. I just have to do a quick phone call. What's going on?
No, I just wanted to ask again. I'm just asking, okay? In case you say no, I won't do it, okay? Do we want to play that retarded video by Christian Amanpour or not?
Yeah,
just
go
ask.
for it. No, yeah, we
Oh, okay.
should. We should because like she's basically spreading propaganda 100%. I'll be right back. But yeah, play that because it's insane.
Okay, let's see what Christian Amanpour is saying here. So the caption is CNN Christian Amanpour claims women in Iran have much more rights today than they do in the rest of the Muslim world. In Iran, women are often tortured, and this person saying in Iran, women are often tortured, beaten, and killed simply for showing their hair. So this is Christian Amanpour's video. Look at this.
Women today have much more rights in Iran than they do in the rest of the Muslim world. They can vote, they can drive, they can work, they're in parliament, but their fundamental legal rights were cast aside. The rights the Shah brought in to protect women under the law, whether it's property rights, whether it's inheritance, whether it's custody, all of those kinds of rights, the Shah brought in for women. And the first thing Ayatollah Khomeini did when he took over was go straight to the Ministry of Women and closed it down. Go straight into the streets and tell women, no, sorry, you thought we were going to let you not wear your hijabs if you didn't want to. You thought we were going to bring democracy, but we are not. You will all go back under the veil. Women today.
Well, I mean, the part that she said that the Shah brought women's rights to Iranians, that part is correct. But the idea that women in Iran have it better than women in other Islamic countries, I mean, there's only 2 Islamic countries that makes the hijab mandatory, and that one of them is in Iran, the other one is Afghanistan. And up until recently, it was just Iran. Like all these guys, am I wrong about this? Like, let me know if I'm missing any other country. Like in Saudi Arabia, you could walk around without hijab, for example. Almost every other country, you have the freedom to wear what you want. In Qatar, you could wear what your woman could be without hijab. It's only 2 countries. It's only 2 countries where hijab is mandatory, and one of them is Iran. The other one is Afghanistan. So how is that? How are women better off in Iran than in these other Islamic countries? I mean, I'm pretty sure women in Morocco and Tunisia have and Malaysia and Indonesia, for example, have more rights than women in Iran. Yeah. I'm sure women in Tunisia and Morocco, they can vote. Women in Malaysia and Indonesia, they can vote. Women in Azerbaijan, they can vote. And also, actually, when it comes to voting, that's the retarded part. Like, oh, women have the right to vote in Iran. Guys, even men can't vote in Iran because their vote is worthless. Look at this part. This is the retarded part. The part that she says, like, yeah, the Shah brought women's right to Iranian people, that part is correct. But this is the retarded part.
Women today have much more rights in Iran than they do in the rest of the Muslim world.
That's not true. Women in the rest of the Muslim world, in Indonesia, Malaysia, Morocco, Tunisia, more women have more rights, way more rights in those countries than in Iran.
They can vote, they can drive, they can work.
Yeah, women can vote. Women can drive even in Saudi Arabia now. Like, there's like which Muslim country Muslims cannot drive, even in Saudi Arabia. So how does that make it more than other countries? Let me see.
They can vote, they can drive, they can work.
They can work, like, yeah, almost the only country where Muslim women can't work is Afghanistan. Every single other Muslim country women can work. Every single other Muslim country women can drive. The vote part is actually the retarded part, because in Iran, first of all, in most Muslim countries, women can vote. In Iran, your vote is nothing. Your vote is a joke. You can't actually vote on the policies of the regime. neither women or men. So, guys, in Iran, the policies are determined by the supreme leader, by the IRGC, and by the Supreme National Security Council. These are the institutions that make the decisions. It's not made by the parliament, and it's not made by the president. And when you vote, you do a fake vote, because even in the parliament and for the president, the candidates are pre-selected by the supreme leader, and the people who are loyal to the supreme leader. So even though the parliament and the president has no power on changing the policies of the country, even then they pre-select who you could vote for. So no, Iranian women can't vote, and neither can Iranian men, because voting means voting on the policies of your country. The Iranian people can't decide who the supreme leader is. The Iranian people can't decide who's running IRGC. And the Iranian people can't decide who's the member of the Supreme National Security Council. Those are the people who make the decisions, and you cannot vote for those. They just have this little show over here that you're voting for nothing, and they're calling it democracy. So no, Iranian women can't vote, and neither Iranian men. Neither can Iranian men. Does that make sense? So she misses all of them. She's wrong on all three. She's wrong on Iranian women can drive, unlike other Muslim countries. They can drive in every single other Muslim country. Maybe not in Afghanistan. I don't know. She says that they can work, unlike other Muslim countries. They can work in every other Muslim country except Afghanistan. And then she says they can vote. In fact, the voting part shows how suppressed we are compared to other Muslim countries, because in that area, both women and men are more suppressed compared to other Muslim countries, except maybe Afghanistan. And then she forgets the hijab, which, unlike other Muslim countries where hijab is not mandatory, only Iran and Afghanistan hijab is mandatory. And guys, when it comes to rights, it's not just women. The men are more suppressed as well compared to other Islamic countries. In Iran, the men are also, it's not just the women that have less rights than other Muslim countries. Forget the rest of the world. Compared to other Muslim countries, it's not just the women that have less rights. The men also have less rights than other Muslim countries. Anyways. Let me go. Does that make sense, guys? Let me see if I can play this video. This video is not playing, so I'm gonna skip it. This one I already played. Oh, let's go to this one. Oh, this I have something that after this that is related to this that you guys gonna love. Okay. So Neil Berg posted this saying, "Hey Trump, you are hey Trump." No, I'm not gonna read that. Oh no, yeah, no, I'm gonna read it. This is not what Neil is saying. She's basically quoting this guy, saying, "Hey Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I think I'm going to die from cringe. They're so bad at this." Guys, this is the speaker of Khatam al-Anbiya. Khatam al-Anbiya is one of the most important institutions of the IRGC, and this guy is the main spokesperson for it. And we all cannot wait until he's dead. So let's hear what he said here.
Hey Taram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
Guys, this is cringe overload. Look at this. I'm dying from cringe. Look at this.
Hey Taram, you are fired. You are familiar with this.
You are fired? Is he complimenting him?
Fired. You are
Guys, this is a compliment. He didn't say you are fired. He says you are fired. Wow, this is actually a compliment. Look
No,
at he says you are
Armin. No, he's making a reference to oh my gosh. He's making a reference to when President Trump had his show The Apprentice. So he's trying to say you're fired.
Of course, Goldie. Of
course.
But he gets it wrong. Instead of saying fired, he says you're fired.
Oh my God.
Which turns it into a compliment.
Can we
Yeah,
watch
guys.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is from Apprentice, but yeah, watch this again. Look at and then his famous tweet as well here.
Taram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
You are fired, Goldie. This is a compliment. You're fired. You're fire.
Hey Taram. Oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. This is like one of the most cringe videos I've ever seen.
Well, here I'll fix it for you. There you go. Here. Yeah, let me see. Wait, here we go.
فإن القوات المسلحة الإيرانية ستضع إمارة رأس الخيمة تحت ضربات مباشرة وساحقة فما النصر إلا من عند الله العزيز الحكيم.
How is that? Is that better? Does that make it easier?
I was not expecting that. Very interesting. Very interesting.
We improved it. Look at the supreme leaders with their kitty ears.
Can you send me the link to the video where he's like, "You're fired"? Because that's
Yeah, okay.
hilarious.
Okay, I'll put it in the private chat.
That is so. I can't believe that this guy is like in his like terrible English accent. He's like, "Oh my gosh, this is like so embarrassing."
Somebody saying, "Oh, someone please hack Iranian TV and play this." Yeah, there's a kitty one.
Yes. Oh, you know what? So, guys, my theory, completely unverified. I have no idea if it's true or not. But my theory is that Space Force, U.S. Space Force, is somehow hacking Islamic Regime State TV. So we need to somehow contact U.S. Space Force and be like, hack Islamic Regime TV and play that Hello Kitty video. I mean, can you play the Hello Kitty video again?
Yeah,
That's
okay.
the one. Guys, U.S. Space Force needs to hack Islamic Regime State TV and just play this video. My theory is that Space Force is the one hacking Islamic Regime State TV. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong, but I think it's Space Force.
Oh my god! Look at his bun. Like so cute. Okay, let's watch this.
فإن القوات المسلحة الإيرانية ستضع إمارة رأس الخيمة.
Can I just point out something? He's speaking Arabic. He's not even speaking Persian. So whoever made this video, it's from like the Arabic speaking video. So we don't even know what he's actually saying.
It says Iran bil Arabiya. So these are some Arab people who are making fun of him. So good job, whoever did this. Good job. Yeah. Okay. Arab people have jokes too here.
تحت ضربات مباشرة.
Oh, look at this. He says, "Hello Kitty, everyone's best friend."
وساحقة فما النصر إلا من عند الله العزيز الحكيم.
Oh my god.
So good.
Oh my god. Oh wow. Okay, that was so good. I'm getting more reports from missiles coming back. I mean, I didn't understand this video, but now Vahid Online is explaining it. Receive video return of the launch rocket from Firdaus viewpoint Sunday, March 20. Goldie, look at this. The Islamic Republic's missiles are coming back to them. Yeah, let's go to the beginning here. Yeah. Like it's not leaving the airspace of Iran. It's landing back inside Iran. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of videos like that. So, wait, somebody was laughing in the streets. Yeah. Anyways, those are my updates. So, oh, I got a message from Wall Street Journal. Let me know if we can speak 9 p.m. EDT today. I can do 9. What time is it EDT now?
6:30, I think.
Oh, so in 3 hours. Okay.
Yeah, it's 6:30. So 2.5 hours for you have an interview?
Yes.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Okay. Tusi starting in. Wait, what's going on here? Tusi starting in 25 minutes. So, guys, we'll probably just continue sharing the news for another 25 minutes. And then Tusi starting at 7. Who's your interview with, Armin?
Sadanand Dune. It's hard to pronounce his name, but he's from the Wall Street Journal.
Okay.
So they want to talk to me about what the defeat of the Iranian revolution would mean more broadly for the Muslim countries. Defeat of the revolution.
Wait, what?
Is it
Which
what the
revolution?
defeat the Iranian revolution would mean broadly for Muslim countries in the region? So I think that I'm going to focus on how if the countries in the region would have to live with a much more radical Islamic Republic that would want to, I'm going to basically explain how there is no way that the countries in the region, the Muslim countries in the region, would be able to tolerate the Islamic Republic if it survives this. There is no way that they could be tolerating this. I'm going to go into details. What do you think?
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some new footage, but I don't know if it's true or not. But there is one video from Manoto News that has gone viral, and it's in Persian, and I shared it. But here, I was hoping you could translate this for people. Let me send it to you in the studio chat.
Okay. I'm going to put also an alarm for the interview just to make sure I don't miss it.
Yeah. No, you don't want to miss it.
Yeah. Wow. I'm actually it's interesting that I never thought that it would be contacted by the Wall Street Journal for my opinion. This is amazing. All right, let's go to this. Oh, nice find, Goldie. These are really valuable. These videos that you find. It gives us a really good understanding of what the messages from Iran are all about. So here the caption saying a phone call from a compatriot in Tehran, simultaneous with sounds of explosion. So guys, again, to provide you context, this is Manoto. And Manoto, they have this podcast where they just sit there for hours waiting for Iranian people from inside Iran to call them and listen to their messages. And then they go, take some parts of it out and they post it. So this is Iranians outside of Iran on Manoto listening to messages. This message specifically is coming from inside Iran.
درود بر شما.
درود بر شما.
عالی شد صدا. عالی.
I'm like, okay, your voice is not good, because apparently this guy was trying to contact them for a while and the audio was bad, and now they're saying yeah, the voice is now really good.
درست شد.
بله، سال نوتون مبارک.
Like Happy New Year.
سال نو شما مبارک.
Happy New Year to you as well.
زنگ زدم بگم که مزدوران رژیم مانند سگ‌های ولگرد توی پارک‌ها میخوابن توی.
So he's saying the regime forces right now are like wild dogs, stray dogs sleeping in the parks right now. So he's noticing that, because of the Israeli forces have managed to take out a lot of their bases. Right now, they're just saying they're sleeping outside in the parks like wild dogs.
خیابونا چادر زدن.
So they have tents in the streets.
ایستگاه بازرسیشون خیلی کم شده، خیلی کم
So the checkpoints are now very low in number.
تر شده نسبت به گذشته، ولی بازم
Yeah, like rabid. Yeah, exactly. Like rabid wild stray dogs.
متاسفانه هستن. شبونه 10 تا ماشین، 12 تا ماشین.
Yeah, but unfortunately they're still there, even though their checkpoints are lower, but they're still there.
شبونه 10 تا ماشین، 12 تا ماشین، یکی پرچم گرفتن دستشون، یه بلندگو دارن. وقتی
So at nights they come with 12 with 10 to, like 10 cars or me.
گرفتن دستشون، یه متاسفانه هستن. شبونه 10 تا ماشین، 12 تا ماشین.
So in the night they come out with 10 or 12 cars.
یکی پرچم گرفتن دست
And each one of them will hold out a flag.
دستشون، یه بلندگو دارن. وقتی
And they have a loudspeaker. Oh, he got disconnected. Ach, she said ach. Ach means oh no. Guys, here's a new word for you guys. Ach means oh no. It means ouchie or oh no.
هنوز روی خطی دا.
Like you're still online.
بله. بعد اینا
Oh, I said yes.
10 تا ماشین راه میافتن، یه بلندگویی میذارن. آدم وقتی میشنوه فکر میکنه مثلا لشکر 100,000 نفره‌ای داره میاد.
So he's saying like they put a loudspeaker on their cars, and when you hear it, you think like an army of 100,000 people are showing up. Okay, because they have the loudspeakers are very loud.
میریم از پنجره نگاه میکنیم میبینیم که بله اینطوری نیست و 10 تا دونه ماشینن.
So I'm saying they like when we hear them in our houses with their loudspeakers, we think like, oh no, an army of 100,000 is arriving, and we open our windows, we look out, and we say like, oh, it's just like 10 cars.
بله.
سال نو رو چطوری گذروندی تا؟
So he's asking him, how was your new year? How did your new year go?
لحظه.
جانم.
سال نو دوست عزیز همین الان زدن سالومه شرق تهران.
Oh, look at them. Look at their faces. Like they just hit us. They just hit right next to us. Guys, it got hit by a missile. So he was talking about his new year, but right while he was speaking, he said he heard a missile. And look at their faces.
همین الان زدن سالومه.
Wait, go back a bit to get to that point again.
Okay.
میشنوه فکر میکنه مثلا لشکر 100,000 نفره‌ای داره میاد. میریم از پنجره نگاه میکنیم میبینیم که بله اینطوری نیست و 10 تا دونه ماشینن.
بله.
سال نو رو چطوری گذروندی تا این لحظه؟
جانم.
سال نو دوست عزیز همین الان زدن سالومه شرق تهران رو زدن.
شنیدم.
Wow, she says I heard it. They heard the missile.
بله. 2 تا زدن.
Oh, they hit two. The second one.
خونه ما داره میلرزه.
Like our house is shaking.
جاوید شاه سالومه جان. سال
Javid Shah, long live the king. Salume, dear Salume.
نو همه اومدن تو پنجره ها تو
Like we're all going by. Everybody's going by the window to see, and both of the hosts got concerned. Like, don't go to the window. Like both of the hosts. So guys, this is a problem. Every time the Iranian people are hearing explosions, a lot of them go to the window to see what's happening, but they have to actually run away from the windows. And so both of the hosts are like, don't go to the window. He's like, we're going to the window. I'm like, no, don't go to the window.
سال نو همه اومدن تو پنجره ها تو
Like, don't go in front of the window. He's like, please.
برای سال نو رو میگفتم.
چراغا یعنی میام چراغا تو پرده ها رو کشیدن همه شعار دادن یه اندک.
Oh, now he's saying like, no, I was talking about our new year. guys, look what's happening. Okay, so he was talking about 2 missiles being hit, and then immediately he went back to talking about how he spent his new year. So the two hosts misunderstood him. He was like, he went to say like, oh yeah, okay, going back to our new year. For New Year, we went to our windows to chant and say Javid Shah and stuff like that, and they thought that she's talking about now. And like, we're going to the windows to watch the missile, to see the explosion. Like, no, don't go to the window. Like, no, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about my new year. Guys, he immediately, like, oh my God, they hit 2 missiles. Our house is shaking. Anyways, this is how I spend New Year. You were asking me about my New Year. So let me just go back to that. That's why the hosts were confused, because they thought he's talking about now going to the window. He's not talking about now. He's talking about for New Year. Oh, like, guys, this is so crazy. Goldie, these people, what are these people made out of? Oh my God, they hit 2 missiles on our thinking. My New Year, we were. This is how I spent my New Year. Wait, let's go back. This is amazing. Oh my God.
جانم
سال نو دوست عزیز همین الان زدن سالومه شرق تهران رو زدن.
شنیدم
Stop
همین
Tehran, they
الان
hit.
بله 2 تا زدن. اوه خونه ما
Dude, they
داره
hit 2.
میلرزه. جاوید شاه سالومه جان سال نو همه اومدن توی پنجره ها توی
Oh yeah, so for New Year, he was saying for New Year we were going saying Javid Shah for New Year we all went to our windows. So they're both now they're both getting concerned like don't go to the window.
نه من برای سال نو رو میگفتم.
Oh like no, he's talking about the New Year.
بیام چراغا توی پرده ها رو کشیدن همه شعار دادن.
No. Like for New Year, we had open our windows and our curtains, and we were chanting.
یه اندک مزدوران این حکومت کثیف برگشتن گفتن مرگ بر منافق که همه هماهنگ جاوید شاه.
من الان میخوام راجع به الان.
Wait, hold on. So he's talking about how some pro-regime people what they were doing for New Year, but the host is like, I don't want to talk about now. I want to talk.
حکومت کثیف برگشتن گفتن مرگ بر منافق که همه هماهنگ جاوید شاه.
Okay, so he's saying well, in New Year when we opened our windows and we were saying Javid Shah, there were a few pro-regime people, dirty pro-regime people who were responding to us saying death to Munafiq, meaning death to the hypocrites. And then he's saying like we all responded to them at the same time. We said Javid Shah, like chanted against those pro-regime people. And now the host is interrupting him. And like I want to talk about what's happening now. Like forget the new year talking about these missiles that were just hit next to
الان که کنار پنجره الان مثلا شما صدا رو میشنوین چیکار میکنین اولی؟
Like it's a forget the new year. Now that you're hearing these missiles being hit right next to you, what are you doing in response to that?
این کاری که میکنی. ای بابا.
Oh, he got disconnected.
امیدوارم دوباره چه صحنه‌ای بود.
And they're like, oh no, he got disconnected. And she's like, I hope he gets connected back. What a scene.
من شنیدم.
Like I heard both explosions, and he's saying like, yeah, I heard both of them too. Oh my! look at her. Look at the way she's looking at us. Look at this. Like what just happened?
But Armin, like it's insane though. Like this is what it's going through, right? This is what we're going through.
Yeah, but Goldie was so amazing. He was like, oh yeah, 2 missiles hit right next to us. Anyways, my New Year. This is how I spent my New Year. Let me tell you what we did. Immediately, like within seconds after reporting that 2 missiles were just hit right next to him, he went to talk about.
I did that part again because it was so good.
Yeah. Okay, from the beginning or from the missile part?
Or like just the part where like he hears the missiles.
Yeah, and she was confused. She was like, "What are you talking about going to the window? You have to move away from the window." Like, no, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about New Year.
جانم.
سال نو دوست عزیز همین الان زدن سالومه شرق تهران رو زدن.
شنیدم.
همین الان بله. 2 تا زدن. اوه. خونه ما داره میلرزه. جاوید شاه سالومه جان سال نو همه اومدن توی پنجره ها توی
نری چرا پنجره خواهش میکنم.
نه من برای سال نو رو میگفتم.
چراغا یعنی میگم چراغا توی
just went back. Like no, I'm talking about New Year.
I love how like he says, oh they just bombed. Oh no, they bombed the second time, and then he's like, Javid Shah, long live the king. So like his initial reaction to hearing the sounds of the explosion is Javid Shah, long live the king. Like that's how excited they are.
And then immediately going back to the conversations where he left off. Like let me continue. Let me actually answer the question you asked me about my New Year. And And then Goldie, this part was so great, but he keeps on talking about his New Year, and this other host was like, "Forget the New Year, tell me about the missile." So, yeah, look at
منافق که همه هماهنگ جاویدشاه
من الان میخوام راجع به الان بپرسم اون سال تحویل ولش کن.
Salt tavil ولش کن, like you just got two missiles right next to you. What are you talking about?
It's so good. It's really good.
Oh, oh my god, this is so epic. Salt tavil ولش کن, forget the New Year. I'm talking about the missile. Oh my god, this was so good. Wow, this Goldie, oh my god, Goldie, we're gonna come back to these moments years from now. We're like, remember when that happened?
It'll be, you know what? It'll be laughter and it'll be tears. It'll be a mix. It'll be a mix of like laughing and crying because there's like so many highs, there's so many lows. I sent you 2 more videos, 2 more links to translate.
Okay. Wow, this was so epic. Okay. Let's go to this one. Ooh, okay. So this is reposted by Princess of Pahlavi's communication account.
Yeah.
Saying long live the Shah. That's the quoted, saying people in Tehran chant the moment of Nowruz, the Persian New Year. Oh guys, this is what the Iranian people decided to chant out their windows the moment that the New Year arrives. Look at this. Amazing. Amazing. These are the best people. Oh, and this one is from this other account that I know of. Guys, I'm really familiar with this account. I don't know if you know her. It's Goldie And Armin. She posted this. She says, Tehran, they're hitting everywhere and the people will finish the job. Yes, let me repost this. And then look at this. Oh, so this is from Tehran. Somebody recording from their car and record video saying like the translation is that there has not been a place where they haven't bombed yet. Like they have bombed every single location that they had to. Look at this thing. The air of Iran is filled with justice now. So when he's talking about the explosions and bombardment and the missiles, he's saying Iran's air is filled with justice. Like nothing has been left for these murderers. And even if there is anything left, the Americans know exactly where it is. They have it. They have the account of everything. And they will take out the remaining ones one by one as well, if there's anything left. Like they will keep hitting until the very last suppressing force is destroyed. And then the people will be able to come to the streets really easily when that happens. And they will And they would.
اونا بیان و ایران از چنگ این خونخوارا در بیارن.
And they will free Iran from the claws of these bloodthirsty, blood drinking animals.
این امید نیست بلکه یه واقعیته.
Saying this is not hope, this is fact. This is not this we don't hope that this will happen. This will happen.
هممون به زودی می‌بینیم.
We will all see this very soon. We will all see this very soon.
در حال فروپاشی کامله.
The regime is collapsing, is on the verge of complete collapse.
آزادی انشالله در آستانه فریاد زدنه.
And hopefully freedom is coming to us very soon.
فریاد زدنه. دیگه هیچ جا.
Amazing. Amazing. That was perfect. That was a great video, Goldie. Thank you.
You're welcome. Armin, you know I always send you like the best videos, so.
You do. No kidding. Like you do always find the best stuff.
I try. So anyways,
every time
Goldie, 5 minutes, but yeah.
5 minutes. Every time you send me a video and like Armin translate this, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good. I know.
You know, one of these days, I'm just gonna like send you like something totally random. Like
I know you're gonna troll me and I'm gonna fall for it and I'm gonna go through the entire thing. Like the time you made me do the salute thing. Like,
oh yeah, the salute thing was so funny. Guys, remember we were playing the video of like Reza Shah beating an Akhund, and I came on and I was just like saluting. Remember, like
I just
we were pranking Armin, and then Armin was just like, he was just.
I was just being a good sport. I'm gonna go with it, like whatever. I mean, it was Reza Shah, Goldie. It was Reza Shah. What did you expect me to do?
But it was so good. It was so good. Here, you know what? Why don't you translate this while we're waiting for 2C?
Is this? Am I being trolled? Am I going to be trolled?
No, it's not a troll. It's not a troll. Here you go. You can translate this while we wait for 2C TV.
Okay. Wait. Let me see. Oh my God. What is this? Okay. Is Madrasa Musha? What am I looking at? Okay, I am being trolled. Okay, what is this? Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, this is the song of Madrasa Musha. I remember this. It's like Mira Madrasa, Kifam Poras, Fandogo Peste. I honestly can't really hear what he's saying. What? I can't hear Goldie. What is he saying? What is he saying?
I don't know, but here, let me send you this one instead. I think this
is
here.
Ke mesle kopol. Sahra shede par az gol.
Really?
Ge mesle gerdu. So it's basically okay. It's just it's just different letters of the alphabet.
So think of like A like apple, B like bottle or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna translate.
So okay, no, you have to translate K misle kopol. What does that mean in English?
Okay. So kopol is like somebody who's chubby. Okay, and so he's saying K like kopol. So A for apple, so K for kopol. So basically, it's like saying F. It's like C for chubby or F for fat. F for fatty. F for fatty. That's what he's saying.
So F guys, for fatty. This kid's song starts with F for fatty.
Yeah, the kid's song starts with F for fatty. Instead of saying A for apple, it's saying F for fatty.
A for kopol. Oh my gosh.
Wow, what a brutal way to start. I mean, kopol is kind of like a cute fat,
Yeah, it's
not
like
like a,
chubby. It's like
it's
like
like
roly
chubby.
poly, but
Yes,
still,
yes.
it's just a savage way to start like a children's song.
Oh my god. What? Why?
Wait, you gotta
What?
continue. You still
No, we
have
don't
like.
have.
Oh, okay,
Oh
all
my
right.
god. Okay, fine. I will. Where did you find this? Okay,
Well,
here. Let me.
translate like 30 more seconds, then we'll go to 2.
Okay. Hey for Kopol. Sahara, the Sahara, the desert is filled with flowers. It's just saying that because it rhymes with the first line. It doesn't mean anything. It just rhymes with the first line. So Mr. Girdu is like walnut.
Like
so
walnut.
it's like double. It's like
G like
W for
walnut.
walnut. Yeah. Ge is how we say Girdu. We say Girdu. So like it's G for Girdu, which is walnut. Wait, what? Bengar Baharsu. Look on every side. Okay, guys, a lot of this makes no sense. It makes sense only because it rhymes with the last line. So Be for Bahar. Bahar means spring. So B for Bahar, which is spring. Okay, so this girl has allergies. So the flowers are making her sneeze. All right, guys. Okay, guys.
Been rescued.
I've been Tusi to the rescue. Thank you, Tusi. Mario, I love you for saving me. Okay, guys. Am Israel Chai. Long live America. Javicha, Payande Iran. See you guys same time tomorrow.
All right, see you
Bye,
tomorrow,
guys.
Armin.
Bye.
Welcome back to 2CTV. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to you guys with some breaking news coming from the conflict in Iran. The head of NATO, Mark Rutte, has now confirmed that the European member states are now following President Trump's lead in order to fight against the Islamic Republic and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We are also going to be joined during this live stream by a special guest from the official opposition of Iran, Andrew Ghalili, who is the director of policy at the National Union of Democracy for Iran, which is the main opposition led by the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. And there is a lot happening as we speak in Tehran and major cities around Iran. We are seeing the largest attack since the beginning of this war. And we're going to give you guys, of course, all the latest footage and videos coming in from Iran, and going to get your reaction in the live chat as usual. All right, so first things first, let's go to Tehran, and we're also going to be talking about some the fake news media in the United States. The New Yorker, I did do a video earlier exposing them. If you haven't seen it, watch that later. It's part of the video section of the channel on YouTube. But let's go to Tehran. Massive attacks across the capital, government buildings and military sites getting destroyed. Crazy stuff, guys. This is insane. This reminds me of Baghdad in 2003. Look at that. Do it. We haven't seen anything like this since the beginning of the conflict, because we've been getting waves of attacks and targeted attacks on, for example, one building or one base, and then you see the next one, and then after a few minutes, after an hour, another wave of attacks. This, as I said, this reminds me of the first few minutes of the strikes in Baghdad, Iraq in 2003. It's still going on, and obviously we're in touch with our sources in the country. In major cities, Tehran, Yazd, Shiraz, and Esfahan, still non-stop bombings going on. Things have definitely escalated from tonight, and we are getting more videos. But first, before we get to the rest of this, the Islamic Republic have now also launched a second wave of missiles towards Israel as we speak. This is a few minutes ago. The alert that the Israelis received, you can see the center of Israel getting targeted, and also southern Israel as well. Actually, the first wave earlier tonight was southern Israel, like last night. Second wave is now towards central Israel and also Tel Aviv. They are intercepting them, of course, but we are also going to go live to Tel Aviv shortly with our live feed to find out what is going on in that city. But the IRGC propaganda machine is working very, very, I was going to say effectively. It's not effective in the sense that it's actually working. It's effective in terms of being very productive, let's just say. They are very busy doing propaganda. So there is this infamous spokesperson for the IRGC who goes on the state media because they don't have anybody else, basically. They've turned into the Houthis in Yemen. There's just one guy, one head, keep ranting, right? And this guy who goes on TV and basically threatens the US, he has now decided to speak English. He learned basic English, just 2 sentences, and decided to tell President Trump that he is fired, like The Apprentice.
Hey, Taram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya. Hey, Taram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
So it doesn't work. Firstly, hey, Trump. Well, I don't know what that is, but you have to be sassy. You know, you can't, the attitude is not really going well. But they did a few takes and in order to practice, and we have exclusive access to the video footage of this man practicing different attempts to say that sentence, different versions. They tried differently, and we do have the exclusive video of what happened before this.
فإن القوات المسلحة الإيرانية ستضع إمارة رأس الخيمة تحت ضربات مباشرة وساحقة وما النصر إلا من عند الله العزيز الحكيم.
Firstly, okay. I can't confirm nor deny whether this is AI. I love how there are people in the live chat taking it seriously, saying, "Whoa! I think this is AI, guys. I think this is a." Do you really have to investigate whether this is AI or not? Anyway, so that was funny. But going back to the rest of fake news from the Islamic Republic of Iran. One of the fascinating things that they've decided to do is this. This is actually serious. Like, they are so shameless, by the way. Crazy stuff. Tehran Times. Referring to the Tasnim news agency, which is the official, basically, the main news agency right now in Iran, the Islamic Republic. Last night, there was an attack in Arad and Dimona in Israel, and we reported that. We had the live footage. We had about just over 100 people who were injured. Nobody died. But according to the Islamic Republic state media, at least 1,281 Israelis have been killed. Right? The Hebrew group of Tasnim news agency, by examining the statistics related to cemeteries, Israeli cemeteries, apparently told Tasnim news that 1,281 Israelis died. And yeah, the fascinating thing about this is that you've got a lot of so-called anti-war people in the West who listen to Tucker Carlson and these guys. They believe this. They listen to it and they take it as the official stats. As I mentioned, we are now going to be joined by the brilliant Andrew Khalili, who is the policy director at the National Union of Democracy for Iran. We're going to go to him now to get some... hang on, let me see if I have him. I need to sort out his camera. Hang on. Hang on. If Andrew, if you could sit slightly to your left, I'm going to bring you on the screen slightly. Yeah, a little bit more, and then this is what you don't get on CNN. There we go. Perfect. All right, let's quickly bring on Andrew. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me back on.
Not bad. So we have a lot of crazy stuff happening today and tonight. So obviously, you've been involved in the United States with obviously the organization to prepare Iran for a post-regime nation and what could actually happen. And you guys have been working hard to prepare the proposal for the transition government. And with obviously the leadership of the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Obviously, I'm going to get you to explain to people how this whole thing came about and how you guys started this. But before we do that, there is something that I want to get your opinion on. There was a news article earlier today by the so-called New Yorker that said the title was The Distant Promise of Iran's Would-Be King. It was by Azadeh Moaveni. And you also called it out. I also called it out. But for those who might have missed it, this article suggests that President Trump and the White House have called the Crown Prince a loser prince. But what's the problem with this article? Did they say that?
Sure. First of all, the author is a well-known, at least to the Iranian community, Iranian American community, a well-known regime apologist. She was apparently, for example, able to celebrate her wedding in Tehran during the height of the Women Life Freedom protests. She regularly attacks pro-democracy Iranian activists, not just the Crown Prince. She's blocked many of them on Twitter. And the piece extensively cites other well-known regime apologists like Vali Nasr. So we should consider the source here. The idea that these individuals have insight into President Trump's private thinking and his conversations on Pahlavi or around Iran in general, it's completely implausible. No one should take it seriously. Frankly, the only reason I commented on it is because some of these open source accounts started posting it as if it was the New Yorker saying it as fact and not a piece from this individual. But on the sourcing in general, I mean, the piece sets the tone by citing an anonymous Iranian analyst who claims that he imagines that the prince's advisors tell him things like, you're the king and you can't surround yourself with people who don't respect your. Look, I know the prince's advisors. That's not the attitude. And frankly, he wouldn't tolerate it. And if you look at who he's actually brought in to his coalition, people like Shireen Ebadi, who I'll get into when we discuss some of the transition plan, who opposed him for years, the claim just falls apart on its own. But regardless, citing someone's imagination as evidence of anything is just bizarre. So it's disappointing to me that the New Yorker would publish something like this. The sourcing doesn't hold up. The author has a clear agenda, and the claims just aren't credible. Yeah, it's crazy. But there are people who would just take it for granted because they just see the headline on social media. So that's why we have to work hard to expose this. So when it comes to the transition plan for the new Iran, what was the actual process of developing this? Because I think some people now in hindsight, they would say, yeah, of course that makes sense. Somebody should have come up with this. But actually for years and decades, there were a lot of opposition groups or individuals who didn't do much. But you guys have been working for a long time. So what was the process of developing this? Sure. I mean, when we started working on this, frankly, people laughed at the idea of developing a transition plan when we weren't close to getting to regime change. But of course, you have to do this over a long span of time, and you have to prepare ahead of time. So the Iran Prosperity Project, which is the Prince's transition plan, which was incubated at the Nufti Fund, has been developed for several years now, in development for several years now, I should say. And the key thing I think people need to understand broadly about the process is that it was a completely public, transparent process. So Nufti held multiple conferences over the past 2 years presenting the Iran Prosperity Project. Iranians inside the country have been able to view it and provide feedback throughout the process. And look, when you see Iranians chanting Pahlavi's name in the streets, a big part of that is because he and the movement around him have done that hard work, not just to organize people inside the country, but also to build trust, right? They put a concrete plan on the table, they opened it up to scrutiny, and the goal of it is very clearly written out: a democratic referendum where Iranians choose their own form of governance. So this all builds trust. The fact that the Crown Prince has been saying exactly this, and we see videos of him going viral on Persian social media, telling people 30 years ago, brother, I'm fighting for your right to vote against me. This all builds trust, and that's exactly what we've seen play out inside and outside Iran over the past couple of months. So one thing you said was that, because a lot of people assumed this was just basically the Iranian diaspora outside of Iran
probably living in LA or Washington, and they just love the Crown Prince, so they just came up with this on their own. But what you mentioned was that there are also basically opposition groups across the world, but also people in Iran were consulted, and the community leaders, which kind of makes sense now, because even I personally, over the last few years, when I started noticing the Crown Prince's name being mentioned slowly, and then it got louder and louder across Iran, it makes sense, because otherwise people were like, what's going on here? In reality was that I think, with all due respect to the royal family, if the Crown Prince was just sitting there, then obviously a lot of people would have just said, well, he just assumes that, you know, he should be king again or something like that, and his name and his branding should do the job. But actually, that wasn't even the focus. The focus was actually to create an actual plan, and ironically, that resulted in people in Iran chanting for his return. So that actually created more loyalty for his branding. But what, for example, like obviously you mentioned referendum, which is the obvious thing. But what's the big picture? What are the details in terms of overall what's going to happen after the fall?
Sure. So the transition plan covers, I think, 14 key sectors of governance and national life, from the economy, judiciary, civil liberties, education, environmental issues, energy, foreign policy, the full scope of what a modern state needs to function. And so each sector has been thought through with input from subject matter experts. And again, all of this is publicly available for people to review. Now, the political framework is also pretty straightforward. The transitional government takes power. Its sole mandate is to shepherd Iran toward a constitutional referendum. And the Iranian people then get to vote on what form of governance they want, at which point, once that process is complete, the transitional government dissolves. So I think a really critical piece of this plan that differentiates it and makes it really important is that it's designed to work within the existing system during the transition. You're not blowing everything up on day one. You're gonna need the existing civil bureaucracy to keep the country running, and the plan accounts for that. So a lot of people currently working in government ministries and agencies are going to have to be part of making this transition work, of course, as long as they don't have blood on their hands or aren't complicit in mass corruption. And this is intentional. We've seen what happens when you don't do that. The de-Baathification of Iraq gutted the state. The country is still dealing with the consequences today. So the Prince's transition plan is specifically designed to avoid repeating that mistake. And getting to the justice side of it, a transitional justice system was just announced, I think, this past week, and it's going to be headed by Shireen Ebadi, the Nobel laureate. The fact that she's now leading this effort tells you a lot about the breadth of the coalition that's coming together and the seriousness of this process.
Yeah.
So there's real unity behind Pahlavi's leadership.
Can you tell? So can you tell people about her, because obviously not many people would know who she is, and why it's important that she's also part of this plan?
Sure. Well, this is an individual who, was in some way part of bringing about the end of the Shah's reign, and has since said why that was such a serious mistake, and why she no longer opposes Pahlavi. So again, it's a show of real unity that Pahlavi, if you look at who he has met with, even over the past month, extending well beyond Shireen Ebadi, he's meeting with and sitting down with a lot of people who have opposed him over the past few years and decades, and are now coming to join under him and under his transition plan, because they see him as the only viable option, and a real viable option to actually get to democracy.
Yeah, you mentioned viable option, but obviously we just mentioned one example of a fake news hit piece, and we're getting a lot of it, and it's not just against the Crown Prince, but against Iran and Iranians, saying that the Islamic Republic is winning somehow or whatever. Based on that, we can't really expect the legacy media to say what you just said, tell the truth. But are the US policymakers in Washington, D.C., are they aware of this? Have there been any conversations with the US about the transition plan?
There have been. Mufti itself has had meetings with many congressional staff offices to present the plan, handing them the plan. I've been in meetings with the Crown Prince and members of the United States Senate and Congress and House, where he hands them the transition plan and they can read through it. You can see as people are reading the plan and flipping through it, that they realize what is being called for here. It is not that the Iranian people need the US to come in and do nation building, right? This isn't regime change like Iraq was. The Iranian people and the opposition are ready to do that themselves. Now, is the plan perfect? No. And the people working on it will tell you that. It's a work in progress, but it is by far the most comprehensive and viable transition plan that exists. Nobody else has put forward anything close to this level of detail or public accountability. And that's generally the feedback that we hear from congressional offices is, wow, okay, you guys really have thought about this. This is a real plan that could actually work.
Well, brilliant. Thank you so much, Andrew, for explaining what is next after the collapse of the regime. Of course, once that's ready, I will bring you on and your colleagues on to obviously celebrate, but also start the hard work, which will be the next day. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Thanks for having me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue, we're going to quickly go to the U.S. Central Command. They have released another video showing the footage of strikes by the U.S. forces on multiple suicide drones by the IRGC. They've been busy today hitting not just the infrastructure of the regime, but also focusing on the drone capabilities. Over the last couple of weeks, few days, there's been a lot of focus on the missile storage and obviously the weapons depot and the missile launchers. But today we're also seeing a huge wave of attacks after identifying the location of the drones and the drone carriers. They are now destroying them as well. As I said, this takes time because Iran is a huge country with crazy land. We got mountainous, we got desert, we got the foresty bits and rainforest and everything else. And you could hide things everywhere. You could move your missile launchers, you could move your drones to different parts of the country. It's not a small country, small land, but the US and the Israeli intelligence are working very hard to keep focus on this situation. And at the same time, I'm going to quickly go, before we focus on Tel Aviv, we're going to actually talk about what's going on in Yazd, because both in Tehran and Yazd, another city in Iran, the IRGC have been malfunctioning, literally malfunctioning. Unfortunately, a multiple missiles that were launched by the Islamic Republic tonight have failed over the skies of Iran, Iranian cities. And let's quickly go to one example of this. So that's one of the missiles that is the rockets that are coming down following the launch. It's crazy. We keep getting more information about more missiles. I'm not really sure exactly what's going on. I'm not really sure if it tends to happen once in a while, but I wonder if there's a problem with the remaining missile launchers, or maybe the personnel, the IRGC members who are in charge, they don't know what they're doing. It could be human error, or it could be their capabilities completely being expired at this point, but that's what's happening. Anyway, there is also the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, who has finally confirmed, and he said it's good news, that the European and NATO members are now following President Trump's lead on the fight against the Islamic Republic in order to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He said basically you have to wait because there's a plan. They're having discussions. President Trump and, of course, Netanyahu in Israel are doing the strikes now. The next phase is going to be getting everybody to come and help. That includes the NATO alliance. Let's go to Mark Rutte.
These 22 countries are following the president's lead on making sure that...
let's just apologize for this. Let's make sure this quality... It's not loud enough. There we go. Let's go back to Rutte.
These 22 countries are following the president's lead on making sure that we free up the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, the military campaign is still ongoing, so that's why we are working now, these countries together, and also with the US, to make sure that we assess what, when, and how we can do this. But let me also say this. The United States has been planning for this for weeks. For obvious reasons, because of security, it was impossible to share that knowledge with allies, because that would then have prevented the effect of the first attack, because there was a risk always of leaking. So I totally understand why the US was not able to share this with allies. But at the same time, it means that European allies and partners all over the world have used the last couple of weeks to make sure that we come together, that they started planning to see what we can do collectively as allies, as partners of the United States, at the moment that's possible, for the Strait of Hormuz to open up, and therefore answering the president's call on this. And that's what I told them. I said, hey, they are following your lead, and I think that's very important. And I'm sure that we've done this before. I mean,
well, yeah. The interesting thing about this is that despite the fact that Mark Rutte himself is a liberal globalist, but he has a good relationship with President Trump because he is one of the few who is still doing the charm offensive with the president. Just like a few years ago, during the first term of presidency with President Trump, Emmanuel Macron was doing that. Emmanuel Macron was basically just following President Trump like a puppy, hugging him. He was very touchy-feely, and less so this time. And also the early days between Starmer and Trump. Keir Starmer was doing the whole charming thing, but eventually that ends because they expose their true side, to true face. He's still trying to basically, he doesn't stand up to President Trump. Mark Rutte, in fact, there have been so many occasions where he defends President Trump against the rest of the Europeans. Doesn't mean, by the way, that this is some sort of angel. He's also playing the game. But President Trump has successfully managed to bully NATO into finally helping, because it's in their interest. The United States can survive even if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. It doesn't matter. But for the rest of the global commerce and the Europeans, it's important. So, and obviously Rutte knows this, but he basically just said, "Oh no, we were already united." No, you weren't. Well, not you personally, but the rest of the NATO membership, they weren't. They had to be bullied into doing this to protect their own interests. The fact that President Trump had to tell these guys, to force them to say, "You need to protect your own interests." It's not like you're doing us a favor. We don't need anything from the Strait of Hormuz. It's for you. Do you want the global economy to be completely disrupted for weeks and weeks or months? Or do you want to man up and get involved? Anyway, let's quickly go back to Iran, Yazd. We had another round of explosions. This is near the Kohistan Park. Let's go.
Yazd, پشت پارک کوهستان داره میزنه.
I'll translate afterwards. Actually, there's a comment. Lizzie, she's right, saying NATO are helping because they want the US money to keep them afloat. Exactly. Also, NATO, whoever at this point would be the head of NATO, in this case, obviously Mark Rutte, but whoever is the head of NATO, you are going through turmoil, right? In terms of the United States and the rest of the NATO membership, the Europeans. You can't, as the head of NATO, you can't allow your organization to fall apart under your leadership. So hypothetically, if the US decides to pull or stop funding NATO, people are going to blame the head of NATO, saying you were in charge when NATO fell apart. So obviously he has to try his best to be the bridge between President Trump and the rest of the NATO leadership. That is also one of the main reasons, as well as the funding, because they can't survive. It's not just funding, actual military capabilities. Without America, NATO won't exist as it is now. America is NATO, NATO is America. Anyway, we're getting some more updates from Israel, and let's just double check what? Oh. Kashan in central Iran also is witnessing a huge round of strikes, and I'm just going to double check something quickly while we are here, because I think we're getting another drone. Oh, okay. Abu Dhabi is getting attacked, and Dubai. Both Dubai and Abu Dhabi and UAE are getting massively attacked. While I check this quickly, in case you joined us late, I'm just going to quickly show you the first clip from Tehran. The largest attacks we've had since the beginning of this war. 1 second. We have another one. Okay, so we have another footage of there's a massive scandal right now as we speak in Iran. Multiple missiles that have been launched by the Islamic Republic have failed mid-air in Iran, and they're now falling on top of the Iranian civilians. Now, we would like to think that this is an error. We would like to think that this is a mistake, right? We don't want to think that this is on purpose, false flag by the Islamic Republic, to then blame it on Israel and the US, because the missiles are now hitting the Iranian civilian areas. It's slightly concerning. We have another footage that we've just received. Just double check. This is in the west of Tehran, the capital. We've had a few in Tehran. We had a few in Yazd, and also heard from Shiraz. I don't know what's going on tonight. Let's watch this. You can see it's falling. It's basically missiles dead, and it's now coming down. Also, you can tell that is not some sort of strike, because it's definitely one of the rockets. Are they falling apart, or are they doing this on purpose? We don't know. Anyway, so there's more videos coming from this weird situation that we are currently seeing across the Iranian cities. And I'm going to take you back to Tel Aviv. Let's double check to see if there is... what? No sirens. Okay, it's quiet now. Okay, now let me quickly double check a couple of reactions here first. I hope the Iranians remember how treacherous the mainstream news media were. They're going to remember. Iran and the Democrats must use the same propaganda guy. It sounds like they're all trained by the same type of people. These bombs are beautiful. They should have named them Zeus. Zeus. No, you can't. Nothing. You can't name anything after mythical figures, either Nordic or Greek. You can't, because land of Aryans. The Persians. Not going to happen. We now have AI Tehran Tommy. Oh yeah, so instead of Baghdad Bob, that guy, the spokesperson, we're now going to call him Tehran Tommy. No relations to Tommy Robinson. Thank you for making news fun again. That guy dancing with that pink icky thing it was funny. It was legit, guys. It was legit. Definitely not AI. The RRIB have a new slogan: Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. We are the media. We are the mafia. Oh my God! I was like, there's nothing wrong with that. We are the media. We are the mafia. Amazing. They are just not as good. How ugly is that? They have a remedy for that. Well, the pink tank top, or your income results the past 3 months, please. How are you set for income the past few months? I'm confused about this comment. The mainstream media is propaganda for both sides, irrelevant now. Everybody has an agenda, that's what. But they hide their agenda. I mean, at least we at 2CTV, we're open about what cause we believe in. Life and freedom. Don't care wherever you are on this planet, from South Africa, Brazil, to the Republic of Korea or Canada. If you believe in life and freedom, we will always support you, as we have in the past. Anyway, My Facebook page got suspended. Why are you using Facebook? It's 2026. For no reason, Facebook trolls on pro-Israel boards tried to appeal. This is what you get for being on Facebook. You should get punished for just being on Facebook. Will the Kurdish Baluch and Azeri forces help liberate Iran? Yeah, okay. And yeah, we're still waiting for that. Do you have an update on an unexploded missile that hit the school? Unexploded missile? Or exploded missile, you mean? Yeah, that's it's the same as before, the information. If there's a show that I highly request you to be on is Timcast IRL, hosted by Timple. Everybody knows Timple. He had to describe what Timcast is. He follows the news, but I think he needs somebody closer to Iran. Yeah, because he said something very fascinating earlier. Was it yesterday? I had to correct him. He said what did he say? Hang on. He said something very stupid. I think, if I could find him. Yeah, he does that every now and then. He said, does Iran have a right to exist? I was like, firstly, elaborate what you mean by Iran. Because I said Iran does, the Islamic Republic does not. Yeah, I mean, Tim doesn't, obviously, Tim is good with various things, but is not very good at geopolitics when it comes to, especially when it comes to the Middle East and Iran. So yeah, somebody closer to Iran would help spread the knowledge. What are have the anti-IRGC been able to control, if any? I don't know. I can't translate this. Have the anti-IRGC been able to control do you mean cities or something like that? So the anti-IRGC guys, they're still on standby. The immortal god of Iran and everybody else is still on standby because the strikes are still happening. That's the next phase for them to take to the streets completely. Do not bring in the MEK. No one's bringing the MEK. The MEK is not. Nobody cares about the MEK. In case you don't know, the Marxist Islamists. They see themselves as the opposition to the Islamic Republic, but they were part of the Islamic Republic during the 1979 revolution, and then they fell apart. They fell out. Someone insulted the other person's hair, and when the IRGC released the American hostages, the MEK were not happy. So back then they basically became the splinter group. They left, and they became the MEK. And well, they were the MEK, but they became the opposition. 10 minutes before that, they were part of Khomeini's team, and then they went to Saddam Hussein. They said, Saddam, would you like to invade our own country? We'll help you. And Saddam started killing all the Iranian civilians, and MEK were backing Saddam. It was a bit of a mess. And but they have about 12 supporters, and 13 out of 12 are retarded, and nobody cares about them. So that was a summary. The missiles are out of date. That's why they're falling apart. I'm very confused about what's going on tonight, by the way, because is it the missiles, or is it the missile launchers, or is it the intern IRGC juniors who don't know how to launch a simple missile? Something is going wrong that is happening to multiple missiles that are failing mid-air just after launch. The problem is you're not going to get an investigation in Iran to actually find out the truth. It is going to be one of those weird mysteries like the pyramids in Egypt. No one's going to know what's going to happen. The mainstream news isn't showing the new bombing. You expect them to show the Americans and the Israelis winning? You kidding me with that? That's why you watch CCTV, guys. Are you poor or are you wealthy? Why is this John guy talking about this? Why am I being trolled by John? Lesson learned. Run things like Capo de Capi. Maybe the Eurosnobs need to have the energy problems. Eurosnobs. Anyway, and so it has begun World War III. That's not the definition of World War I, II, or III. I think people don't know the meaning of the World War, the World War in general. It requires multiple alliances with multiple sides, all attacking across the world. If all the attacks are in the Middle East, that's not really the world. That's just the region in the world. That's not how it works. Based on that, we've had a huge number of international world wars, basically, over the last few centuries. We've had a number of alliances all hitting in one place. Do you remember when the French and the English and the Spanish were all kicking off for a while, which was a few hundred years, but that wasn't World War either. NATO, have your envelopes ready and never short. Europe is helping because they want input on the day after, particularly control the Kharg Island and Strait. Well, they can't even protect Greenland. Yeah, nobody is actually intimidated by the Europeans when it comes to Iran and the Middle East. But actually, there's also the other issue, is that the reason they're getting involved is because they were waiting and waiting and waiting, and they're still going to wait with the excuse of, yeah, we talked to the president, and president said just wait for the strikes to be successful. They didn't say anything for the first few days, and they were reluctant to even get involved. Even now, they're not still actively involved yet. They're still waiting, right? Because they want to basically jump on a bandwagon at the end of the day, and then suddenly, when Iran is being liberated, they'll be like, yeah, we always supported the Iranian people. I don't know if you've noticed, this year, obviously it's now the 22nd of May, almost 23rd of March. Wow, this live stream has been going on for 2 months. March, as third day of the Persian New Year. Now, those of you, whether you've been following geopolitics or Middle Eastern politics for the past few years or not, I think you all have noticed every year, 20th of March, Persian New Year, you've never heard any politician, group of politicians, prime ministers, presidents, or whatever, ever sending a message saying Happy Persian New Year, right? It was never a thing. Every now and then, US presidents did it symbolically, right? Actually, President Trump always did it. Obama did it a couple of times, and then he sold out by making a deal with the regime, right? It was never a thing. Nobody cared about Persian New Year in the international community, the Western globalists. Suddenly this year, all the European presidents and prime ministers, they're all jumping on a bandwagon. Oh, Happy Persian New Year. Now you care. Now you're jumping on a bandwagon. Until yesterday, you didn't even care about the uprising that started in Iran. You continue to back the regime. And now, they're one by one, they are designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization, except for the United Kingdom. At least the UK is consistently against the Iranians for decades and decades. That doesn't really change. You got to give it to the British state. Consistent. I've participated in NATO ops. What a joke. The US provided 85% of everything. The NATO partners sent a few troops to cosplay as soldiers. That tends to happen. And then once the operation is basically widespread, then they get involved. Then everybody else will get involved. We only had a few of the big operations, including Iraq and Afghanistan, that you had at least the British soldiers being at the front line with the Americans. The rest, completely chaotic. But Iraq and Afghanistan were obviously major operations. That was different. And that was almost, you could say, equal partnership between the UK and US. US still led it, obviously, but politically, it was an equal partnership. So you had a lot of British soldiers on the front line as well. But there were a number of other countries that provided limited resources. Not everybody sent soldiers, but resources and equipment. Now, John says, I'm a bit skeptical. Sorry. About what? I need context, guys. I don't know what's going on here. And blue flashes are electric transformers. They are hitting the electric grid. Oh, the first video of the airstrikes. And Tusi, after you mentioned your Nicorette quick mist out there, nicotine spray, I got myself, and I am vape free for 3 days now. Thank you. Oh, this is a lifesaver. The problem was when I was moving away from cigarettes, automatically you're told a while ago, you have to go to vape. Unless you could do cold turkey, quit everything. You have to go to vape. Vape made it worse. Firstly, the obvious problem, you vape more because you're at home, it's in your hand, you just keep doing it. Secondly, it then accelerated the nicotine addiction. Then eventually you go back to cigarettes anyway. It was chaos. But this really helped. Also, I just have it in my hand for no reason, like throughout the day. It's just a good distraction. Because one of the main problems for me with cigarettes or even vape was it's the ritual, having something in your hand, right? So this kind of helps. But yeah, the spray, a little bit, it goes for the next few hours. Perfect. I don't know if is this also a thing in the US? I'm sure there is, but I don't know about this company. I think there might be something else. Let me know. Americans, do you guys have nicotine sprays? Let me know. Very important question. My Facebook is the only way I can keep tabs on my old relatives. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but you don't have to participate in the controversial news debates and stuff, political debates on Facebook. You're just going to get into trouble. It's just crazy. People keep getting banned. It's not worth it. And Richard says, why doesn't Pahlavi raise an army from the diaspora? How's that going to work? Nobody's trained. The US would surely arm them and provide transportation. And everybody, we're all going to go there with guns like, I don't even know how to hold this. And we're all going to die at the same time. That is a terrible idea. Yeah, also the optics. Imagine the optics. Once you get basically tactical nuked by the border, by the IRGC. You need profesh people. And that includes, of course, the immortal guard of the Iranian people, the People's Army in Iran, who are on standby, and the armed forces who have defected. David says that the IRGC forgot to purchase the extended warranty for their missiles. Yeah. That's why they're falling apart. So good. Also, I use nicotine mints. I use the chewing gums. It's the same company, but it was so bad because you bite into it, you can't control the quantity or the consumption of nicotine. It just crazy. It's crazy. It's like you've had 10 cigarettes at the same time. Never again. I've been telling the Crowder crew to get you on. Would you go on his show? Yeah, why not? Yeah, Stephen Crowder's on side, so that's good. Yeah, I mean, right now there's a lot of people, the so-called anti-war new media people who don't even know why they're anti-war. They're all falling for the propaganda, but not Stephen. Yeah, Stephen and Daily Wire have been consistent, although even if obviously Daily Wire people have different opinions depending on who you listen to. But Ben has been consistent. Hi, Maya. Do you think Muslims will turn on Starmer now that he's supporting the US strikes on Iran? They can't turn on Starmer because they've already turned on Starmer. They're not on Starmer's side. The Muslims hate Starmer. That's why the Green Party is coming up massively in the UK, despite the fact that Starmer and the rest of the Labour Party during the last election kept pandering to the radical Islamic communities. Not even like those who are just basically culturally Muslim, like go into like radical Islamic centers and mosques, and they still didn't vote for it because they were calling Starmer a Zionist. It was fascinating. The same pro-Palestine Starmer for the British Islamic side, he's still a Zionist. We'll ask again, what kind of ground forces do UAE, Saudi Arabia have? I've already explained this over the last few days. Would they use them to help? We already talked about this. We've already seen the capability of both UAE and Saudi in the proxy wars in Yemen and in Sudan. They are quite capable. The UAE, especially when it comes to the Air Force, and Saudi Arabia, when it comes to ground forces, army, they are quite capable. But obviously not compared to the Israeli Defense Forces or the Americans, but a combination of all of them, the four of them, it will be insane. The IRGC won't last an hour. Anyway, I'm going to take a break, and there would be more information later on, I think. I don't know what's going on with these missiles. I'm still trying to figure out. But thank you so much for watching. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما درسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردم بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش.